Today, we are gonna see, what if Naruto had all-night harem with Lusty Mage Girl, Episode 1. Join Patreon for early access and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Naruto died after fighting Uchiha Madara. However, he was given a second chance to live and begins a new life by taking care of 10-years-old Mage. And his class that seems to have connected with his life. Naruto's harem, Nejik's harem. Magister Naruto Negi Magi, ake up, wake up, you bastard. Groaning softly, a blonde-haired teenager, Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Dark, that was the first thing he noticed. Then the light shone brightly at him, making him blinded. So bright, he lifted his right hand to cover his eyes from the bright light. Why does my body feel so light? He wondered. Glancing down, he realized that he was floating. That's when he started to panic. He tried moving his arms and legs to keep steady. It was then he felt a sharp pain in his body. The pain made him fell to his knee. Damn, what the hell is going on? He growled, trying hard to fight the pain. Looking down at his body, his eyes widened when he saw his current state. His shirt was torn and stained with blood. His body was full of bruises. There's a long cut along his right thigh. His right palm was bleeding while his left palm burnt and his chest bleeding heavily. Damn, what happened to me? He thought, clutching his chest as pain spread through it. Forget about it already, brat. A voice growled out of nowhere, surprising him. He looked around to find the source of the voice, only to find nothing. It was then he realized that the voice had come out from him. Sighing, he shouted back. Forgot about what? Kyuubi no Baka. Foolish mortal, I had saved you from death. You're lucky to have me in your pathetic human body. Yeah, lucky. He replied before realization hit him like train. Wait, what do you mean from die? Then the demon fox spoke again, appeared to be sighing. Brat, I can't believe you're my container. The demon fox said. Now move toward the light. Move toward the light. No way in hell I'm going to. Just move. The demon fox growled. Naruto knew he did not have much choice but to oblige the demon fox for now. With all the energy left in him, he used it to get up from his place. Taking a deep breath, he began moving forward. He had not noticed it before, how bright and white was his surroundings. He felt like walking in. Keep walking forward, Kit. You're almost there. Right after the demon fox said it, the surrounding became more brightly and blinded him once more. A few seconds later, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The 16-years-old blonde-haired boy with crimson-red eyes, a set of whiskers marks, 3 on each side of his filthy face, gasped at the sight of the big tree in front of him before falling, face flat on the grass. His half-torn orange and black jumpsuit, a red cloak with black flames at the bottom and a large scroll strapped at his back, all covered by dirt and his blood. Damn, he cursed as he rolling around and removed his bangs that covered his eyes. His eyes softened as he stared at the sky. It was dark and the moon and stars was shining brightly and clearly visible. Where am I? He wondered as he slowly gets up. It was then the sharp pain he felt before returned. Looking down at his body, he saw his chest and other part of his body has stopped bleeding but the pain has not gone. Slowly, Kit, you've not fully recovered. The demon fox said suddenly. Hey, care for me, Kitsune. Naruto mocked as he steadied himself. He took this opportunity to look at his surrounding. He was standing on the grass, in front of the big tree on a small hill. A large set of stone steps leading up the tier below. Wincing, he walked forward to get a full view of his location. What he saw really amazed him. Amazing, this place as big as Konoha, maybe bigger. He said, staring out in amazement. He could see a big and tall tower in the far distance, thanks to Kyuubi's power. However, what really amazed him were the flash of thousands of lights that come from the city, make him hard to believe. Hey Kyuubi no Baka, where are we? He said as he closed his eyes. In a blink, he found himself in his mindscape, standing in front of massive cage, with the LDS held together by a single piece of paper, kanji written in it. Behind the bars was the most powerful Biju, Kyuubi no Yoko. I don't know, Kit. What I know, or I just saving your pathetic life. It said with a sick smile on the face. Saving my life. You keep saying that, but I don't understand a bit. He shouted, completely annoyed and confused. Yes, saving your life. It said, the sick smile gone. You died when fighting that masked bastard that had destroyed your village. Naruto. Eyes widened as the word sunk in. And no. He shook his head and balling his fists as pain memories flashed through his mind. You're lying, he said softly. In the memories, he saw his beloved and important friends died in front of his eyes, the village burned and destroyed. He saw himself, consumed by revenge, released the nine-tail chakra, and the last thing he remembered is fighting Uchiha Madara. The Kyuubi looked down at him, who was tremble and nearly in tear. He may not like his container, but he respected him and all his hard work. Getting stronger, learning to fight without his aid, even if it made his escape more difficult, and making friends, even if he himself saw it as a pointless endeavor, the brat had worked hard at it. Gained respect from the others, and now those precious to him were gone. It's true, Kit. They're gone now, but I'm not sure about that masked bastard. Then why are we here? He shouted while looking back at the Kyuubi. I don't know, Kit. But right now, the quicker you accept this fact, the faster you will be able to adapt. It is your destiny, Kit. You have got to slowly accept it slowly, the demon fox said before gently pushed Naruto out of his mindscape. Accept my destiny, huh? Naruto wiped his tears with his sleeve. The talk with the demon fox was cheering him up a little. He maybe can accept that, maybe. But for now, he needed information about this place. Ignoring the pain that had spread through his body, he began to wandering around searching for information. Unfortunately, the sun rising on the horizon and the condition of his body and eyes, he was going to have problem if anyone noticed that. He needs a place to stay and rest. Besides, he was too tired right now. He sighed as he turned around the corner. Watch out! A voice of a girl came out suddenly. Naruto quickly spun around only to find himself bump into someone rather hardly. They both fell to the ground. Newspapers spread out everywhere. Ouch, it's hurt. The girl rubbed her head as veins slowly started to form at her forehead. Hey, watch where you're going. It was then she realized their position. Her body was on him, the man's left hand on her waist, and their face was inch from each other. What happened? Naruto said, shaking his dizzy head and opening his eyes. Lita found himself face to face with a girl who was blushing. Are you okay? He asked, not noticing their position. He unconsciously moves his left hand, pushing her closer, and accidentally planted a kiss on her forehead. The girl flushed scarlet before punching his face and screamed. Kya, pervert, what have you done? Now I'm going to be late. She quickly gets lost from his grip and hurriedly gathers the newspaper, leaving a dumbfounded blonde, holding his face in pain. Oi, what the hell was that? He shouted at the girl who's still gathering the newspaper. The girl has a long orange hair, thicker ponytails tied by bells. The girl has a different eyes color, blue at the left and green at the right. She wore a sweater and a short skirt. Yet, she has not answered his question. Without a glance, she started to running, leaving him. Well, that's harsh. Punching my face without telling me the reason. Huh. He stopped when he saw a single newspaper next to him. That's the girl's newspaper, right? I better return it to her. He takes the newspaper and catch up with her. The pain has not gone, leaving him in pain every single step he takes. That is just walking but running. He Fei, lieutenant himself as if dying right now, and the girl sure is fast runner. But damn, she had better be grateful after he returns her newspaper, and she had better tell him the reason why she punched his face. Naruto fell to his knees. Breathing heavily, his crimson eyes widened. His effort to chase that girl was meaningless. She was too fast, and his condition seems worse than before. She had led him through out the residence and now to some place he didn't know. Damn, she too fast. He said, breathing normally now. Kya, a voice of someone scream echoing the place. He immediately got up onto his feet and searching the source of the voice. It seemed that the scream had come from the alley. He entered the alley without a second thought. In the alley, he saw a man wearing a suit, holding a braided, brown-haired spectacled girl and a sharp-looking knife on her throat. Scream all you want. No one going to hear it, dear idol. The man smirked as he scratched the girl's cheek with the knife, making it bleed. Naruto, who was watching that all the time, growled as his blood boiled. Unfortunately, I heard it, he said, shocking them. Let go of her, bastard. If you do that, I may show mercy to you. Show mercy to me. The man spit and chuckled. Are you trying to be a hero now, brat? If you are, you look really pathetic right now. The man pushed the girl roughly at the wall and twirling the knife around his fingers. Well, if you really want to, try stopping this. He thrust the knife forward to the girl. The girl closed her eyes and screamed, embraced herself for the pain. Nothing. The girl felt nothing. No pain, no nothing. Weird. The girl thought as she slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was shocked her. In front of her, the blonde-haired teenager stood in front of her, a knife thrust through his right hand. Blood splattered everywhere. He stood there, his crimson eyes flashed in danger, which they had not noticed before. "Be bastard. Who the hell are you?" The man pulled the girl closer and pulled out something from his jacket. He aimed that object to Naruto and smirked. "Take a single step, I'll kill her," he chuckled sadistically. It was then a fist connected to his face hardly, stopping him from chuckling. The man lost grip to the girl and ended up lying unconsciously on the ground, with a few teeth broken. Naruto looked at the man to make sure he was unconscious before turning around and come to the girl's side. "Are you okay?" he asked with his famous foxy grin. She nodded and stared at his rescuer's face. He has a blonde hair that reached his shoulder. His bangs had his chin and almost covered his crimson eyes. "Bishonen," she thought, blushed a little. Yeah." She nodded before pointing her finger at his right hand. "Are you okay?" "Oh, it's okay. I'm fine." He gives her thumbs up before his mind went fuzzy. Damn," he cursed as he fell to his knees. He started to feel the pain from the injury. His vision started to blur and the last thing he heard was that girl's voice. It was then he faint. New world, new life. I want to thank everyone who reviewed for their suggestions and comments. I will try to improve my writing as much as I could. Naruto groaned as he slowly got up, leaning against the wall. Where am I? He wondered, eyeing the surroundings carefully. He found himself sleeping on the bed in a room that vaguely reminded him of a hospital examination room. With cabinets full of medicines, a plastic skeleton and all health posters about anatomy. Then he remembered the last thing happened to him, causing him to panic. He immediately pulled the bed covers off himself, to discover that his body and right hand wrapped with bandages and the only thing he was wearing was his boxers. Damn, they must have undressed me when they put me in bed. Immediately, he got up from the bed and began searching for his clothes, but that effort seemed useless. Just when he was about to give up, he heard the door begin to open behind him. He quickly turned around and found himself face to face with a bespectacled woman who had light brown hair, slightly shorter than he did, and with rather big chest. Behind her was, "Ah, I see you're awake," she said, smiled lightly. "You shouldn't move around too much, you know. Your injuries may not heal completely." Ho ho ho, it looked like we got a strong young man here. The old man spoke and stroked his beard. "Huh, what are you talking about and who are you?" Naruto asked, backing a few feet from them. "Oh, I'm Minamoto Shizuna, the guidance officer and a nurse in this infirmary," she smiled and pointing her hand at the old man. "This is Kanem and Kono, the principal of this academy." "Air Academy?" Naruto blinked confusedly. "Yes, you were in the infirmary in Mahora Girls Junior High School. You are here because one of our students called and asked us to follow her. When we got there, we found you, lying outside and unconscious with a knife thrust through your hand." "Oh, it must be her," Naruto thought, looking at his bandaged right hand. "Now," she said, her tone darkening slightly. "Who are you? It's obvious that you're not a student here, and why are you here?" She questioned, obviously expected. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and it's true I'm not a student here. You could say that I'm just passing through," he lied, frowning slightly. He really did not want to try explaining himself to anyone, and he doubted that they would believe him anyway. "No, I'm afraid I don't believe you," she told him and crossed her arm over her chest. At the same time, Kaneman noticed his slightly Ed expression and decided to do something about it. Shizuna, could you leave the two of us alone? There's something I like to discuss with him, he said suddenly, much to their surprise. Shizuna blinked. Ed before nodded her head and left them alone. Ho ho ho, is there something you've not tell me, Naruto-kun? He spoke and chuckled. I can see your difficulties just now. It's okay, you can tell me anything. Damn, he noticed. He said I could tell him anything, he thought as he glanced at the principal. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe I can trust him, he let out a long sigh before finally nodding his head. Fine, I think I should tell you everything. But I trust you not to reveal about what I'm going to tell you to anyone, alright? Konoha nodded. So Naruto got into the telling of his life in Konoha. How everyone hated him due to his previous burden, how he was always alone. Then he continued saying on how he met people close to him. He then went on to talk about his life as a ninja Konohagakure. He then told of the betrayal of his friend, the years he spent to get stronger to be able to bring him back. How he lost one of his most precious people, and gained the love and trust of others from the village. Finally, the final fight between him and the masked bastard named Uchiha Madara that had destroyed his village and killed all of his precious people. He finished his explanation by stating how he got in this new world and how he ended up here. Konoha was stroking his beard throughout the entire time, a look of sympathy on his face. I see. So, what are you going to do now? He asked as Naruto shrugged. I don't know. I never thought about that. I guess I have to accept my loss and live on, he said and let out a small sigh. Konoha looked at him, eyes softened. That boy had just lost everything he cared. And now he had to live in a place he did not know. Maybe he can help him about that. So now you had nowhere to go. Naruto did not say anything but shrugged once more. The principal nodded and stroked his beard, obviously thinking something. Naruto raised his eyebrow when the principal chuckled suddenly. Ho ho ho, I think I can help you, he said more than happy. Naruto tilted his head to the side, obviously confused. Naruto-kun, you said you were a leader of Konohagakure, right? Naruto nodded his head proudly. Well, can you show me some of your technique? You mean jutsu? Sure, but in this state of condition, I can't show you more than basics. He nodded and positioned his index and middle fingers into a cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said softly. Ko. Nomon's eyes widened slightly when he saw not one Naruto in front of him. This is Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. It can create clones. It can hold for a few minutes, but I can hold much longer, thanks to my chakra. Interesting. What else you can do? The principal asked and chuckled. Well, I can walk on a tree and water, disappeared in a second and set up trap. There's more, but it's hard to explain. It's okay, Naruto. There's something I like to discuss with you, the principal said, glanced at Naruto's condition. But I can understand if it's a little too much for the moment, so if you want, I can wait for tomorrow, he suggested. No, I'd rather get this over right now than wait. Naruto waved his hands dismissively. What do you want to talk about? I am offering you a place at the school, and in exchange, you do a few jobs for me, Konoha said. Naruto thought at this moment. He just met this old man and now he offered him a job. This offer had rendered him speechless. Well, Konoha asked as Naruto scratched his temple. I'm not sure, but, may I ask the conditions? It's simple. I want you to become Mahora Academy very own ninja. Sound interesting, Naruto admitted. What did I have to do? You would be observing and guarding a new teacher in this academy. He looked like a normal teacher to you, but there's more you don't know about him. I see. What would I be guarding against? He asked. It's not like he's in danger, right? You would be guarding him and his students against enemy mages or so. Konoha raised his eyebrow when Naruto raised his hand, a confused look on his face. Yes. What is mage exactly? A mage is someone who can use magic. They are people with the ability to do amazing things such as conjure and control spirits or demons, or ability to conjure and direct fire, wind, lightning, etc. May I have a demonstration? Naruto requested. Of course, could you get me a piece of paper? Naruto nodded and picked up a piece of paper at the table. He held out the paper to him. Thank you. Now, stand still. He nodded and did what the principal had requested. Prakt Baigai Nar Artiskat. He recited, and with that, the paper burned in a flame, which Naruto quickly threw at the nearby bin. I'm sorry about that, Naruto-kun, but it's easier to focus by using it. That, Naruto-kun, is magic. That's amazing. It's similar like Jutsus, but I don't see you using any chakra. Naruto smiled, more interested now. So if I accept, I'll be protecting this new teacher and his students. Not quite. You would be in charge of watching him, and would only interfere if you deemed his or his student's life in danger. So I'm a backup. Huh. I would like to accept this job, but there's something bothering me. Why did you give me such? Tis true I didn't know how strong you're, but I can tell you that you are a very loyal person and I know I can put my trust on you. Besides, the teacher you will be guarding is not weak as you thought. And his students were very special in their own way. You're there in case anything unexpected happens, and like you said, you're our backup. Thanks, old man, Naruto replied, genuinely touched. I won't let you down, I promise. When do I start? He said in high spirit, much to the principal's amusement. Ho ho ho, I like you to start tomorrow. Negi-kun had just arrived yesterday. I think you should take this time to get to know the area better and get familiar with Negi-kun and his students. Oh, so the teacher's name is Negi, huh? He nodded his head and smiled. I prefer getting to know them personally, if you don't mind. Ho ho, very well, I'll arrange. Yeah, I forgot about that. Naruto scratched his temple with his index finger. The principal looked at him with a beady eye, and with a small humph, and declared. It decided then, I will arrange for you to be. No, that's fine. So, is there anything else I need to know about, old man? Ah yes, I will send someone to retrieve your clothes and gears in my office. I think that's all for now. Good luck, Naruto-kun. With that, he left the infirmary, leaving the blonde deep in his thought. It is only for a short time though when the door began to open. Revealed a man Naruto had never seen before. He was a couple of inches taller than Naruto and looked to be about middle-aged, with a slight beard and short hair, which seemed to be going gray. You must be Uzumaki Naruto. The principal has told me all about you. I'm here to take you to Negi's class, and I believe this is your possessions. The man handed him his clothes, gears and his large scroll. By the way, I'm Takemichi T. Takahata, Class 23A former teacher. Takemichi extended his hand, which Naruto gladly shook it. Naruto removed the bandages that had covered around his body except his stomach and got dressed in less than a minute. Shall we go then? Takemichi suggested. Yeah, let's go, Naruto answered, feeling very energetic than usual. Where do you come from, Naruto-san? Takemichi asked. Stopped walking suddenly. Naruto looked at him and raised his eyebrow. You don't know. The old man didn't tell you? He asked as Takemichi shook his head. Haha, I thought that old man has told everyone about me. It's looked like I'm wrong after all. He inwardly chuckled before answered. Please don't call me San. Naruto is fine. As for your question, I'm from Konohagakure, a country far away from here. Oh, I see. He nodded and they continued walking. Along the way, Naruto was awed by the sights around him. This place was so different from where he had come from. It was all new to him. He also had realized this place was like a maze. He could get lost easily since he's not familiar with this place. This made Naruto let out a small sigh. Haha, it's okay, Naruto. When we got there, I would ask them to show you around. Takemichi chuckled and gave him a reassuring pat at his shoulder. Naruto nodded lightly and smiled. Maybe they're not so bad after all, he thought before returning his gaze at his surrounding. They are now walking along the corridor lined with doors with no windows. That is when he heard a voice of someone, speaking in some sort of foreign language. The fall of Jason the flower. Spring came. Jason the flower was born on a branch of a tall tree. Hundreds of flowers were born on the tree. They were all friends. The voice stopped and continued. Who should I get to translate from this point on? It was silence for a moment before the voice spoke again. How about you, Asuna-san? Why are you picking on me? Came a girlish voice along with the sound of something being slammed. Naruto thought the voice seemed familiar with him, but he decided to ignore it. But, usually, it goes by row or date. But, Asuna-san, aren't you in the row? That's by name, and I was going to thank you afterwards. I don't need to be thanked by you. The girlish voice shouted, and there's a few laughter and shouting later. Takamichi's sweat dropped and scratched his temple with his index finger. Well, that's your class, he said and crossed his arm. Let's go. Naruto nodded. He went toward the door and opened it. Achoo! Naruto frozen in his place when he found himself looking at the orange-haired girl, thicker ponytails tied by bells, who were wearing nothing except her undergarments, standing in the middle of the class. The other students do not notice him at all since they are busy laughing and staring at the orange-haired girl. What was that wind just now? A girl with a long violet hair wondered. Sweat dropped a little. Just a minute here. Asuna-san, why are you taking off your clothes in the middle of the class? A long blonde-haired girl shouted, her cheeks reddened slightly. The whole class laughed, making the orange-haired girl named Asuna blushed even more in anger and embarrassment. I'm going to kill him. Asuna grabbed the bespectacled boy in front of her and tried to strangle him. Then she noticed the class's door has opened, and stood there was the class's former teacher and a familiar blonde teenager. The teacher looked away and sweat dropped while the blonde-haired teenager stood there. His face was blank and his cerulean eyes stared at her. That is when her mind went completely out of control. She ran out of the class and screaming, her face flushed scarlet. Wait, Asuna-san. The bespectacled kid called. It was then a long black-haired girl got up from her seat and put a reassuring hand at the kid. It's okay, Negi-sensei. I will go get her. She got out from the classroom and chased Asuna. The kid, Negi, came to Takamichi and smiled. Good morning, Takamichi. Can I help you? He asked. Good morning, Negi-kun. Sorry about this, but I'll need to take a bit of your class time. Is that okay? Yes, that's fine. The students of Class 23A looked on in curiosity. A few of them did. Most of them were more interested in the blonde-haired boy anyway. Takamichi turned to the students and smiled. There is a new member of staff at the faculty this year, and as he will be primarily working with Negi-kun in this class, I would like to introduce you to him. He gestured to Naruto. He looked at the class and gave. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto and I'm looking forward to working with you all. He bowed his head as the students blushed. Takamichi laughed and patted Naruto's shoulder. Now, Naruto-kun will be working at Mahora from now on. He will be starting his job tomorrow, so today he's going to observe you, he stated. Oh, and I'll be busy this days, so I was hoping the walking club can show Naruto-kun around the campus. Good luck. What did he mean by that? He wondered. It was then he found himself surrounded by the girls. Hey, how old are you, sensei? What are these whisker marks? Can I touch it? Where do you come from? Do you have a girlfriend? Naruto was too overwhelmed to respond the question they keep throwing at him. Thankfully, Negi intervened, making the girls backed off but still looked at him curiously. Naruto scratched his cheek with his index finger and sweat dropped lightly. I'm sorry, what were those questions again? He asked. How old are you, sensei? 16. Where do you come from? I'm from Kanahagakure, very far away from here. Do you have a girlfriend? This came from one of the girls, though Naruto could not tell which one. Blushing, he stuttered out. No, I don't. His answer seemed enough for them. Some of them blushed, some of them had sparkle in their eyes, and some of them just smiled. This made Naruto curious, but he decided to ignore it. Is that all? He asked. They nodded and went back to their seat. It was then the door opened, revealed Asuna and the black-haired girl. Welcome back, Asuna-san, Kanoka-san. Negi greeted them. Asuna answered with a glare at Naruto and him in returning to her seat, while the black-haired girl, Kanoka, smiled and greeted back. I'm sorry, Negi-sensei. She's in a bad mood right now, she told him, taking a quick glance at Naruto which he quickly caught it. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I will be working with Negi in your class from now, he said with a wink. Making Kanoka's cheeks reddened. This, however, made the orange-haired girl angry as she stood up. What the hell? First the brat and now you, a boy barely older than us. She gritted her teeth and crossed her arms over her chest. Besides, what could we learn from? Anyway, yeah, What are you going to teach us, Naruto-sensei? The other student asked. Naruto sighed, crossing his arms as well. Well, actually I'm not here to teach. I'm here to keep. Whatever. Deciding it was enough, and before something else happened, Negi finally stepped up. Alright then, Naruto-san. If no san suffix, just call me Naruto. Okay, if you insist, Naruto. If that's all, can we call you Naruto too? Asked one of the twins suddenly. Naruto nodded and smiled. I'm sorry, what are you saying? He asked as Negi sighed. If that's all, I would like to continue teaching, he said. Naruto nodded his head as he grabbed a random chair and sit at the back. He heard Negi ask them to open the IR English textbook and turn to a certain page. Naruto chuckled when he saw Negi's difficulty to write something on the blackboard. The teacher wrote on the blackboard as the students copy the notes. He found himself bored watching them, so he decided to check the class roster. He opened and saw the picture of the students along with a small note under their pictures. He inwardly chuckled when he read the notes. Takemichi had wrote for him. Well, I might as well try to remember their names and faces, he thought. A few minutes later of memorizing, Naruto felt his neck went heavy, so he turned his neck sideways until it clicked. When he looked up from the class roster, he saw the orange-haired girl staring at him. He smiled at her, made her cheeks redden slightly. She glared at him before looked away. Naruto shook his head and smiled. Asuna Kagurazaka, the member of Fine Arts Club, he thought as he read the class roster. A mischievous thought suddenly broke out within his mind. He looked at the student in front of him as he read her profile. Yu Ace, a member of Children Literature Society, a Philosopher's Society and Library Exploration Club. Excuse me, Yu-chan, he called her quietly. Yu blushed slightly at the suffix he added to her name. Yes, Naruto-sensei, she asked. Can I borrow your pen? He requested. She nodded and gave him her other pen. He thanked her, as he put the class roster beside her and smiled mischievously. What are you doing, Naruto-sensei? She asked. Her curiosity increased. She saw Naruto drew some sort of vein on Asuna's picture and added a hot-headed word beside the vein. She found herself smiling at this, despite her protest against the idea. Naruto noticed that, chuckled lightly. There. Thanks for the pen, Yu-chan. He CLOSED the class roster and gave her the pen. Yu shook her head and gave the pen back at him. You don't want it, Yu-chan? He asked. No, it's okay. You can keep it, Naruto-sensei. Thanks. He CKED up the class roster and winked at her. Keep it secret, alright. He told her and went back to his seat. Not so long after that, the school's bell rang as the girls cheered in happiness. Negi told them a few things before got out of the class in haste, which Naruto noticed. He quickly got up from his seat and waved his hand at the girls. He left the class and followed him. I've done so. Nothing terrible to Asuna-san again. Negi let out a heavy sigh. He was now sitting at the stair in front of a statue along with his belongings. Really, I didn't think you'd done something terrible to her today, a voice came out, surprising him. Looking up, he saw Naruto standing beside him with a smile on his face. Naruto, what are doing here? He asked. I could ask you the same thing, he said and took a sit next to Negi. I saw you got out of the class in haste. I thought something bad happened to you, so I followed you. Oh, sorry about that. It's about Asuna-san, Negi said and sighed. I think she's mad at me. Naruto raised his eyebrow as Negi continued. This is the second time I'd stripped off her clothes in front of everyone. I see. Naruto scratched his cheek and blushed slightly as he recalled the memory. She was glaring at me for the rest of the class. She's not happy at all. You're not the one she glared today, you know, he said. This time Negi raised his eyebrow. Actually, Asuna and I had met before at the first day I arrived at the city. Long story short, we bumped into each other and her body was on top of me. I don't remember the rest, but I think that's why she's mad at me right now. So, that's why she retorted when she found out that you're going to teach her. Negi nodded his head and sighed once again. Naruto nodded and decided to change the subject. By the way, Negi, are you a mage? He simply asked. Negi gasped, his eyes widened. Naruto noticed that look, smiled reassuring. It's okay, Negi. The old man had told me about you, he said. Negi's eyes softened slightly. Really? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yes, I'm a mage. Actually, I'm in training to become a great mage, he stated proudly. The great mage? Naruto asked, obviously confused. Blinking in surprise, he responded. The work of great mages is to secretly assist the people of this world with their power. It's a job that earns the highest respect in the world of magic, he explained. It was then he realized when he saw the confused blonde. Naruto, you're not a mage, are you? I'm not. Actually, I'm a ninja. Ninja. That's great, he exclaimed as he moved closer to him. Can you walk on the water or tree? Can you disappear in a smoke? He asked him. His eyes sparkled. Naruto's sweat dropped and chuckled awkwardly. Yes, I can. Can you teach me? Maybe. It depends. That's great. Oh, I haven't introduced myself properly, am I? Negi grabbed Naruto's hand and shook it. I'm Negi Springfield, a mage in training. I'm looking forward to work with you, Naruto Ni-san. Ni-san. I guess I can let him call me that. I kinda like it though. Naruto wondered. I'm looking forward to work with you too. They smiled and laughed, each enjoying their company. It was then He heard footsteps not so far from them. Turning around at the direction of those footsteps, they saw Haruna Saotome from seat 14, Uase and Nodoka Miyazaki from seat 27 walking timidly at them. Negi-sensei, they called. Ah, yes, Negi asked. Excuse us, sensei. We have some questions about today's lesson. Haruna said as she pushed Nodoka closer to him. Ah, certainly. Let's see, you're Haruna Saotome from seat 14, aren't you? Negi asked, rummaging through his backpack, obviously searching for something. Ah, it's not me. It's this girl. She said, gestured at the shoulder-length purple-haired girl. Naruto watched them in amusement. It was then, he noticed Yu was staring at him. He placed his index finger at his lips and winked at her, obviously asked her to keep the thing he did at Asuna's picture secret. For some reason, she may have misunderstood him, so she blushed and looked away. He got curious by that, but decided to ignore it. Miyazaki-san, you changed your hairstyle, haven't you? It really suits you, Negi said when he noticed slight changes in her hairstyle. Doesn't it? Don't you think it's cute? Haruna said as she moved away the hair that covered Nodoka's eyes. She's such a cute girl. But she never shows her face. She praised. Nodoka's face flushed scarlet. Her mind went completely numb, so she ran away. Ah, Miyazaki-san. Ah, Nodoka. Sorry about that, sensei. Haruna apologized and they went to chase her. Naruto looked them and sweat dropped. What was that all about? He asked. Negi smiled and chuckled. If only everyone was as well behaved as her. When you compare her with Asuna-san, he winced and sighed. Phew, what should I do? He moved. His backpack tilted aside and dropped something. Naruto picked it up and inspecting the thing curiously. What's this? This is the set of 7-colored magic pill that grandfather gave me all those years ago. Negi grabbed the pill from Naruto's hand and got up. If have these, maybe I really can make that love potion. All right, he said enthusiastically but stopped suddenly. I don't think it's enough for her to give me, but this is all I can really do. He nodded and grabbed his belongings. Let's go, Naruto-ni-san. Naruto got up as he followed Negi went inside the bushes. What are trying to do, Negi? He asked as Negi set up. Don't worry, Naruto-ni-san. This was going to help us. He gave him a confident smile. Naruto just shrugged and watched Negi did all the work. Rastal Masker Magister, he recited as the water he set started to boil. Age Nascatter Podio Amoris. The weight inside the beaker let out a small explosion and smoke. He grabbed the result and smiled. I've done it. What's that? Naruto asked. Negi smiled and winked at him. Naruto-ni-san, this is a love potion. This will make anyone popular with the opposite sex. Asuna-san will be overjoyed. With that, he ran off, Naruto following suit. Negi slid the door of class 23A opened and entered the class, a bottle of potion in his hand. Asuna-san, Asuna-san. He called enthusiastically, jumping up and down. Looks like that Negi brat is back, she said and growled when she Saw Naruto, who was leaning against the wall. And the idiotic pervert too. She looked at Negi, eyes twitching in anger. What do you want? She shouted. I did it. I actually did it. He smiled. She raised her eyebrow and sweat dropped. You did what? Love potion. The love potion. He opened the cork of the bottle and showed it to her. She sighed before got up from her seat and walked toward the door. Ah, please wait. It's really works. He called and followed her. I told you, I don't want it. Geez, it's true. If you think I'm trying to trick you, all you need to do is drink a little. He cannot finish his. You drink it, she said and crossed her arms over her chest as she watched him drink almost half of the potion. I'm not going to drink anything from someone who, accidentally, made my panties disappear. Naruto pulled out the bottle from Negi's mouth and patted his back. He looked at her and raised his eyebrow. You shouldn't do that to him, Asen. This time, Asuna shoved the bottle in his mouth and drank all the rest of the potion left. He quickly pulled out the bottle and glared her. She glared back and crossed her arms. See, nothing happened. Huh, that's funny. Negi wondered as he looked at the bottle. I don't know what are planning. But something like that isn't going to make me feel any better. She looked with a huff. I guess it's no good after all. Sorry. He apologized. Naruto looked at him and shot her. But you didn't had to shove the bottle in our mouth, you know, he said. She stuck out her tongue at him and looked away once again. Naruto let out a big sigh. This girl is really trying to test his patience. Negi-kun. Negi looked up from the bottle and saw Konoka looking at him with passion. Negi-kun, now that I've taken a good look at you, you're kind of really cute. Was his only respond. In a blink, he found himself being hugged by her. Hold it right there. What are you doing, Konoka-san? The class's president, Ayaka Yukihiro, shouted, her cheeks reddened. That kind of conduct towards a teacher is inappropriate, and furthermore, she stopped suddenly. She kneels in front of him and pulled out a flower, her eyes sparkled. Sensei, please accept these. What the hell? Asuna thought. Sweat dropped when the girls trying to strip him off. It worked. It was the real thing. To confirm her suspicion, she turned around and found Naruto been surrounded at the wall by the other girls. His face flushed scarlet. Negi-sensei, where are you going? The girls asked when Negi got out of the classroom and ran away. Squealing in response, they got out of the classroom and chased him. Asuna-san, Naruto-ni-san, help me, he shouted, his voice echoing the corridors. Negi, Naruto thought before quickly dodged one of the girls who was trying to hug him. Damn, this girls really are dangerous. He dodged another girl and slipped away from them. His sweat dropped when he saw the class's president strangled Asuna. Get a hold of yourself, Iancho. She bonked the claw. Acess's president hard enough to make her faint. Sighing in annoyance, she looked away from her and saw Naruto heading towards her. What do you want? She asked and glared at him. He seemed to ignore her question as he grabbed her hand and dragged her out from the classroom and closed the door. What do you think you doing, you idiotic pervert? She asked, her face flushed scarlet at the contact. We're going to find Negi. Isn't that obvious? He said and let go of her hand. She looked away with a huff and crossed her arms over her chest. But where are we going to find him? This academy is big and he could be anywhere, you know. She asked and half glared at him. Naruto crossed his arm and closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, a smile on his face. He's at the library with Miyazaki-san, he stated. She stared at him in disbelief. How did you know that? She asked as they started moving. He looked at her and chuckled. Trust me, it's a teacher's instinct. He winked at her and ran ahead. She blushed before gave chase after him. Are you sure he was there? Asuna asked Naruto as they walked down the stairs. They're now on the way to the library, in effort to search Negi. Naruto nodded his head as they walked down another stairs. Yeah, I'm sure. He looked at her with a smirk. I don't know you're so worried about him, Asuna-chan, he laughed when she blushed red. Growling, she balling her fist and tried to punch him but he easily dodged it. Negi-sensei. The soft voice came suddenly, startled them. That voice came from the direction where the library is located. Asuna knew immediately whose voice is that as she ran ahead, leaving Naruto. Hey, what's wrong? He asked and chased after her. That was Hanya-chan's voice just now. She grabbed the library's door and tried to open it, only to find out that the door is locked. Gay, it's locked. Naruto moved to her side and tried to open the door, but the result is still the same. I can destroy it with my Rasengan, he thought and closed his eyes. But it's going to be trouble if she found out my secret. He opened his eyes and saw she backing away a few feet from the door. Damn that neggy brat, shush. He growled and planted a kick on the door. Just what the hell are you doing? Her kick was hard enough to send the door flying across the library. Naruto froze in his place at the strength she displayed. But quickly recovered and went inside the library. He saw Negi sat on the floor in state of panic with Nodoka fainted at his side. Asuna-san, that's really dangerous. Negi cried. Asuna scratched her cheeks and sweat dropped. It even get Hanya-chan. I mean Miyazaki-san. Sorry, what are you doing here, Negi? Naruto asked as he helped him got to his feet. I was running away from the girls. Luckily, Miyazaki-san saw me and brought me here, he said as he watched Asuna carried Nodoka in her arms. Sheesh, you're nothing but trouble. She scolded him lightly and got out of the library. He rubbed his head and smiled. Hee. Thank you, Asuna-san. You saved me. Yeah, whatever. She winced before walked away, Negi following suits. Naruto looked at her weirdly before walked away as well. Sheesh, today is a terrible day, Asuna said and let out a big sigh. Sure, now walking along with Negi, Naruto and Kanoka. The school ended just after they sent Nodoka at the infirmary and waited for her to wake up. Negi went to her side as soon as she woke up. She instantly blushed at their closeness and ran away, much to their surprise. After thanked the nurse, they went to the class to retrieve Asuna's bag. It was then they met Kanoka with Asuna's bag at her hand. So, here they're now. I'm sorry, all I've been doing is causing you trouble. Negi smiled apologetically at her. But still, why did you come and help me? He asked. I wasn't helping you, I was helping Hanya-chan. She glared at him before smiled and patted his back. You should be a little more focused, sensei. Asuna-san. He looked at her, his eyes full of tears. She smiled and walked forward. It was then, she slowed down suddenly and winced loudly than before. Asuna, are you okay? Kanoka asked when she came closer to her. Asuna nodded. I think I sprained my ankle. But don't worry, I'm okay. She gave her a reassuring smile. It was then, she saw Naruto kneels in front of her with his back facing her. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to carry you on my back. He smiled and winked at her. She blushed slightly while the other two looked at him, completely surprised. What? I told you I'm fine, she said, backing away a few feet from him. Naruto-ni-san, you're such a gentleman. Negi looked at him in awe, his eyes sparkled. Come on, Asuna. Naruto-sensei was offering you a help. You should gladly accept it. Kanoka smiled. Asuna looked away and let out a big sigh. Alright, fine. She moved closer to him and encircled her arm around his neck. Smiling, he held her legs, stand up and began to walk. You two looked like a nice couple. Kanoka teased. Kanoka, she shouted. Her face now was as red as tomato. She glared at her and looked away with a huff. Just because you're doing this to me. Don't think I'm going to forgive you and stop calling you idiotic pervert, you know. Yeah, I know, Naruto chuckled. Besides, I'm not doing this to beg for your forgiveness. I'm just doing my job as a teacher. He looked at her and smiled. So, where are we going now? He asked. To the girls' dorm. I live with Asuna-san and Kanoka-san. Negi smiled and looked at him. By the way, Naruto-ni-san, where do you live? He asked. That question made him stop in the middle of the road. What's wrong, Naruto-ni-san? I forgot to ask that old man where I'm going to stay. He sweat dropped. So, you're homeless now? Kanoka asked. I guess. He nodded his head and smiled reassuring at him. I'm used to sleep outside. So don't worry about that. Negi nodded as they continued walking. Asuna looked at him and closed her eyes, thinking of something. A few moments and mind arguing later, she opened her eyes, a determined looks on her face. Hey, Naruto, she called, surprising them. Yes, he asked. She took a deep breath and looked away. I'll let you stay in my room. She blushed and waited for response. The only response she got was a chuckle from him. My, are you really desperate to have me, Asuna-chan? He teased. The orange-haired girl blushed red at this and bonked the back of his head. That's not what I meant, you idiotic pervert. She looked away. What I'm trying to say is I'll let you stay in our room, Kanoka and me, along with Negi until you find your own place to stay. I see, thanks but no thanks. I don't want to trouble you. Oh come on Naruto-ni-san. It'll be more fun if you stayed with us. Negi begged. Naruto looked at them. Maybe I should accept their offer. Besides, they're nice and kind-hearted. He inwardly chuckled. All right, I accept. It's only for a while, right? He asked and was answered by their squealing and laughing and a small chuckle from Asuna. He smiled while listening their conversation about the dorm and others. He looked away from them and stared at the sky. He had lost everything he ever cared about and now he had found them. Maybe with their help, he can accept that fact. Naruto. He took his eyes off from the sky and smiled. Yes, Asuna, why did you stare at the sky? Oh, it's nothing. Come on, let's go. Just maybe. Naruto in this story's like to flirt and tease but he's not a pervert. So, don't expect for lemons, alright. Well, I think that's all. Happy RNR. Yawn. Long tired day. Naruto yawned lightly and rubbed his eyes tiredly. He got up from the couch as he looked around. He was now in Asuna, Kanoka, and Negi's room. It was better than his original apartment. To the right of the room was a bunk bed for Asuna and Kanoka and several desks and chairs near the bed. There were a couple of giant pillows in the middle of the room near a coffee table. In addition, there is a small kitchen and dining room. The early morning quiet atmosphere means that he was alone in that room. Did they go to school already? He wondered loudly. Naruto looked up at the bunk bed and saw the long black-haired girl, Kanoka yawning and rubbing her left eyes. He chuckled as he moved toward the bed. Hey, Kanoka, he called. Kanoka gave a little yawn before smiled. Good morning, Naruto-sensei. She greeted as she got up and sat on the end of her bed. Do you know where Asuna and Negi go? He asked as Kanoka got down from the bed. Well, I think Asuna doing her part-time job right now. She looked at the clock on the table. But I don't know where Negi-sensei right now, she said as she walked past him. Naruto nodded as he retrieved his gears beside the couch. Kanoka looked at him weirdly. Where are you going, Naruto-sensei? She asked. I'm going to take a walk around. He slung his scroll behind his back before facing her. He raised his eyebrows when he noticed she was laughing. Why are you laughing? He tilted his head to the side, obviously confused. It's nothing Naruto-sensei, she giggled as she pointed her index finger at him. Your clothes, there's torn everywhere. Naruto looked down at his clothes and sweat dropped. She was right. His clothes are half torn and dirty. If anyone saw him, they would have probably mistaken him as a bad person. Besides, he is a teacher. Now, hey, I forgot about it. He scratched his cheek with his finger. He takes off his cloak and his orange jumpsuit. He was now wearing a black shirt, a long orange pant with a large scroll slung behind his back. You don't have extra clothes, Naruto-sensei? Kanoka asked. It was cold outside. Naruto shook his head as he walked to the door and wearing his shoe. Don't worry about it, alright, he said. I'll figure it out. He smiled and winked at her. With that, he left the apartment, leaving a slightly blushed girl. Naruto shivered as the cold wind blew past him. He was now sitting on the stairs somewhere in the academy. The academy in the early morning was different. It was quiet and calming. The fresh air made him let out a sigh. He smiled while remembering the last night he spent with them. Naruto let out a sigh, his face as red as tomato. He was now carrying Asuna and following Negi and Kanoka to their room in the girls' dorm. Along the way, he found himself surrounded by the girls, asking him questions and flirting with him. He blushed slightly, as he slowly trying to get away from them. After a few shouting, thanks to Asuna, they finally had mercy and left him for now. Thanks. He smiled as they continue walking to their room. Asuna looked away with a huff, trying to conceal the blush that slowly creeping on her face. After a few minutes later, they finally arrived at their room. Kanoka opened the door and invited him in. He let go of Asuna carefully and helped her regain her balance. Have a sit, Naruto-sensei. Kanoka soon put a cup of tea onto the coffee table. Naruto smiled as he took a sit on one of the giant pillow next to Kanoka and Negi. So, what do you think about this room, Ni-san? Negi asked excitedly. Naruto chuckled as he put down his scroll beside him. It's nice. It's better than my apartment, he stated. Besides, I'm only stay here for a while though. Oh, it was then the doorbell rang. Kanoka quickly got up from her seat and walked toward the door. Asuna, who was sitting on the end of the bed, let out a sigh. Who could it be at this hour? She yawned and stretched her hands. The door opened, revealed Haruna, Yu, and Nodoka along with their books. Good evening, Negi-sensei, Haruna greeted Ted, but stopped when she saw Naruto sitting on the giant pillow while waving his hand. What are you doing here, Naruto-sensei? She asked. He was about to answer, but it was then she interrupted. Anyway, we've got some questions about today's class. Miyazaki-san, Kyoto-san and Ace-san too. Negi got up and invited them in. This however made the orange-haired girl to protest, but they decided to ignore it. Naruto smiled as she looked away with a huff, mumbling about something. Kanoka led them to the coffee table before heading to kitchen. Yu took a seat next to Naruto along with Haruna and Nodoka. Hey, Yu-chan, Naruto called the long blue-haired happily. Good evening, Naruto-sensei. She smiled. What are you doing here? She asked, gaining the other two girls' attention. I live here, he stated. It's only for a while though. The girls nodded as Negi took a seat next to Nodoka. Which question is it? He asked. Haruna smiled and nudged the purple-haired girl. Nodoka nodded lightly and opened the book. Why yes. It's on page 86. She said. Negi nodded and explained it to her. Haruna's smile grew wider as she gave thumbs up to Yu. Naruto looked at them curiously, but he decided to ignore it. It was then the doorbell rang once again. The door opened, revealed a furious looking of the class's president, Ayaka. Asuna-san, what is the meaning of this? She said furiously. You sharing a room with Negi-sensei? This is the first time I've heard of this. She stopped when she saw Naruto. Her anger increased. Naruto-sensei too, why you monster? Wait a minute, Asuna retorted, her face in a deep crimson color. It's not what you're thinking, Ainsho. Yes, Ainsho. We were just about to start our study group session. Kanoka interrupted. A study group session with Negi-sensei. The class president's sweat dropped. Negi looked at her and smiled. Yes, Ayaka-san, do you want to join us? He asked. The furious-looking girl turned happy as she scooted over next to him and blushed like a little girl. I understand, I shall participate too. After all, I am the class president. It's only natural, she said. Okay, just take a sit over there. Kanoka said happily, as they continued to study. Asuna let out a big sigh before lying on the bed. It was quiet and almost drifted her off to sleep. It was for a while though when the doorbell rang once again. Now what? She groaned. Kanoka was about to get up, but Naruto got up suddenly. It's okay, I'll open it. He walked to the door and pushed open the door. He saw the pink-haired twins from seat 22 and 23. Fuka and Fumika Narutaki and the green shoulder-length-haired girl, Kaide Nagase. He figured that they did not know he was here by looking at their shocked expression. Naruto-sensei. The older sister of the twins stuttered. What are you doing here? She asked. Naruto chuckled as he opened the door widely. I live here for a while, he said. Anyway, why did you come here? He asked. The twins smiled and showed the Neo Horizon book they had brought along. Haha, I see, come in. He invited them in. Nay, what are you doing here? Fumika asked the other girls once they moved inside the room. It's getting crowded here. Kanoka was right. A few minutes later, almost all of the class 23A students are now in the apartment. The quiet atmosphere Asuna felt had disappeared. The quiet it became noisy and filled with echoes of laughter. The study group session became something else. Naruto was sitting on the same giant pillow, watching their activities. He has to make sure the LS did not do anything dangerous, although he was really exhausted and tired right now. Deciding it was safe, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, hoping doing that will regain his energy. Because of the exhaustion, his mind slowly drifted into sleep. Hey look, Naruto-sensei has fallen asleep. A girl voice came, though he could not tell which one. The noisy room had become quiet, only a few murmurs and whispers among the girls. He looked so handsome right now, the girls commented before giggling. I wonder if he has girlfriend. What are you doing? One of the girls asked suddenly. Chure, of course. The voice became blur as his mind went blank. He felt his body been moved suddenly by itself and he heard a loud squeals. It was then he completely falls asleep. Naruto smiled as he got up. The sky has brightened up and he could see the sun rising from the horizon. Well, I better heading towards the class right now. He took a deep breath and spun around. It was then he saw Negi adding towards the teacher's office hastily. Negi, wait up. Ooh, I guess I wasn't much help to her. Negi sighed. Oni-chan help me. Naruto chuckled as Negi continued sighing. They are now in the teacher's office. The school had just starting as soon as they arrived in that office. I wonder if a 10-year-old boy like me can really be a teacher, Negi wondered himself. Naruto smiled and put a reassuring hand at Negi's shoulder. The bespectacled kid looked at him confusedly. Don't worry, I think you can be a good teacher, he said. Besides, if you give up now means that you give up on your dreams, right? My dreams? Negi asked, obviously confused. To become a great mage. Naruto said. Don't worry, if you have any problem, we'll solve it together. He smiled. Don't forget, we're class 23A teachers now, right? Ni-san. Negi looked at him and smiled. You're right, I can't give up now. I will do my best as class 23A teacher. He got up from his seat and took his books. It was and they saw the guidance officer and the school's nurse, Shizuna, heading towards them. Good morning, Negi-sensei. Naruto-sensei. She smiled. Good morning, Shizuna-sensei. What is it? Oh, I have the 23A after class list from Takahata-sensei here for you. She handed Naruto the list. What is this after class list? He asked. Takahata-sensei used to give out minor tests, she said. Afterwards, he would give. I see. Asuna-san is poor at English. Negi laughed. Ah, yes, it's already the third semester. So those who get low marks now may be in trouble for the exams, she said as Negi and Naruto nodded. Obviously thinking about something. Maybe I should learn English. Besides, I can help Negi if he can't. Naruto thought. Hey, Negi. He called. Do you have any extra English textbook? He asked. Negi nodded as he took one of the books at the table and gave it to him. Thanks. Anyway, I have to go now. There's something I got to do. He left the teacher's office. Leaving the dumbfounded teachers, he disappeared himself and in a second, he reappeared in a forest not so far from the academy. All right, he smiled to himself as he takes a stance and said a hand seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He shouted as the whole place full of his clones. He smiled as he looked at his clones. Hey, boss. One of the clones called before noticing the books they holding. What's this? They asked. I want you to read and understand this book. He raised his eyebrows when he saw a confused look on their faces. Why should we do that? We can learn new jutsu. Naruto lied, but of course. His clones accept that although they still have a confused look on their face. I'll treat you ramen. He lied again. They cheer in happiness as they begin to read. Naruto let out a big sigh before disappearing again. He reappeared in front of 23A class. Luckily, no one see him. Outside, he can hear Negi talking about having a little test. Smiling, he walked to the door and opened it. Sorry I'm late, he said as he looked around. Surely, there was you, Kaide, Meiki, Kufei, and Asuna. He chuckled when he saw Asuna difficulty to answer the questions, which she noticed. She glared at him before looked away with a huff. His smile widened as he moved towards Negi. Hey Negi, do you think they can do it? He asked. Of course, I think they can do it just fine. Negi said enthusiastically. Naruto nodded and then he saw you heading toward them. I'm done, she said. Already. Negi took the paper and went to mark it. As he marks the paper, Naruto caught you taking a quick glance at him. He also noticed a tinge of red in her cheeks. He got curious by that and decided to ask, but it was then Negi interrupted. Ace-san, you scores 9 marks. You pass, Negi said happily, as he handed the paper to her. See, you can do it. You're clever, Yu-chan. Naruto praised. Yu smiled and blushed slightly. It's because I hate studying, she said. She went back to her seat and grabbed her bag. She bowed to them and got out from the classroom with Haruna and Nodoka, who were waiting for her outside. Sensei, we're done. Kufei, Meiki, and Kaide showed their paper at Negi. Yes, you all got good marks, Negi announced as soon as he finished marking. Yeah, they took their paper and went back to their seat to retrieve their bag. Bye Naruto-sensei, Negi-sensei. Kufei and Meiki bowed and got out from the class. Goodbye Negi-sensei. Kaide bowed her head before facing Naruto. Are you ready to go, Naruto-sensei? She asked suddenly. He looked at her, obviously confused. We promised to show you around the campus. Remember, she said matter-of-factly. Sorry, I forgot. He sweat dropped and scratched his cheeks with his index finger. Hey Negi, I have to go now. It's okay Naruto-ni-san. I can handle it. Besides, Asuna is the only one left, Negi said. Naruto nodded as he went to Asuna. Keep up the good work, Asuna-chan. He teased as she blushed in anger and embarrassment. He laughed as he and Kaide got out from the class. Good evening, Naruto-sensei. Fuka and Fumika, who came out of nowhere, greeted him. Hey Fumika-chan, Fuka-chan. He smiled and greeted them back. So, what's the plan for today? Walking tour. We plan to just showing you around the area and the important places in the campus, Naruto-sensei. Kaide answered as he nodded. Hey, did you give it to Naruto-sensei? Fumika asked her obviously confused twin. The map, oops, I forgot. Fuka giggled as she took out the map from her pocket. Takahata-sensei told us to give it to you. He said it might be useful to you. She handed the map to Naruto. Thanks. He put the map into his pocket. All right then, let's go, he declared, motioning the girls to lead the way. So, where are we going next? Naruto asked with his hands at the back of his neck. They are now walking around the campus ground. How about we show you the gym? Kaide suggested. That's the place where men always go, right? Sure, let's go, he exclaimed. But shouldn't we wait for those two? Where are they going anyway? He said as he looked around. The twins had always giggling and walking ahead of him but then disappeared. In a second, they reappeared again and disappearing again. I'm sure they heard us and will be heading there now, Dogozuru, she continued. Probably laying more traps for us now. Naruto tilted his head to the side, obviously confused. Traps? He asked as Kaide nodded. I'm surprised though, you're not falling for any of their pranks. Pranks? He replied, honestly puzzled. She nodded. Eden pointed her index finger backward. He followed where her finger pointed and saw paint splattered everywhere, pitfall traps, nets, and trip wires not so far from them. I didn't notice that. Kaide surprised more than confused. She saw he was avoiding, jumping, and dodging from the trap while he didn't even notice it. She didn't say anything, so they simply continued on their way. A few minutes and many dodged trap later, they arrived at the gym to find it mainly filled with middle school girls. The girls blushed when he passing through them as he being shown around. This is the middle school's gym, Kaide explained as the twins sulked behind them. At one time, 21 different clubs could practice in here, so it can get kind of busy. There is the gym area upstairs. It has weightlifting, running machines, and plenty of other training equipment. Okay then, where to next? The day were spent as they showed Naruto what Kaide thought was the more important parts of the school, which widely ranged from the pool to the cafeteria to the labs, dorms and everything in between. They're now on the way to their final destination, according to them. Naruto was walking slowly before the twins dragged him. The Narutaki twins, while short, were much faster than he thought, but he and Kaide could still easily keep up with them. A few minutes later, they arrived in a large area not so far from the World Tree. They heading straight to it and quickly making their way through the courtyard in front of it. The twins let go of Naruto's hand once they reached under the World Tree. This is our final destination, Dogozuru. What do you think, Naruto-sensei? Fuka asked excitedly. Great, he said, although he had been here before. Wait until you see this. The twins moved toward the tree and they began to climb. Naruto and Kaide following them from behind. They all stopped and stood on one of the lower branches, which was high enough to give a full view of the town. One he recognized as what he saw a few days ago. The next hour, they were vying for his attention as they pointed out every place in their sight. They also enthusiastically told him all about the world tree and its legends. Something the girls seemed very interested in, especially the love confession rumors. They were enjoying themselves while watching the sunset before they heard a grumble as the girls stared at the source of the noise. Guess I'm hungry, he laughed awkwardly, causing the girls to laugh loudly. Well, I guess the tour is finally over. Do you want to go anywhere else, Naruto-sensei? Kaide asked as soon as they finished laughing. He shook his head lightly. Let's go to the cafeteria then, Fumika suggested as Fuka let out a sigh, embarrassed by her twins' behavior. Naruto nodded as he jumped off the branches and landed on the ground easily, much to the girls' surprise since the branches was high enough to break their bones if they fall. Hurry up, he shouted as walked ahead, leaving the girls struggling to get down quickly. He made his way cafeteria but stopped suddenly when he smelled something delicious not so far from him. He thought that smell came from the nearest food stand called Chow Bao Zi. Naruto-sensei, wait up. The girls finally had caught up with him as they moved closer to him. Hey, it's their food stand. The twins enthusiastically greeted the two young chefs behind the counter. He recognized the students as in his students. It was the dark-haired tied by clip from seat 30, Satsuki Yotsuba, and the dark-haired tied in buns and braids from seat 19. Chao Renshin. Hey, I want some nikumen, Fumika requested as Satsuki gave her a plate of nikumen. Good evening, Naruto-sensei. How was your tour? Chao asked. It was good. I learned a lot about this place, he replied. Unconsciously licked his lips. Here. She gave him some nikumen. I know you're going to like it, Naruto-sensei. It's okay, I don't want it, he declined. Besides, I don't have any money right now, he said as Fuka choked on the nikumen she was eating. I thought you'd be treating us, she said as he let out a sigh. It's okay, Naruto-sensei. This time I treat you, Chao said. Next time you won't get off so easily though. Naruto nodded as he and the others began to eat. He spent the rest of the evening eating the buns and chatting with his students. They walked away after thanking Chao and Satsuki and promised to pay them back. It's getting late. Fumika looked at her wristwatch as Naruto looked at the slightly darkened sky. I guess the tour is over, he continued. Thank you for the tour. I learned a lot about this academy. He smiled as they nodded happily. See you tomorrow, Naruto-sensei. Kaide and the Narutaki twins bowed and started to walk away. Naruto let out a happy sigh before disappeared. In a flash, he reappeared in front of the principal office. Without even bothering to knock the door, he opened it and saw Kanemon sitting on his chair. Yo, old man, he grinned as he moved toward the principal. Kanemon laughed while stroking his long beard. Good evening, Naruto-kun, the principal greeted. How can I help you? There's something I forgot to ask you, Naruto said. It's about where will I be staying? Ho, I'm sorry, that had completely slipped off my mind. The principal then began to mumble to himself. He then looked up to Naruto and asked him, where do you live right now, Naruto-kun? I live with Negi, Asuna-chan and Konoka-chan now, he said. The principal nodded and stroking his beard, obviously thinking about something. Why? He asked. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, it seems I didn't found a suitable place for you, the principal said. So, for now, I suggest you stay with Negi until I find a suitable place for you. Alright, got it, Naruto nodded. Kanemon laughed, glad that he accepted it. Anyway, how's your first day as a teacher? It's great although it's a bit chaotic. Naruto laughed as he recalled the memory. I see. Is there anything bad happening today? The principal asked. No, everything's fine, Naruto said with a reassuring smile as the principal let out a happy sigh. Alright then, he announced. If that everything I almost forgot. When Naruto was preparing to leave, he had realized one important question he'd been meaning to asked. Do you know where I can take a bath? He asked, as he scratched his cheeks with his index finger. Kaname laughed, causing Naruto to blush slightly. Ho ho ho. I'm afraid the only practical place is the dorms. There's a large bath there that all of the female students used. Don't worry, though, as long as you go during class time, you should be safe, he continued. Or you could just use the bathroom at Asuna and Kanoka's room, he suggested. I prefer using their bathroom, Naruto said. I already asked Kanoka to give you a new clothes since your old clothes are damaged, he said as he glanced at Naruto's clothes. Thanks, old man, Naruto grinned, his hands at the back of his head. If that everything, I take my leave for now. He flashed his megawatt grin before disappeared. Kaname sighed as he turned around to face the window. Maybe I should let him stay with her, he wondered as he stared at the full moon. On the way back to the girls' dorms, a loud high-pitched scream disturbed the peaceful night. What's going on? Naruto thought as he sped in that direction. The girls' yelling made her easy to track down and he soon found her down. All dressed in black suits. Two of them were surrounding a long black-haired girl and the other busy trying to catch the girl. Hey bastards, what the hell do you think you're doing? He shouted as two of the men turned around. Hey, look, one of them said. He had a long scar near his eyes. Looks like a hero decided to come out. He grinned evilly as he pulled out a long knife from his jacket. What are we going to do now, boss? The man who was trying to catch the girl asked. He has a spiky hair and a long katana in his hand. Does it matter? The man known as their boss twirled the knife around his hand. Keep watching that girl. He grinned as the other man swung his spiked bat and cracked his knuckles. We'll handle the rest. Without wasting any time, they rushed to Naruto. They swung their weapon at him but he easily dodged it. What the hell? The man with the spiked bat swung again. Naruto dodged and jumped backwards before planting a solid kick at the man's chest, causing him to drop to his knees, coughing blood into his hand. You bastard, I'll kill you. The man with the scar swung his weapon, which Naruto easily dodged it. He punched the man's face, broken his few teeth and knocking him out cold. Naruto smirked before disappeared. Where the hell did he go? The man with the katana asked as he looked around. Turning around, he saw Naruto with a bright blue spinning ball in his hand. Why you? He swung the katana rapidly as Naruto dodged it. The sword, however, managed to leave a small scratch at Naruto's cheeks. Naruto quickly blocked the man's hand and connected his hand contained the energy ball to the man's stomach. Rasengan. The energy ball spun around with increased velocity, sending the man spiraling into the wall. Hey, are you okay? He asked the girl. The girl was obviously frightened but she gave shaky nods anyway. Why did they attack you anyway? He asked. As she trying to answer his question, he interrupted. Think you can walk to your dorm? The girl nodded as they got out from the alley. Who are you? She asked. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the new teacher. He told her. Thank you so much, Naruto-sensei. She bowed before ran away to the girls' dorms. Naruto looked at the alley and the three unconscious men before walked away. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of Asuna, Negi, and Kanoka's room. He knocked the door once before opening the door. He saw them already wore their pajamas. Welcome back, Naruto-sensei. Kanoka greeted him. Welcome back, Naruto-ni-san. Negi greeted. Naruto smiled as he put down his large scroll beside the coach. Oh, the idiotic pervert has come back. Asuna, who was sitting on the chair, said sarcastically. Hey Asuna-chan, did you miss me? He asked, causing her to blush. She glared hard at him before continued doing her work on the table. He chuckled and went closer to her. What are you doing anyway? He asked. Please don't disturb her, Naruto-ni-san, she's doing the after-class test right now. I thought she already did that. Naruto asked as he took a seat on the giant pillow next to Kanoka. Yes, but she got low marks. But this time, I'm sure she can get good marks. Negi explained. Naruto did not say anything but only nodded. Okay, it's all done. Asuna got up from the chair and handed the after-class paper tests to Negi. Come on, get marking. Negi nodded quickly and went to mark the papers as she excitedly waiting for him at the coffee table. A few minutes later, Negi come back, a sweat formed on his face. Ah, Kanoka noticed his difficulty, so she came closer to him. She giggled once she looked at the test papers, causing Asuna to blush slightly. How's my score? She grabbed the papers from his hand. She quickly looked at her score and surely, she still got low marks. She became more embarrassed when Naruto laughed. It's not like Naruto can do it better than me, she defended herself. I bet he didn't even know English. Of course I can do it better than you, Asuna-chan. Naruto said, gaining the others' attention. Hey Negi, do you have any extra test paper? Negi nodded and gave him the test paper. Naruto-ni-san, you can do it? He asked. Naruto closed his eyes as he felt his clones disappeared. Besides, I thought you didn't know English. All right, I'm done, Naruto said as he handed the paper to Negi. What? That's fast, Asuna said disbelieving. Kanoka nodded, thinking the same. Naruto-ni-san, you got full marks, Negi said as soon as he finished marking. Asuna grabbed the paper from his hand. Wow, Naruto-sensei, I didn't know you were good at English, Kanoka praised, as Naruto grinned happily. Yeah, but he still. How was your day, Naruto-ni-san? Negi asked after he slid into the futon. Naruto stifled a yawn and stretched his hands before settled it at the back of his neck. It's a long tired day. With that, he fell into sleep, leaving a dumbfounded kid, wondering about what he meant. Yada. I like to thank those who reviewed the previous chapter and sorry for the late update. Exam is really killing me. There is not much to say but for the pairing. I will keep the poll until a few. Reminder. Naruto in this story liked to flirt and tease, but he's not a pervert. I think that is all. Happy RNR_. Oh yeah, I need beta reader, so if anyone interested. PM me. Another day in Mahora. Where am I? Naruto wondered as a bright light blinded his sight. He closed his eyes as the bright light slowly faded away. Except, the light has disappeared from his sight. He opened his eyes. Ah! He let out a sigh as he moved forward. What do you want, Kyuubi no Baka? He asked. He was now in his mindscape, in front of. Fool. The nine-tailed fox let out a massive growl, shaking the surrounding. Naruto however remained silent as he raised his eyebrows. What do you want actually? He continued. Why did you summon me here anyway? He asked. The nine-tailed demon fox let out a growl less stronger than before. I want you to stop from doing anything that can cause injury to yourself back. The nine-tailed fox continues, remember. You're not fully recovered yet. Hearing that, Naruto let out a sigh and crossed his arm over his chest. Is that all? He said. The nine-tailed fox's red eyes flashed angrily as it let out a growl. Listen here you fool, you do know that my existence depends on your pathetic life, right? I know. That's why I'm fight, Naruto said calmly. When I woke up, I'm in a world that I didn't know. I didn't know why I'm in this place. Hell, I didn't even know what happened to me. He let out a small sigh. I'm scared. He continued. But I brave myself. I want to know what happened to me, my friends and the others. So I ignored all the pain and started wandering in this place and to learn the truth. My friends and the others had gone. That's when I noticed I was alone. He lowered his eyes to his feet. It was like having a nightmare. I want to wake up from this dream. But this is the reality. However, he smiled. As I continue searching, I found something that I thought lost. Friends. Fine. If something happened, I won't take any responsibility. As soon as the demon fox spoke, Naruto felt his sight went blurrier and darker. Yeah, whatever. He let out a small chuckle as he lost his sight and his mind went blank. Kyuubi no Baka. A sound of rustling and footsteps was the first sound he heard when he woke up. While yawning with his eyes closed, he slowly got up from his place. After stretching his hands, he opened his left eyes while his right hand rubbing against his right eyes. While adjusting to his surrounding, he saw Negi and Kanoka already in their uniform, preparing their stuff before going to school. However, he did not saw Asuna anywhere. Judging the color of the cloud and sky, he assumed that she's doing her part-time job right now. Oh, good morning Naruto-ni-san. Good morning, Naruto-sensei. Kanoka and Negi greeted when they noticed he had woke up. You woke up early today. Hey, he yawned lightly as he moved closer to them. It was then he noticed. Kanoka was holding something at her arms. What's that? He asked. Oh, this. She gave it to him. Grandpa asked me to give this suit to you yesterday. But I kinda forgot about it. She giggled. Naruto smiled as he inspects the suit. It was a full black suit. Along with it was a black tie and a pair of leather shoes. Wow, this is a nice suit. Negi commented as Naruto nodded. Well, I should get ready too. He hung the suit at the nearby chair and ran toward the bathroom hurriedly. He didn't even notice the panicked face of Negi and Kanoka. Ah, don't go ins. Negi was too late. Naruto already arrived at the bathroom's door. He opened the door quickly without delaying. What he saw caused him to paralyze at his place. The bathroom was filled with mist from the hot water. In front of him as Asuna without wearing a single clothes. This also caused the orange-haired girl to paralyze at her place as her face went redder and redder every second. I forgot to tell you, Naruto-sensei. Asuna was using that bathroom, Kanoka giggled. Naruto however was too stunned to reply back. Why you? A lot veins started to form on Asuna's head. Naruto could only sweating as he felt. Idiotic pervert. Naruto let out a long sigh as he rubbed his reddened cheeks after being punched by the orange-haired girl. He was just arrived in the middle school teacher's lounge along with Negi. They're now making their way to Negi's desk. Negi took a seat on the chair while Naruto leaning at the side of the desk. It's just, I'm sorry Naruto-ni-san. I'll make sure she apologized to you, he said before moving his seat at the desk. It was then he noticed a piece of wrapped paper near the row of books. What's this? He wondered, gaining Naruto's attention. He unwrapped the paper and read it. Thank you sensei. That was the only word wrote on that paper. No name, class or others wrote. That paper however was decorated and colorful. I wonder who sent this letter. Negi said, gesturing his hand to Naruto to take the paper from him. Naruto took the paper and inspecting it. Maybe this was for you, Naruto-ni-san. I don't know. Naruto shook his head while continue inspecting the paper. A letter from secret admirer maybe. They turned their head to the source of the voice. It was coming from Shizuna, the school's guidance counselor and nurse that was heading toward them. Good morning. She greeted. What are you doing? She asked. Good morning. Naruto smiled and greeted back. It's nothing. He wrapped the paper and stuffed it inside his pocket. Can I help you, Shizuna-san? Negi asked. Actually, I come here to ask about your teacher's training, she said. Have you got the feel for teaching yet? Oh, not yet, he smiled and sweat dropped slightly. I'm younger than everyone else in my class, so I tend to get treated as a kid. No one ever comes to me for advices or anything, he laughed. Hee, well it can't be helped, can it? She said as the conversation continued. Yuto who was quiet along the conversation looked at them confusedly. He began, getting their attention. What's teacher training? His question remained unanswered when the teacher's lounge door opened and slammed at the wall hardly by Maki and a slight gray shoulder-length haired girl from seat 5, Ako Izumi. They walked hastily to them. Naruto-sensei, Negi-sensei, they called. Hey calm down. What happened? Naruto asked. There's a fight in the school grounds. Ako said in half crying. This made him quickly moved away from the desk, a slightly panicked expression can be seen on his face. Take a look at this wound Naruto-sensei. Maki showed her scratched right hand and forehead. Help us sensei. With a single nod, he quickly moved and got out from the teacher's lounge room. Wait up Naruto-ni-san. Negi quickly got up from his seat and gave chase after him. Wait for us Naruto-sensei. The girls shouted as they gave chase after Naruto. After they got out from the building, Naruto without delay, disappearing himself in front of the others and the students who was passing by. Whoa, what happened? Maki asked. Did he just disappeared? How did he do that? Ako asked. While glancing around searching for him. Where are they right now? Negi asked, catching his breath desperately. Come on, we'll show you. Seconds later, Naruto appeared behind the bush near the school ground. He began to search around the school ground to find the girls. Where are they? He wondered. It was then he heard loud voices of girls squealing not so far from him. Kya, he's so cute. A 10-year-old teacher. You're kidding. This is the 10-year-old teacher we've been hearing about. 10-year-old teacher. Negi. He wondered as he walked toward the source. Not so far from him. He saw the long-tied black-haired from seat 6, Akira Ukauchi, the one-sided tied shoulder-length brown-haired girl from seat 2, Yuna Akashi, Maki and Ako. In front of them was Negi. He was Bine, hugged and surrounded by a group of students wearing a black uniform. Naruto-sensei. Yuna and Akira called him. What's going on? He asked as soon he arrived near the black uniform students. Why, you're... One of the girls dropped her hands from Negi's head slightly. So handsome. Half of the girls rushed toward him. He and Negi are now completely surrounded by the girls. Some asked them questions, some trying to touch and hug them, and some of them even trying to strip off their clothes. Are you the another new teacher we've been hearing rumors about? One the girls asked. Naruto, however, too stunned to reply. Is it true you're barely on our ages? Another girls asked him. The girls, however, finally have mercy for him. They back away slightly from him. He took a deep breath before replied back. Yes, he said as the girls mumbled among themselves. Do you have girlfriend? One of the girls asked. Naruto noticed this question already been asked by one of his students before, but he decided to answer the question. No. His answer causing the girls to squeal and come even closer to them while blushing giddily. He backed away a little and shot a glance at Negi. Sure enough, Negi was in the difficulty same as him. Cut it out, old hag. Just when the idea of disappearing in front of them coming in Naruto's head, a volleyball slammed hardly on one of the girls that hugged Negi. What the hell? They turned their head toward the one who threw the ball. It was Asuna and the class president, Ayaka. Asuna-san. Ayaka-san. Negi called out happily. This place has always been used by Class 2A. Might we ask that you old ladies vacate the premises? Ayaka chuckled. Too much physical exertion can't be healthy for such old ladies. What do you say? The black uniform. Students backed away from Naruto and Negi and moved closer to Asuna and Ayaka. Wait. Negi quickly came to their side. Picking on others isn't nice. I'm a teacher and I'm going to get mad. He avenued his hands desperately as the others' sweat dropped. Almost all of them considered his action as cute rather than scary. Asuna let out a sigh before spoke up. Anyway, you guys had better get out of here. Just because you're seniors doesn't give you the right to push others around, she said. Hey, you talk big but you're just kid. One of the senior students who had a long black hair smirked. You'd better do as your senpai says. Asuna Kagarazaka. Kids like you should go play in some little corner of their own, she said as Asuna flinched slightly. And what's more, she held Negi and Naruto closer. Isn't it a little unfair for your class to have a monopoly on the cute little boy and the good-looking guy? Monopoly. How dare you said that to us? Ayaka clenched her hand. We never do anything that's low. I see. So you don't mind if I take them with us? That girl held Negi closer and planted a kiss on his cheek while another girls caressed Naruto's cheek, causing them to blush furiously. Their action made Asuna and Ayaka furious. They come closer to the senior students until they meet eye to eye. Who'd share with a bunch of grannies like you? You want a piece of this? Damn brat. The situation become worse every second until Naruto decided to interfere. Calm down. We can settle this without fighting, he said. The girls, however, ignored him. It's okay, sensei. You don't have to back up them. You should come with us. We can make your life better than this kid's, the black-haired senior students offered. Since when we make his life worser? The girls was about to start a fight when Asuna and Ayaka's shirt were pulled by someone. They turned their heads sideways to that person that happened to be Takahata. Takahata-sensei, you two are as lively as ever, I see. He smiled. What happened here? He asked. It was them, Takahata-sensei. They pick a fight with us first, said Yuna. I see, he nodded. But I don't approve of fighting amongst girls, you know that right? Yes sir. The girls from 23A class nodded while lowering their head. He let out a small chuckle before turning his head to the senior students. That's same for you too. Shouldn't you act more mature towards the middle schoolers? Quote. Why yes sir. The senior students meekly nodded and let go of Naruto and Negi as well. They sent a glare at the other girls before walked away. Are you two okay? Takahata asked as Naruto and Negi nodded. The girls talked to him a while before walked away, leaving the others behind. These girls dangerous, Naruto said while rubbing his still reddened cheeks, causing Takahata to laugh. You're incredible, Takahata-san. You solved the whole thing in seconds, Negi said with his eyes glittering admirably at the older teacher. How did you do that? That was nothing. The girls was nice but stubborn at the same time. Just give them some time, alright. He laughed. Stuff like this is pretty common. He ruffled Negi's hair before walked away. Give them some time, huh? Naruto chuckled as he watched Takahata slowly disappears from his sight. Well, I'll do my best so. This thing can't be happening again. Negi nodded and laughed as well. I'll better do my best too, he said. Naruto smirked as he held Negi and ruffled his hair roughly. Anyway, where are you going now? Naruto asked as soon as he let go of Negi. That question made Negi's eyes widen slightly as he looked at his watch. Ah, I'm late. See you later, Naruto-ni-san. He waved his hands and ran ahead, leaving Naruto alone. Hey Negi, he called, but it was worthless because the bees' spectacled teacher was already out from his sight. Damn, that was fast. His sweat dropped. Well, I better go too. Instead of disappearing, he walked to the middle school teacher's lounge. He was about to take a seat on Negi's chair when a female teacher called him suddenly. Good morning, Naruto-kun. She called as Naruto smiled. Good morning, can I help you? He asked. He raised his eyebrows when he saw she handed him a paper with a note in it. What's this? One of the teacher didn't come due to sickness. You were asked to fill in, she explained before taking her leave. He nodded as he read the noted paper. This is my class, he said as he read more. PE class. Yes, make sure you come to fill in, alright, she said before walked away to her table. He took off his coat, leaving him wearing a long white shirt and a black tie. Let's see, he looked at the clock hanging across the room. Damn, I'm late. He quickly left the middle school teacher's lounge and head to the 23A class. A conversation could be heard outside the class. Chure was so cute. I wonder how he gonna react when he saw. Without wasting any time, Naruto opened the door without even bother to knock it. Sorry, I'm late. He couldn't finish his word when he suddenly paralyzed in his place once more in that day. In front of him was almost all of the girls wearing nothing except their undergarments. On the girls' side, as soon as they noticed him, some of them was as same as him, completely paralyzed, some of them are blushing furiously and few of them didn't even bother and continued to exchange their PE clothes. It was silence all the time, only the sounds from the other classes could be heard. Was the only thing he said as he collected all the strength he could muster at that time. With that strength, he managed to close the door back. Few minutes later was filled with silence, only a sound of clothes rustling and a few murmur could be heard inside. He froze in his place like a bodyguard who guard his boss. You can come in now, Naruto-sensei, that was the only word he heard from them. Hi. This time he knocked the door before opened the door. In front of was a group of students who already changed their clothes. It's okay, Naruto-sensei. It's just, haha. Sorry, he sweat dropped and scratched his cheek with his index finger. Why did you come here anyway? Suna asked as the others nodded and asked the same thing. Yes, your PE teacher didn't come so I come to fill in, he said. So, what did you want to do today? Let's play soccer. Boring. Let's do gymnast instead. I don't want to break any bone today. Troublesome. Then how about silence? The class president, Ayaka shouted. As a class president, I'd decided, volleyball. She smiled and twirled a volleyball's ball at her fingers. Volleyball. Troublesome. Too bad. I want to play soccer. Well, I don't mind playing volleyball. Okay then, let's play volleyball. He girls said as Ayaka laughed over her victory. Asuna just rolled her eyes before got out from the class with Naruto following her from behind along the other girls. It's going to be the end of term's exam soon. So a teacher you can actually discuss stuff would be well you know. Actually, I was looking for someone who's mature, smart, good looking. Oh, I know the right person you know. Along the way, Naruto heard the girls behind him talking about something and then giggled. When the girls noticed he was watching them, they will smiled, giggled or blushed, which Naruto decided to ignore that. After a few minutes of walking, he realized that they're not heading to the gym or the field. Where are we going? He asked. To the roofs, Chao answered. Roofs? Yep. Hu Fei interfered. All. Because this school doesn't have enough courts for all the students. I see. Naruto nodded as they took the last stair to the roofs. As soon as they arrive at the roofs, they saw a group of senior students at the courtyard. Playing volleyball. Ah, we're late. The other students have used this court. Fuka, who was arrived later, let out a disappointed sigh. Her sigh then was heard by the Senio. Our students as they turned their head towards them. Why you? Asuna and Ayaka let out a growl and went closer to them, but Naruto quickly stopped them. Well, we meet again. The senior students Ned to be the senior students they saw earlier. What a coincidence. The long black-haired girl they met earlier smirked. We're here because we got self-recreation time. What about you? Maki asked shakily and desperately. We here for volleyball. It seems we have a double booking here. The girl smirked even wider. Even so, didn't you have a court right next to your dorm? Naruto interfered. You should give back this court to them. Oh, sensei, you shouldn't take their side too much. The girl looked at Naruto with sympathy before looked at the junior students with hatred. What filthy thing you have done to him? Filthy. The class president's head started to form vain. Listen here, old hag. Just because you seniors you can. She stopped talking when she saw someone familiar between the senior students. Her eyes softened. Negi-sensei. What? Asuna pushed Naruto aside, almost caused him to fall on one of the seniors. What the hell are you doing all captured like that, Negi brat? Surely. Negi was standing while waving his hand desperately between the senior students with the student's arm encircled his neck. And no, you see, their PE teacher didn't come, so I had to fill in, he explained. Anyway, this time we were first. So why don't you just back off, Asuna Kagarazaka? Why you? Asuna, let's get HMPH, so you wanna fight? Bring it on, middle school brats. The senior students challenged. I have to stop this before anything bad happen. Naruto decided to interfere their fight before it become more serious. Within a second he transferred himself between the two group with his arms extending, indicating them to stop. He looked at them calmly as the wind swayed his blonde hair, making him look cooler in the girl's eyes. This caused all of the senior students have a nosebleed or blushed furiously just by looking at him. Naruto, of course being so obviously, decided to ignore that and backed away his hand from them. No matter what your dispute is, violence is a wrong way to settle a problem, he said as the senior students meekly nodded. He nodded, and smiled before returning to his students along with Negi, whom the seniors just released from their hand. Whoa, the twins cheered. How did you disappearing like that? Come on, tell us the trick, Naruto-sensei. Trick? That's pretty impressive, Naruto-sensei. You praised as the other nodded. Naruto-ni-san, you were so cool back there. Negi looked at Naruto with a new shine in his eyes. That's nothing. He scratched his cheeks with his index finger embarrassingly. Imbecile. The nine-tailed fox spoke suddenly. Hey Kyuubi, so what make you decided to talk to me all of a sudden? Naruto said sarcastically. Fool, did you forget you're supposed to hide your real identity? The Kyuubi let out a sigh, leaving a dumbfounded blonde. Crap. His sweat dropped at his carelessness on hiding his identities all along. Oi, idiotic pervert. Asuna bonked his head with her fist hardly. What's up with you? She asked as Naruto held his head in pain. That's hurt. He shot her. Negi called us. She pointed her finger at the middle of the court. At the middle of the court, Negi and all of the students are talking about something. I see. Let's go. Naruto nodded as they walked toward the others. Hey, Asuna said suddenly. Yeah, he asked, raising his eyebrows slightly. That was a good job on stopping us from fighting. She looked away, her cheeks reddened slightly. HMPH, thanks. He smiled. His smile, however, slowly turned into smirked. Falling for me, Asuna-chan. What? Asuna's face turned into bright red. Idiotic pervert. She punched him but he easily avoided it. He laughed and walked quickly to Negi, leaving a frustrated orange-haired girl. How about this? We'll have a sporting contest between the two classes to solve this misunderstanding. Negi suggested. This way we can get all exercise and there's no need to fight. That's a great idea. How about this? The senior student leader spoke. If we lose, we leave here with no quarrels and we'll never bother you guys at lunchtime again. How's that sound? Even so, our ages and bodies are totally different. You have a point there. You guys are no match for us at volleyball, she said sarcastically. Alright, how about we play dodgeball instead? She continued. There's 11 on us, we'll take on all 22 girls on your side. You're on. Let's do it. Of course, there's conditions. She grabbed Negi by her hand while the other student held Naruto's arm. If we win, we're taking your teachers to be our very own personal teachers. What? The class president, Ayaka growled. How dare you to defile Negi's innocent mind? How filthy. Why yes. Nodoka, who was being quiet all the time, spoke up. I mean we can't let they do anything bad to Negi-sensei and Naruto-sensei. You're going to lose, old hag. Asuna growled. Oh my, it's sure going to be great. Kanoka giggled. With that, the dodgeball tournament between the 2D class from Mahora Academy St. Ursula Senior Girls High School and the 2A class from Mahora Academy Main Campus, middle grade girls begin. The court was divided into two, the student group each on the side. On the middle grade girls' side, there's a cheerleaders cheering for them as they act to support them. Naruto, who was sitting on the wall, also cheering for them. Do your best 2A class. He cheered before looking around him. Next to him was a gray shoulder-length haired girl from seat 31, Zazie Rainy Day. Below him was Kaide, a dark skin and a black length-haired girl, Mana Tatsumiya, and a single ponytail long black-haired girl from seat 15, Setsuna Sakurazaki, sitting against wall. There's also the cheerleaders. The long violet-haired girl from seat 7, Misa Kakizaki, who was the leader of the cheerleaders, the shoulder-length black-haired girl from seat 11, Madoka Kujimaya, and the yellow shoulder-length haired girl from seat 17, Sakurako Shina. Near them was the long slightly green-haired girl, Chachimaru Karakuri, and the long blonde-haired, Evangeline A.K. McDowell, sitting on the floor. Don't you want to join in as well? He asked as Setsuna shook her head. This is pointless. She let out a long sigh as Kaide laughed while Mana smirked. Oh, what about you two? He asked Eva and Chachimaru. Unnecessary. That was the only answer coming from Chachimaru's deadpan face. Why did you? Shut up, Whiskers. Eva interrupted, stopping him from talking immediately. Mana and Kaide looked at them both before broke into a laugh. Eva smirked before continued doing her work. Don't get upset by that, Naruto-sensei. Kaide said. She's harsh but kind sometimes, Dogozuru, she said as Naruto meekly nodded. But Eva kinda right, you know. Misa said as soon as they stopped, gaining other attention. That whisker-like mark looked kinda real to me, she said as she and the other came closer to Naruto. Well, it's birthmark. He touched his whisker mark at his cheek. He, however, sweat dropped when the girls came closer to him. What? Can I touch it? Sakurako asked as he began. Sweat dropped. Sure. Go ahead. He smiled. Yeah. Sakurako was about to touch his whiskers until Misa's hand stopping her from reaching his face. Hey, what are you doing? Now, I have a good idea. Misa smirked. How about this? She turned her head toward the single girl leaning against the wall and smiled evilly. We let Setsuna here touch Naruto-sensei adorable whiskers and then tell us how good was it. Wait. What? Setsuna quickly got up, her face burning crimson. Why did I have to do that? Now Setsuna-chan, I don't think Naruto-sensei would mind, right sensei? Misa asked. Sure, I don't mind. Naruto as usual, just dumbly nodded. But I don't want to, she muttered, her face less redder than before. Can you ask someone else to do it? She asked desperately to Misa. Nope, come on, just do it. Misa said as she pushed Setsuna closer to Naruto. Setsuna blushed at her closeness to Naruto, which caused her hand to shake slightly. However, Naruto noticed our difficulty, so he grabbed her finger suddenly. What are you doing, Naruto-sensei? She asked shakily. I'm helping you out. He whispered and winked at her as he put her finger to his cheek. So, what do you think? He asked. It feels real. She unconsciously began to caress his cheeks as he smiled. After that, she removed her finger from his cheek before back away her hand and turned around. Only to find her friends looking at her with meaningful looks and smiles. What? She asked. Did you enjoy that, Setsuna? Misa asked, causing her to blush. Stop that. She looked away and let out a sigh, causing them to laugh. I'm sorry, we're just kidding, Setsuna. Misa stopped laughing and wiped out her tear with her finger before returning to her normal state. Anyway, is that true, Naruto-sensei? She asked. Yeah, do you want to touch it too? He asked as the girls nodded. The girls went and touched while commenting his whiskers mark. After a while, they began to move away from him. ND started to talk about his whiskers with each other. Naruto looked at them weirdly. Normally, people would hate to see his appearances and sometimes even wish for him to vanish and disappear. But in this place, it's different and he slightly began to like this place. However, he decided to stop his daydreaming. He focused his mind to the tournament. Only to find half of his student disappointingly walking to his place. He jumped off from the wall and quickly rushed to their side. What happened? Did you get hurt? He asked while glancing at them. Naruto-sensei. We're out from that game. The older sister of the twins. Fuka sighed. What? He said, sounding slightly disbelieving. Their numbers was twice the number of their opponent, so it was. Girl he saw in front of him, he assumed. The senior student was no ordinary opponent. You guys rest here. I'll go check on them. With that he ran to the court and saw his students in difficulty. Just as soon as he arrived at the court, he felt a strong wind blew around them. This wind, hey Negi brat, he saw Asuna called Negi before came closer to him and bonked his head. So that was his work, huh? I thought so. He smiled as he watched they talking about something. Sorry guys, the rest is up to you. Asuna smiled and getting ready to leave the court. By watching her conditions, he knew she was injured. Are you okay, Asuna? He asked as she just shrugged before nodded. Without Asuna, we're done for. Akko said. Tears started to form in her eyes. It's the end for us. Maki said, doing the same as Akko. Everyone, don't give up, Negi said suddenly, immediately stopped them. Didn't you just hear what Asuna-san said before? He asked. If you just turn around and run, you'll become target, he continued. If you'd face the other team and the ball, you might be able to catch it. He smiled as the other looked at him disbelieving. So let's give our best. Negi-sensei. Negi. Naruto smiled as he watched Negi-suche. SS fully managed to get everyone motivated again. You can do it, guys. I believe in you, he shouted and smiled. His word has made them even more motivated. Naruto-sensei. Maki smiled. They're right. If we lose, they'll take Negi-kun and Naruto-kun away, she said as the girls cheered. Naruto smiled as he watched Asuna get out from the court. Good luck. That was the only word she said as she walked past him. Good luck, he asked her, but she didn't answer it. Deciding it was nothing, he continued to watch the tournament. It was then he slowly started to understand what she meant. Could it be, we have something to said? Maki said suddenly, surprised him slightly. What is it? Deciding to give up already? The black-haired senior student who seemed to be the senior student's leader said as the other laughed. We would like Naruto-ni-san to be on our team. Negi said. I knew it. Naruto smiled. The senior looked at them and Naruto before talking to each other closely. After that, they separated and back to their position. Fine, you can do what you want, but if you lose both of your teachers or ours. The senior's leader said as Negi's team cheered in happiness. Chao and Deku Fei ran outside the court and grabbed Naruto's hand. We're hoping you can lead us to victory, Naruto-sensei. They said. What should we do, Naruto-sensei? You asked. He assumed that question as meant to ask by all of them to him since they're looking at him expectantly. Well, how am I supposed to say this? He scratched his cheek with his index finger. Each of you has your own specialty. If you use your specialty, I'm sure we can win this match. He smiled. Even so, I believe in you guys, he said as everyone nodded. All right, let's go everyone. They cheered before rounding them's elves in circle and talking about something. Fufu, you just don't know when to give up. You guys are going to lose for sure. The senior students laughed. Hey, teachers, we're already prepared high school textbooks for you. The other students mocked. Hey, it was pointless for middle schoolers to try and go up against high school students in the first place. It was ridiculous. 5 seconds rule. All of the senior students looked at the one who said that, the shy-looking girl, Nodoka, who was blushing at the looks she received when she said that, and the one who blew the whistle. What? The senior students asked. The rulebook says that it's hand over the ball, you said blankly, making the senior students become more annoyed. What the hell are you talking about? You even don't have rulebook with you. One of the senior students said angrily. How would that I always carry a compilation rulebook with me. Nodoka pulled out the rulebook and showed it to them. Damn rat. They growled over their defeat before passing the ball to the middle school students, which Nodoka took it. Just because we're younger than them, they can push us down. It's rude. You looked away from the senior students to her teammates that passing the ball at each other. Actually, you're not meant to pass between teammates either. But they were doing it too. She let out a long sigh as Naruto chuckled. It's okay, Yu-chan. Just do as we planned, he said. Yu only nodded and returning to her position. The game was continued as Akira threw the ball hardly and managed to get one player from the senior team out from the game. Don't get cocky over a weak throw like that. One of the senior students who got the ball throw it hardly to the panicked Akko. Surprisingly, she kicked the ball back and hit one of their opponent as the ball bounced back to their team. That's our soccer club manager for you. A breakthrough shot. Yuna looked up and spotting the ball in the air. Now my turn. She jumped and grabbed the ball. Dunk shot. She threw the ball and hit another opponent. Yuna's in the basketball club, isn't she? Kanoka giggled. The senior student's leader growled as the ball come to her. She was about to grab it until a long ribbon wrapped around the ball, pulling it back to the opposing team. What the ribbon was actually coming from Maki. She kept swinging the ball. That was wrapped around the ribbon and hit several of opposing team members. Hey, don't tell me that's not against He rule. The senior student's leader asked. No, it's not, Naruto answered and winked. Since this is only a friendly match and it's not official match, the main purpose of this match is just for fun. He smiled as he saw that student growled in defeat. He watched his students continued playing. He covered his eyes with his hand as the wind blew past him. The wind was kind of strong today, huh? He said as he remembered something about himself. His wind affinity. It's been long time since I'm practiced my skill. It's must getting rusty, huh? He said as he remembering himself to take some time to practice. You said something, Naruto ni-san. Negi asked, who seemed has heard his word. No, it's nothing. Naruto smiled as Negi nodded. It was then they saw the girls cheered in happiness. What happened? He asked. We won. The girls cheered as they come closer to them. We did it, sensei. Naruto looked at board and saw the girls scored 10-3, means their team had won. It's all thanks to you, Naruto sensei. Yuna said. Why yeah. Nodoka and everyone else nodded. Naruto however shook his head. No, it was your effort that you won. I'm just watching and telling you what to do. That's all. He smiled as they nodded and continued cheering. Not bad for, yeah, whatever. He laughed as she walked to the girls. I wonder when she was going to stop calling me that. He wondered. It was then he felt a strong wind that turned to be the ball passing through him and coming to the girls. Mainly Asuna. He noticed Negi saw that earlier than him and running to Asuna. Asuna-san, look out. Negi called as he blocked Asuna from getting hit by the ball. Suddenly, in a blink, they saw Naruto standing in front of them as he held out his hand. Naruto-sensei. The girls called him. A worried expression spread across their faces. Naruto only smirked as he catch the ball with ease. The ball however keeps spinning at his hand. It was then his memory decided to betray him. A memory when he decided to practice his skill flashed through his mind. He accidentally channeled his wind chakra to the ball, causing the ball to launch back to the senior students while spinning fastly. Damn it. He was about to intercept the ball, but it was too late. The senior student's leader caught the ball in surprise. The wind from the ball, however, stripped each one of the senior students down to their undergarments, causing Naruto to stop moving and looked away to hide his blush. Damn it. What the hell was that? The senior students blushed and hugging themselves to hide their bodies. They ran to the door quickly and went downstairs. We won't forget this. With that, the senior students was out from their view, much to Naruto relieved. It was silent until the girls suddenly cheered. That was awesome, Naruto-sensei. They cheered as they moved closer to him. What kind of special shot was that? It's pretty strong, Dogozuru. Kaide commented. See, I told you he can disappear. Maki said to the other girls as they talk about it more. Well, Naruto looked away from the girls and saw Negi and Asuna walking closer to him. Aren't you the hero today? She smiled. No, I'm just lucky, he chuckled. How did you do that, Naruto-ni-san? Negi asked as Naruto came closer to him. That was one of ninja technique, he whispered as Negi nodded. Asuna, who was watching them, raised her eyebrows and looked at them weirdly but decided to shrug it off and ignore that. It was then, the bell rang. Marked the end of their PE class. Let's go. We're going to get ready for the next subject. Asuna called them as they nodded. They walked to the door and went downstairs. After a few minutes of walking, they finally arrived in front of their class. The girls bowed before walked into their class, leaving the teachers alone. On the way, Naruto and Negi talked to each other while walking to the middle school teacher's lounge. Few minutes later, they arrived in front of the teacher's lounge. Where are you going, Naruto-ni-san? Negi asked when he saw Naruto walking in different direction than him. I'm going to take a walk around the campus, Naruto continued. Besides, I have nothing to do right now, so I guess it's better if I take a walk around Mahora. There's still some place I don't know yet, he said as Negi nodded and went inside the teacher's lounge. He smiled as he took out a map from his pocket. Now, where should I go first? After leaving the middle school teacher's lounge, Naruto walked through the corridors of the school into every place he could go until he found himself in a forest. Where am I? He glanced through the environment as he noticed the forested lane somehow connected to some place. He continued walking through the forested lane. After a while, he arrived in front of a cottage made almost entirely of wood. Whose place is this? He wondered. He was about to take a step forward but stopped suddenly as his sweat dropped. I don't know, this place kinda creepy, he said as a lot of assumption entered his mind as he backed away. See, could it be this is AG ghost house? A sound of wolf howling confirmed his suspicion. Within a second, he transferred himself to some sort of small island in Mahora. He took a moment to catch his breath. Imbeciles. I can't believe you're my container, the Kyuubi said. Shut up. After taking a long deep breath, he took out his map from his pocket. Okay, right now I'm at, he moved his sight fro. The map and saw the surrounding that amazed him. Mahora Academy's library island, he said, completely awed by the size of the library. Although the girls had shown this place to me, I never stopped getting amazed by this place. He continued. I wonder how many books in this place. He shook his head and take a look at his map. Okay then, where should I go next? With that, he spent his time exploring Mahora to every place he could go. After a long while, Naruto finally arrived at his final destination, the observation deck. On the way, he saw the sky has turned slight darker, means that it's almost sunset. I better hurry, he said as he ran to the observation deck. As soon as he arrived, he saw a few girls lining against the rail while watching something. He walked to the rail to see what they saw. Whoa, he said as he saw the image that the students had saw. It turned out that from the observation deck, one can see a complete view of Mahora. He smiled as he trying to recognize part of Mahora, such as the university and the research facilities, middle school and high school campus, library island and many more. Luckily, it was the beginning of sunset that had made the view become even more beautiful. He leaned against the wall and enjoying another day in Mahora himself as the sun slowly disappeared from the horizon. Yada. I like to thank those who reviewed the previous chapter and sorry for the late update. Internet problem and etc. About the pairing, the result was intrigued me. Whatever it is, make sure to vote alright. Happy RNR_0. The Great Library Rescue Expedition. Their respective owner. If I did own Naruto and Negima, it would be the greatest thing ever happened in my life. W. Naruto took a deep breath before jumping backward a few meters away. With his head slightly cocked, bangs covering his eyes, he waited for his enemy's next move. Dodging another kick and punching from the enemies that coming from all direction, he jumped upward while smirking. He performed hand seal that created 2 clones. Take this, bastard, he shouted as he and his clone grabbed another clone. Bunshin Tayatari. He launched that clone toward the enemies. The clone raw, mmed hardly at the enemies as they shouted in pain. Damn it! The rest of the enemies rushed toward Naruto, kicking and punching him. Naruto smirked as he easily dodged it. The fight continues for a while until all the enemies are defeated. Naruto smiled as he walked towards his enemy. Man, you're weak. You're not even my level. He laughed as his enemies scowled. You really need to improve yourself. You are too weak, he commented as they scowled again. Talk to yourself, one of the enemies glared. After all, we are your clone, damn it. The enemies that turned out to be Naruto's clone owled again before disappearing in a big smoke, leaving Naruto alone bragging about his achievement. Anyway, that was a good exercise. He stretched his arms before leaning against a wall while looking at the sky. He was now at the courtyard at the roof on top of the Mahora Middle School girls' dorm. The sky still slightly dark and he saw the sun starting to rise. He woke up early than Negi, Kono, Ka and Asuna today to practice his skill. After felt his energy has recovered and taking a deep breath, he walked downstairs to their room. Along the way, he saw the other girls have woke up and getting ready for the school. The girls blushed as they greeted him, which he gladly greeted back cheerfully. Sometimes, he blushed and looked away when he saw some girls changing their clothes without even bother to close the door. He reminded himself to practice more early so this doesn't happen anymore as he continued his way to Negi's room. He opened the door slowly upon reaching the room. He saw the others getting ready for school. Good morning. He greeted with a smile as he let the door open. Good morning, Naruto ni-san. Negi greeted back as his sling his belonging on his back. Naruto was about to talk when Asuna interfered. Where are you going? We're going to be late, she asked as she walked past him along with Konoka and Negi. Naruto raised his eyebrows as he walked in and changed into his black suit. Hurry up, Naruto-sensei, Konoka shouted. Her voice seemed far away, meaning that they have gone ahead and leaving him. Naruto quickly changed his shoes and closing the door before chased them. Wah, it doesn't take long to get warm by running like this. Konoka giggled as she skating with her roller skate while the others kept running. They're now running in the middle of HOR. Div middle and high schooler racing to the school not so far from them. But I'm amazed by you, Naruto-sensei, she said as they looked at her without stopping from running. I'm surprised Sensei can run as fast as Asuna and in a long time. Naruto looked at Konoka and the tired-looking Negi as they nodded before looked at Asuna, who was also looking at him. Surely, he and Asuna probably was the most normal-looking person in this fast horde of crowd. It is because the other people would already have sweat on their face or gasping for air, but they looked like nothing has happened and not even a sweat on their face. But that was others' opinion. For Naruto's opinion, their condition was nothing and normal. Really? He asked back. I thought it was normal, he said as he slowing down his speed with the others. Hey, how about less talking and more running? Asuna said as she increasing her speed. Or we'll be late. She stopped talking when she suddenly tripped on a rock. She closed her eyes as she waited for her to fall. Then she felt a strong hand grab her arm and pulled her away and stopping her from falling. Asuna, are you okay? She heard a voice she recognized, Konoka. Asuna-san, that's dangerous. You could hurt yourself. Then she heard another voice, which is from Negi. She wondered who has grabbed her. She slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw herself leaning against Naruto with his right arm around her. Oi, you could hurt yourself, you know. You not hurt, are you? He asked easily without even bother about their closeness and the way the other students looked at them. She blushed furiously as she moved away from him and attempted to punch him but stopped suddenly. Hey, what is it? he asked as she kneeled down and touched her ankle. I think I sprained my ankle, she said, her face already turned normal. Kanoka kneeled down and inspected Asuna's ankle. Are you okay, Asuna-san? Negi asked as his eyes started to fill with tears. Yeah, it's not that bad. She nodded as she got up steadily. It's going to be okay after a while. Don't worry, okay. She gave a reassured smile as Negi nodded. Come on, let's go. She gestured for them to move on. Negi-kun, Naruto-kun. The voices called as they turned their heads sideways toward the voices. It was coming from Maki and Akko. What are you doing in the middle of the road? Maki asked. You might get hit by the people, especially when they're running, she said before realizing something. Oh no, we'll be late. Come on, let's go. Akko ran ahead as Maki grabbed Negi away, leaving Naruto and the others behind. Let's go, Asuna said as Kanoka nodded and moved ahead. You go ahead, Kanoka-chan. I have something I want to talk with Asuna, Naruto asked as Kanoka nodded. Okay, don't be late, Asuna, Naruto-sensei. With that, she left the two alone standing in the middle of the crowd. Asuna looked at him with annoyed glare. What do you want, idiotic pervert? She asked as they starting to walk. After a while, they arrived in front of the school entrance. It seemed they were the only person there since they're walking slowly than others. Oi, what do you want to talk about? She asked, already annoyed about her lateness to her class. Naruto looked at her, eyebrows raised. Isn't it obvious? He asked. This time, she's raised her eyebrows. He smiled as he continued to walk with her walking beside him. We're going to the infirmary, of course. Hold still. The school nurse, Shizuna, wrapped bandage around Asuna's ankle. She cut the rest of the bandage after making sure it was not too tight. There, I'm done. She put the rest of the bandage and scissors to the table as Asuna moving her injured leg the side and inspect it. Thank you. She smiled as she tried to stand up but failed because the pain. She let out a long sigh, causing Shizuna to laugh. If I were you, it would best not move around too much. Your injury is not too serious, it will completely heal in a few days, she said as Asuna nodded. This is second time you injured your ankle, right? She asked as Asuna nodded once again. You should really take care of your body. For now, be normal student, alright? She instructed. She looked at the person behind the door. You can come in now, Naruto-kun. The door opened as Naruto walked in. So how was it, Shizuna-san? He asked as Shizuna explained the problem to him. Naruto nodded as soon as he understands. With that, Shizuna excused herself for. Now I just need. What do you want, idiotic pervert? She asked. Let me help you wear it, he said as she blushed. What? Are you perverted? She said angrily. Of course not. I'm just helping my student out. It was my responsibility, he explained. Finally she decided to let him help her out. It was conditionally, of course. He slowly helped her wear that shoe. Within that opportunity, he secretly transferred his Kyuubi chakra toward her sprained ankle without her even knowing it. There, I'm done. He smiled as he backed away, allowing Asuna to get up and balancing herself. You need help to get into the class? He asked, although she really doesn't want any help from anyone, but she have to accept it this time because of her condition. Fine. You better not try to do anything pervert. She looked away to hide her growing blush as she let herself lean against his body. Naruto, being obliviously at the awkward position, surrounds his arm around her shoulder to support her balance. With that, he led her to the class. When reaching the class, they heard a chaotic happened in the class. That not fair. Miss President is only half Japanese. The voice came out along with a group of girls laughing. What? I'm not half Japanese. Naruto opened the door and moved inside the class before closing the door. The whole class attention was now on them. Asuna blushed as they looked at her weirdly yet meaningful. Naruto-ni-san. Negi came closer to them. How was Asuna-san's ankle? He asked. The girls finally realized what has happened to Asuna. They came closer to her and began to bombarding questions at her. It was more like wild gossip than how's her injury happened. Naruto released her as he slipped away from the girls to Negi's side. How long does it take to recover her sprained ankle? Negi asked. Naruto smiled as he crossed his arm over his chest. Faster than you imagine. He smiled as Negi looked at him weirdly. It was then school bell rang, marked the school recess time. The girls bowed to them before got out from the class, leaving some of the girls in the class. Naruto glanced through the class. He saw Yu, Nodoka, Asuna, Kanoka, Sakurako and Yuna. Then, he saw Sakurako and Yuna coming toward him and Negi. Sensei, we're having recess now. Let's go to the cafeteria. Sakurako invited them. Of course, I was about to. Negi nodded. You want to come too, Naruto ni-san? He asked, which Naruto politely refused. With that, Negi got out from the class along with the two girls. Naruto stretched his arm and let out a bored sigh. Because of that, he decided to talk to the girls in the class right now. He walked toward Asuna and Kanoka. Hey Kanoka-chan, he greeted as Kanoka greeted back. How was your leg, Asuna? He asked. Asuna just shrugged. Anyway, you should try walking right now. If I'm right, the pain should have gone by now, he advised. Sure, Dr. Naruto, she said sarcastically. Of course my dear patient, Asuna-chan. He replied back and walked toward another girl, leaving a frustrated girl and a happy-go-lucky girl. He was now walking toward Yu and Nodoka. He saw their table was full of book while the girls wrote down on a paper. Hey Yu-chan, Nodoka-chan, he greeted. Good morning Naruto-sensei, they greeted back before continue doing their work. What are you doing right now? He asked. We're currently updating our book list. Yu explained as Naruto nodded. Anything I can do to help? He asked. Ah, it's okay Naruto-sensei. We don't want to trouble you. Besides, it's our job. Nodoka said as Naruto nodded, slightly disappointed. If you want, Yu said, gesturing her hand at the pile of books to Naruto. You can read these books. That only if you want. Sure, I read one of these books. Besides, I'm bored anyway. He smiled as Yu nodded, blushing slightly. Now what book that is? Interesting. He rched through the pile books several times. It was then he saw a book that interested him. That book was entitled, Mahora Academy Great Library Island 1001 Secret. He took the book and read the title loudly. What's this book about? He asked. Yu and Nodoka then explained the book entitled and the reason why this book is. I see. He nodded as he opened the cover and glanced at the contents. Yu, rewrite there's 1001 secret listed in this book, he nodded and flipping the pages randomly. Suddenly, a piece of wrapped paper dropped from the book to the floor. What's this? He picked up that piece of wrapped paper. He inspected the paper before unfolded it. The piece of wrapped paper turned out to be a map inside library. That's Mahora Library Island's map. Yu explained as Naruto continued inspecting the map. But that's only the map of the first floor, he nodded as she continued. Might need it soon. Soon, he interfered. It was then the bell ring again marked the end of the recess. The door opened as the girls one by one came back from recess. Ah, I better go now. I don't want to disturb your next teacher class. With that, he folded the map and closed the book before gave it to Yu. See you later, Yu-chan. Nodoka-chan. He was about to leave until Sakurado and Yuna, who was just came back from recess, called him. Sensei, Shizuna-sensei told us to call you. I think she's at the infirmary right now. Sakurako told as he nodded. I see. Thank you. After saying goodbye to everyone, he made himself to the infirmary just as Sakurado told so. I'm sorry I made you carry this. Shizuna smiled apologetically as Naruto chuckled. They're now carrying boxes of medicine from pharmaceutical company that just arrived recently. They were about to take it to the infirmary. We decided to buy and thoroughly update our medicines. Since our orders have arrived early and we short on staff, that's why I called for your help, she explained. Hope it doesn't bother you. She smiled as Naruto shook his head. No, it's okay. I'm bored anyway. He laughed as they arrived in front of the infirmary. Shizuna opened the door as he walked inside and slowly dropped the boxes near the table. Is there anything else you want me to help? He asked. Ah, no, I'll do the rest. Thank you for your help. Naruto was about to leave until she called him suddenly. Naruto-kun, she called. Yeah, he asked. How's Negi doing? She asked. Negi, well, Naruto's sweat dropped as he scratched his cheek with his index finger, looking for the right way to say it. He's doing fine. Although he's just a kid, he's pretty quite reliable. He laughed. He gets along with his students and he does his best in everything, and sometimes he's overdoing it. Shizuna nodded. Anyway, why did you ask? He asked as his curiosity increased. She however just shook her head. It was nothing. She laughed. Thank you though for your help. I really appreciate it. Ah, sure, no problem. He smiled as he walked out the room. Later, with that he left the infirmary and headed to the middle school teacher's lounge. After he arrived, he walked to Negi's table and took a sit at the chair. His mind kept thinking about what Shizuna had asked about. Curiosity kills, isn't it? The demon fox said sarcastically. Yeah, shut up Baka. He let out a long sigh before spun around on the chair to look at the clock on the wall. Whoa, I didn't notice it before. It's already this late. His sweats dropped as he looked around the lounge. It was empty. Then he looked outside the windows. The sky was slightly darker. Ah, no wonder it was empty since the school out. How long have I gone? He wondered to himself as he quickly got up from his seat. After making sure there's no one there, he transferred himself on the roof of the Mahora Middle Student Girls' dorm. He walked downstairs into Negi's room. After opening the door, he saw they were talking and eating on the coffee table. Naruto ni-san, where have you been? Negi asked as soon as he noticed Naruto. I'm helping Shizuna out. You didn't know. Naruto raised his eyebrows as Negi punched his right hand to his palm as if he was remembering something. Kanoka got up from her seat as she led Naruto to the coffee table before went to prepare a cup of tea for him. Thank you Kanoka-chan. She giggled as she handed him a cup of tea before she went back to her seat. Anyway, what happened at the class today? He asked. Same as ever. Asuna answered while looking at different direction as she continued drinking the tea. Naruto nodded slightly, not noticing the slightest blush on her face. It was then he started to remember something. How was your leg? He asked as the others looked at her. That question made her blush visible, but she continued drinking the tea. Did you try walking like I told you before? He asked again. This time her blush increased as she stopped drinking. Did it work? Gosh, Asuna, you just have to say thank you. Kanoka giggled as Negi nodded. Asuna gritted her teeth as she tried to conceal the blush. It was until she decided to give up. Alright, fine. She let out a long sigh. My sprained ankle feels better and I can walk right now. Thanks to you. She looked away as the others laughed. It'll my pleasure, patient Asuna-chan. Naruto chuckled as she glared hard at him. Besides, like I told you before, it was my responsibility. He explained as she got up from her seat. Yeah, don't get your hope up. You're still idiotic pervert. She smiled as Naruto scowled. However, he decided to shrug it off. After drinking the tea and clean up, he decided to take a rest on the couch while the others doing their own activities. As the time goes by, they became sleepy and decided to go to bed. Kanoka Ned off the light before went to her bed. Naruto didn't yet sleep because he kept thinking about what Shizuna said earlier. Deep inside his mind, he felt something was about to happen. This is N.O.T. going to help me, he scowled as he spun around on the couch. Then he saw Negi lie down and writing something in the dark, only the moonlight that coming through the windows. Naruto decided to ask as his curiosity increased. Hey Negi, he called slowly. Negi tilted his head to Naruto as he heard Naruto calling him. Naruto ni-san, he asked as Naruto lay down next to him. You're not sleeping yet, he asked as Naruto nodded. No, what are you doing anyway? Naruto asked as Negi continued writing. I'm going to prepare this for tomorrow, he said as Naruto nodded. They're going to have end-of-term exams next Monday, so I should work really hard and teach them as much as I could. So they can get higher marks, of course. Exam? Naruto asked as Negi nodded. I guess that's why I saw all of the students study hard today. Actually not all of them, they nodded simultaneously and sweat dropped. Well, anything I can do to help? Naruto asked as Negi nodded happily. The next hours spent, as they discuss and talk about tomorrow's plan. The next day Naruto woke up early, although he only slept a few hours. He slowly changed into his suit and making sure that he doesn't wake anyone up. After leaving his room, he walked until he was out from the Mahora Middle Student Girls' dorm. The sky is still darker and the sun was about to rise and could be seen from the horizon. He let out a happy sigh as the cold breeze passed through him. It's very cold here. He shivered slightly as he held himself tightly. This is a good opportunity for me to practice, he exclaimed happily as he went the jungle. He went into practicing his stance, basic skills and even some jutsus and others. He kept practicing and practicing, not noticing how fast the time goes by. I think that's enough practice for now, he gasped as he looked into the sky between the leaves from the trees. I think they're already at school right now. With that, he transferred himself to the nearest bushes near the academy's entrance. He got out from the bushes after making sure that no one noticed. He went inside the building and went straight to 23A class. He's quickly opened the door as soon as he arrived. Suddenly, he found himself staring at 5 half-dressed girls as known as Baka Rangers standing in the middle of the class. What? He stuttered as his blush increased. Then the girls noticed him as Sakurako and Chao led him inside to Negi's side. What have happened? He asked at Negi while looking away as the girls continued to strip the 5 girls in the middle. Negi shook his head as he stuttered. What should we do? He said. Then he suddenly remembered something. I remember now, he said as Naruto looked at him curiously. The forbidden magic that makes a person extremely smart for 3 days. But if I use that? What? You're going to use magic? Naruto asked as Negi nodded. He was about to ask Negi more about it, but Sakurako suddenly dragged him to the middle of the class along with the half-dressed girls. Do you wanna play too, Naruto-sensei? She asked as the girls cheered. No way, he declined. It was then he noticed someone was missing from the half-dressed girls. Where's Asuna? He looked around and noticed someone else was missing. Now where's he gone? Hey, idiotic pervert, Asuna suddenly called him, although he can't see her anywhere. He looked around again and saw Asuna drag Negi out from the class. Take care of this class for a while, she said as she closed the door. Naruto, although curious but decided to ignore it. After a few minutes, the class managed to settle down. Naruto was now standing in front of them at the teacher's table. The girls laughed as they saw a tinge of red blush at his face. Now please don't do that again, he said as the girls nodded. He blushed again when he suddenly reminded that event. That caused almost all of the girls laughed again. Kya, Naruto-sensei was so cute when blushing. The older sister of Narutaki's twins. Fuka said along with the others. Mind if we pet you, sensei? Chizuru asked as the other girls nodded. Please don't. He waved his hand defensively as he backed away. Then the door opened, revealed Asuna and Negi. They walked inside the class as they went back to their place. Naruto smiled gladly as the girls pouted when Asuna and Negi arrived. Naruto-ni-san, thank you for looking out the class, Negi said as Naruto nodded. Now everyone, please open your book page, Negi instructed as the girls obeyed. As usual, Naruto sitting at the back of the classroom and watching them studies. Only this time, once for a while, the girls would look at him while smiling and winking. Naruto responded with, Negi stopped teaching. That's all for today. Please study hard for the next exam, Negi reminded as the girls bowed to he and Naruto. As soon as they got out from the class, Negi let out a long sigh. Today's not exactly as I expected, he said. Naruto chuckled and ruffled Negi's hair. Well, there's always next time, right? He said as Negi nodded. I think I realized it now, Negi said as they started walking to the middle school teacher's lawn. Naruto just raised his eyebrows but didn't stop walking. I acted selfishly without thinking about my students. Negi grasped his hand and continued. To think that I could just use my magic to lift my students' grades, he said. That's just naive, he said, but Naruto just nodded. It was then Negi stopped walking suddenly. Naruto stopped and saw Negi was smiling determinedly. Hey, come with me now, Ni-san. Neg. I grabbed Naruto's hand and led him outside the building and into the forest. He let go of Naruto's hand before grabbing his staff and standing in the middle. What are you doing? Naruto asked. I'm G. "Going to seal my magic until the end of term exams are over." He explained, "I'll become the very best model of a teacher and works with my students." He nodded and began enchanting. Rasuduru Masukiru. Wait Negi. Naruto interfered, but he was too late. Negi's already done enchanting. As a result, a 3 black line appeared on his wrist. Each line represented 3 numbers that represented 3 days. That line was visible, so he hid it within his jacket. "Are you sure about this?" Naruto asked. "Yes. For 3 days, I'll be a normal person. I'll do my best as a proper teacher," he said excitedly. Naruto shook his head. His face went completely serious. "Even so, what if you put yourself into danger? What are you going to do?" he asked as Negi smiled. "Well, if that happened, would you help me?" Negi asked, much to Naruto's surprise. "I really depended on you this time, Ni-san," he explained. Naruto scratched his cheek with his index finger, thinking about it. At last, he decided to give up as he let out a defeated sigh before nodded. Negi was too happy about that as he launched himself on Naruto. "Whatever it is, he's still a kid," Naruto thought as he ruffled Negi's hair. "Okay, that's enough. Don't you have something else to do?" he asked as Negi let him go. "Ah, yes, I gotta get tomorrow's class prepared." With that, they returned to the Mahora Middle Students' girls' dorm and heading straight to their room. As they entered the room, they found themselves alone. "Where's Asuna and Konoka-chan?" Naruto asked, but that question was left unanswered since they both didn't where the girls are. Naruto let himself rest on the couch after changing as Negi went to change. After changing, Negi took a sit on the chair at the desk near the bed. Naruto noticed that Negi was writing something on the table, so he decided not to disturb him. Being alone with no one to talk to and tired, slowly drifted him off to sleep. Naruto spun around on his sleep as he heard that particular sound. Once again, he spun around on the couch when hearing that sound. Again he heard that sound again. Deciding it was enough, he got up from his sleep without opening his eyes. "Ah, I'm hungry," Wheat dropped as he rubbed his stomach that couldn't stop growling. "What time is it right now?" he asked as he opened his eyes lazily. It was then he noticed his surroundings. The room was dark as the light has been switched off and the only light visible is from the moon. It was then he realized that he was all alone in the room right now. More importantly, Negi seemed to have brought his staff along with him. He quickly washed off his face before looked up at the clock across the room. Damn, it was this late. Where are they? Luckily, as soon he wondered to himself, he heard a bit of conversation from the girls that by chance passing his room. "Do you know 23A class went out?" That was the only conversation he could heard. Naruto closed his eyes as he tried to process the information he had right now. So they saying that they went out. He wondered. But where's Negi could have been? He wondered. He however decided to look out for them. But before that, he went to the kitchen and brought out a pack of sliced breads. He took out a few slices of bread and ate it. "Now I can think straight. All I just need to do now is collecting information." With that, only wearing black shirt and black trousers, he went into every room in the dorm and asked about Negi and the others. The others didn't know about them too. He thought to himself. He was now at the courtyard on the roof of the dorm. Not anywhere. Where could have they been? He scratched his cheek with his index finger before ruffled his head out of frustration. Since there's no one here, I'll just have to use this. He took a stance and made a hand seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. All of suddenly, the courtyard were filled with smoke. The smoke slowly cleared, revealed hundred of Naruto's clones. He explained the circumstances to his clones before the clones departed. After a few minutes, he started to felt reaction from one his clones. My clone right now in. He closed his eyes as he trying to locate his clone location. Library Island. He wondered as he transferred himself to the place where his clone be right now. Oi, what happened? Naruto asked his clone as the clone pointed out his finger somewhere. Naruto followed the direction of his clone's finger and found what he has been looking for. It's them. He smiled as his clone dispersed. But why they went to this place at this time? He was now hiding himself behind tree not so far from them. He saw Asuna and the others Baka Rangers, Konoka, Nodoka, Haruna and Negi walking to some sort of door. He quietly moved as closer as he can get to them and at least hearing what they said. So this is Library Island, Kanoka mused as she looked at her surroundings. But, is this really okay? The lower levels are off limits to middle school. Yeah, Maki interfered. I heard rumors that there are all sorts of traps and stuff down there. She sweat dropped. Isn't that too much for a library? Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Asuna said, confidently before went to talk secretly with Negi. Damn, I can't hear what they are saying. Naruto mentally cursed as he felt he wanted to come closer to Negi. Then suddenly, the door in front of them opened, much to others' surprise. What exactly are they looking for here? He thought to himself as the girls went ahead. He glanced around looking for perfect opportunity to move in. But since that door was guarded by Haruna and Nodoka, he has to be careful. After making sure it was okay, he quickly went inside the library. He heard you talking as he went deeper inside the library although it was dark. Library Island was established during the Meiji era along with the academy. It was the largest library in the world. Naruto heard as he went down. This place is twice bigger than Konohagak. He said as he glanced at his surroundings. Asuna-san, please take a look at this. This book here is very rare. Naruto turned his head at the source of voice and found Negi with the others. He as excitedly pointed a book in a shelf to Asuna. She sweat dropped as Negi went to take out the book. It was then suddenly, Naruto-sensei. The girls called as they went to his side. Naruto smiled as he broke the arrow into half. That was dangerous. How did you get in here? Maki asked, half scared to death. Naruto chuckled awkwardly as he wondered how he was going to explain it to them. He explained it to them as they nodded. Well, I think that's all, he continued, his face went completely serious. You should at least tell me about this. You know how dangerous this place can be. He let out a sigh before continued. Anyway, where does this arrow come from? He pointed at the arrow that he has broke. In order to stop thieves from stealing these rare books, we have a lot of traps set up. You explained before spoke with Haruna and Nodoka outside with her earphone. That was so close. Negi said and sweat dropped horribly. I knew you should have come with us, Ni-san. He continued. But they don't want you to come along, he said as Naruto raised his eyebrows. Then Asuna and Kanoka walked near them. Hey idiotic pervert, you almost kill yourself, you know. Asuna glared hard at Naruto but they could see hint of worried from her. Yeah, I know, but it was my responsibility, she interfered as he nodded. But didn't you think you kinda overdoing it, risking your life like that? She asked. But Asuna-san, Negi interfered, surprising her. Ni-san was really strong. He can handle thugs himself, he said enthusiastically as she got slightly curious. Naruto sweat dropped. Pedon decided to stop him before he went too far. Because Ni-san is a nin, Naruto quickly put his hand over Negi's mouth. He laughed as he dragged Negi behind the shelf. Negi, you almost revealed my secret to her, you know. He sweat dropped before Negi sweat dropped too, finally realized he was wrong. But I think they will know about my identity sooner or later, especially in this place. He placed his index finger near his lip. For now, keep it secret all right, he begged as Negi nodded. After having Kanoka went explained their purpose of coming down the library island as he nodded disbelieving. So, you mean there's a magic book here that could make the reader smarter? He asked as Kanoka nodded. Does that book even exist in the first place? He sweats dropped. Help us, Naruto-sensei. All the girls except Asuna and you begged. He found himself hard to decline since how much his students depended on him, so he reluctantly accepted. The girls cheered in happiness for the success of gaining another support. Naruto just shook his head as he walked toward Yu. Hey Yu-chan, how much further we have to walk? He asked. Yu unfolded the map as he went closer to inspect it. I secretly took this map from the club room. It's supposed to be a treasure map, she explained as Naruto nodded. I remember you said that you need a map soon, he said while Yu nodded with a smile. That's right, she continued as she pointed her finger on the map. Right now we're here, she slid her finger across the map. If we go down to basement floor 11 and head along this underground passage, it seems we'll reach the book. How long does it take to reach there? He asked. It depends. She answered. Well then, we should get moving right now. It's already past midnight. Naruto grabbed her shoulder as he slowly pushed her ahead along with him. Well then, they said simultaneously. Let's go. Naruto yawned while stretching his arm. He was now walking behind the group. They are now halfway to the basement. Along the way, nothing bad happened to them. Right now, they have to walk across on bookshelves. The girls took lead, followed by Negi, then Naruto. The other girls seemed to have no problem crossing between the two shelves except for Maki as she crawled across the board that connected the shelf between each other. These bookshelves are kinda high up. She trembled. Why, you'll get hurt if you fall for sure. Then the board split into half, causing her to fall down. Naruto quickly rushed to her side to save her, only to find her hanging in the air with her gymnastic ribbon tied at a pole. That was so close, she cried. He wondered as Negi went to help her. Then he noticed a bookshelf from the floor above fall down direct to them. He was about to leap toward it when somebody did that first, namely Kufei. She kicked the bookshelf, stopping it immediately. At the same time, Kaide caught the barrage of book with ease, amused him. Do they really need my help? He unconsciously asked as he felt he has learned something new about his student. The journey continues. After a while they're walking, avoiding horrendous trap and Negi's clumsiness, they finally decided to take a break. They sat on a long table as they took out their packed lunches. Naruto gulped as he fights the urge to eat all of the food in front him, but he managed to control his composure. He took a slice of sandwich and eats it slowly. What were you two whispering about? Naruto turned his head sideways. He saw Maki and Konoka standing closer near Asuna and Negi, a hint of mischievous in both girls. They're sure getting along nicely, aren't they? Konoka giggled. After all, Asuna and Negi do always sleep in the same bed together, she said as she got all the girls except you attention. Creating wild guesstimate and speculation. Why, you're misunderstanding things. Asuna blushed while defending herself. That's because this guy always comes in on his own. She defended herself again, but they did not take it seriously and continue embarrassing her. Hey, say something, she said to Naruto, who was drinking. Surely you wouldn't want to separate their closeness. Maki instigated. I would, Naruto said suddenly as he stopped drinking, his serious face stopping them immediately. However, his serious expression slowly turns into mischievous one. If I could. He took a sip of his drink as the girls wondered to themselves before continue. I do not and will not let myself interfere against pure loves, he said as the girls continued to embarrass Asuna. He got up and walked toward Yu, leaving a frustrated girl. Shall we go? He asked as Yu nodded. After done packing, they continued their journey across another countless bookshelves, walking across a cold lake, climbing down the bookshelf and crawling down under a tight space before finally arrived. Come, the book lies right ahead of us. Yu pointed her finger at a closed hole that slightly shone by the light above. She went ahead and opened the closed hole, revealed. Where are we? He asked. It's the vault of the magic book. We finally reached it. Yu trembled in excitement. Hink that such place was right under our school. Ha ha ha. Asuna laughed softly. Naruto nodded and continued inspecting the room. It was then he noticed something in the middle of the statue. That's. Negi shouted suddenly, getting everyone attention. That's the legendary Book of Merciderk. I can't believe this. It's the first time I've seen it. You mean it's the real thing? Naruto asked as Negi nodded. This is the magical text of the highest level. It's true you might get smarter by reading it, but it's not as simple as that. Negi explained. However, it was too late. The girls already rushed across the floor toward the book with the boys following them. Everyone, wait, a book as important as that is bound to booby trap, he explained. The floor cracked suddenly, causing everyone to fall down to a square floor. Is everyone okay? Naruto asked as they examined their condition. What is this? He said as he spelt the word at the floor. As this, Twister. Suddenly, the statue started to move on its own. The golems blocked the book with its leg and took a defensive stance. If you want this book, you have to answer my questions first. Ho ho ho. WW, what the hell? Asuna shouted. What the? Naruto glared at the statue. And what's with that laugh? They sound like. Simply answer the question. The golem answered stoically. First question. What was the English translation for difficult? Damn, if there's no one here, I would just fight this thing, Naruto thought to himself. For now I should just play along, he nodded as he looked at the statue. Final question. The statue said as Naruto's sweat dropped. Already. He turned his sight from the golems, only to find himself looking at a group of girls in awkward position that could make perverts smile with satisfactions. Luckily, he's not that kind of man, so he looked to another direction. He swears that the statues were just another pervert. What is the translation for dish? The statues questioned. Dish. They're considered dinnerware, he said to the girl as Negi nodded. Dish. Asuna wondered. I've got it. It's Osara, isn't it? With that, she and Maki went to touch the correct word. It was right all along until when they chose a wrong word on the last word. Ru. Damn, they cursed. Wrong. The golem with the hammer hit the floor until it was completely broke apart. Luckily, Naruto managed to evade and jump to another side as the others fall down the gorge. Asuna, you monkey. He heard that voice echoing from down and slowly disappears. Ho, your turn now. Nah. Naruto quickly evaded the hit from the statues. You wish, perverted old man. After landing a kick on the golem's face, he jumped down the gorge and went downside fastly as it gets darker and darker. He heard that voice not so far from him. Thankfully for his Kyuubi chakra, he could see a little bit in the darkness as he saw the others ahead of him. He did not know where this gorge led them to, but he to do something to protect them in fear they might crash into rocks or else. Hold on, he shouted and made a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he shouted in his mind as his 6 clones appeared. I hope they didn't see me like this. He wondered as he increased his speed to their side. Help me. Negi begged for help. Asuna heard him and went closer to help him until a strong grip hold and prevent her from reaching him. Who's that? She asked, but that person remained silent. She turned her head sideways and saw the same for Negi. Who's holding me? I'm scared too, you know. Maki said. You're holding me too tightly, Kaide. Ku-fei shouted. It's not me, Dogozuru. Kaide replied. As they wondered, a light shone coming from under. Just as they were about to figure the one that hold them. Their sight were once again blinded by the light and soon landed into the water. Ake up. A voice reached in Naruto's ear. He opened his eyes slowly as the light entered his eyes, blinded his sight. As his sight went back to normal, he found himself staring at Yu's blue eyes. Yu-chan. He wondered. Wake up, Naruto-sensei. She told. He stretched his arms as he slowly got up while adjusting to his surroundings. He was now standing on the sand near the water. There are bookshelves in the water. Also, there's a jetty from where he's standing right now that led to the buildings. Moreover, there's giant root that grows to the wall. Lastly, uniquely, although they're now in the underground, this place is still bright. You're up already. He spun around and saw the others. Are you guys okay? He asked as he walked toward them along with Yu. The girls nodded and explained thing happened so far to him. So you mean this is the legendary, deep library? He asked as the girls nodded. Anyway, it doesn't seem like it'll be easy to get out of here. He said as he looked around. What should we do? The end of term is the day after tomorrow, and we won't be able to make it back, Uru. Ku-fei went panicked. No way. If we don't make it, then. Everyone, please calm down. Negi interfered. Please cheer up. I don't know how yet, but we'll definitely be able to go home soon. He managed to calm everyone down. We can't just give up now. Let's face the end of term exams and start studying. He said enthusiastically. I'm sure we'll soon be out of here. Negi-kun is sure optimistic. Kanoka giggled. Thank you, Negi-kun. We got into this mess all because of Asuna-san and me. Maki cried as Asuna's sweat dropped. Even without the magic book, you'll be alright if you study hard. Naruto added, increasing their confidence. It seems that we won't get stuck as long as we have these textbooks, Yu said as she took out a book from the bookshelf half into the water nearby. Strangely how they got these textbooks down here. It even same as ours, she wondered. Yeah, it's strange that the books don't seem to be damaged at all. Naruto went to check out the book in the shelf. He took out a book randomly and inspecting it. Even though they were soaked in water for all this time, he wondered. But first, Naruto turned his head sideways and saw the other girl ran ahead with Negi following them. That means the only person left were you, Konoka and himself. They have gone, he said. Then he decided to explore the area around him. After saying goodbyes, he walked to the different direction than Negi. After a few minutes of walking, he found himself still in the middle of the bookshelves. Does this place have anything else other than book? He let out a sigh. Then, he noticed something that caught up his interest. In the middle of the bookshelves, there's a big scroll about half of his size pinned under a pile of books. He raised his eyebrows as he made his way to the scroll. He displaced the books and took out the scroll. Somehow, this scroll seemed very familiar, he wondered as he opened the scroll. Gee, this is, that was shocking. Gee, Negi scratched his head with his index finger and sweat dropped. He was now standing in the middle of the bookshelves under a big tree. This is troubling, I'm supposed to be the teacher and all. He walked ahead. Where's Ni-san been? I didn't see him anywhere since yesterday, he sighed. Then he heard a loud noise coming from the place he'd been a while ago. He quickly rushed to that place. As he arrived there, he saw Maki was held by the golem they saw earlier. Kya, Negi-kun, help me. She shouted for help. Sakari-san. He went closer to the golem as the other girls noticed him. Don't pick on my students. I won't forgive you, even if you're a statue. Oi, brat, what are you trying to do? Asuna asked as he begins enchanting. Spirit of light, gather and strike down my foe. Magic shot Sagita Magica. He finished enchanting as held out his hand at the golem. Take this, magic arrow, he shouted as the golem waiting for whatever disaster that will befall. However, it seems like theirs. Nothing happened as the other including the golem stared at him and sweat dropped. Magic arrow, ho ho ho, you'll never get out of here alive. The golem laughed. You'd better off just giving up hope right now. You wish. Naruto came out from nowhere, rushed forward and kicked the golem's hand, letting Maki go. Kaide quickly jumped off and caught her. Meantime, Naruto landed his FEET on the ground before rushing forward and punched the golem's head. Maki, who was still in Kaide's arm, noticed something before stretched out her gymnastic ribbon and pulled something from the golem's head. Hey, look, I got the magic book. She exclaimed happily. Run, Naruto instructed as the others did so. Kufei kicked the golem's body as she and Naruto ran ahead, following the others. The golem ran closer to them. I told you won't find. Since there's nowhere they can run, they decided to hide behind the waterfall. Whoa, I didn't know Naruto-sensei can fight well. Maki said. The OT. Her nodded as they saw Naruto continuously attack the golem. Look, read the question. The girls went panicked. What is the past tense of dead? She said the question aloud. On the other hand, Naruto endlessly attacked the golem, as it's trying to get closer to them. Ho ho ho, give up now. The golem mocked him. You wish. He saw about to rush forward to the golem when Kaide stopped him suddenly. We've found. Damn, what's this? He inspecting the stairs floor by floor before finally found the others. Let's go, Kaide-chan. He ran to the stairs and climbed the stairs as fast as he could. Eve somehow didn't have problem catching up with him. Just when they were closer to the others, the wall crumbled suddenly and revealed the golem earlier. Damn, this thing persistent, he sweat dropped. You go on ahead, I'll catch up with you guys later. He instructed as Kaide nodded and went ahead. It's futile, you'd better give that book back. The golem said as Naruto gritted his teeth. He jumped right on the golem's face. Quote, across the staircase and crushed into the lower wall. Naruto wiped off his sweat from his forehead and took out a deep breath before continued to run. Naruto-sensei, hurry up, Maki shouted as soon as she found him. They were now just about to answer a question on the wall that blocked their way to the upper stairs. That's awesome, the way you avoided. Dodged and attacked the statue were awesome. She praised. Naruto only smiled. Did you learn martial arts, Uru? Kufei asked. I guess. He sweat dropped as she nodded. Hey you two, let's go, Asuna said. Just when they started to move, a loud noise could be heard from lower floor. What's that sound? She asked. Naruto knew that noise coming from the golem. Let's go, he instructed. As they started to run, Yu accidentally caught her foot on the tree's root as she fell on the floor hardly. Yu-chan. They quickly go her side to help her. Are you okay, Yu-san? Negi asked worriedly. Do you hurt anywhere? Naruto asked as he helped her got to her feet. They looked to their sideway and saw the golem was not so far from them. Damn, Naruto silently cursed as he glanced at Yu's condition before kneel down. I'll carry you, quote, She blushed at his action. It's okay, Naruto-sensei. I can walk on my own. She declined as Asuna's forehead started to form a vein. Hurry up, that statue was already on the way. She cried as Yu obliged obey. After that, they continue running on the countless stairs and answering numbers of questions while keeping the golem away from them. I'm Su, RPRISED, all of you able to answer the question? He wondered. It's all because this book. Ku Fei pointed the magic book she was holding. I feel smarter when holding it, she exclaimed as Naruto nodded, not wholly convinced. Look, everyone, Negi shouted, pointing out at the end of the stair that happened to be elevator. The girls cheered as they entered the elevator. Naruto kneeled down as Yu got off from his back. Yeah, we did it, Meiki said as they cheered. To the surface we go. She pushed the button that led to the surface. Notice overloaded. What the hell that's supposed to mean? Asuna said angrily. What to do, Kanoka wondered. That statue keeps coming closer and closer. Meiki said in panic. Naruto saw the golem came closer and closer to them, so he decided to do something. I'll deal with this thing. Meanwhile, try to figure something out. With that, he got off from the elevator and rushed toward the golem. Ho, I've got you now. It's too late. The golem laughed and even went closer toward them. Hey blockhead, Naruto called. A vein started to form on his head, causing the golem to stop immediately. You really piss me off right now. He owled before leaped forward and unleashed barrage of punches and kicks. The golem's sweat dropped as it hurriedly blocked the attacks. The sweat drop increases as Naruto unleashed the attack faster than before. The fight managed to drove it near the stair. He was about to kick the golem's body, but something interfered him. A book flying from the back hit the golem's head. Naruto noticed that book was the magic book. Those were the last word from the golem before it fell from the stairs to down below. Naruto looked down while breathing heavily. Damn, I'm hungry. He rubbed his growling stomach. Sensei, hurry up, we can go up now. The voice Naruto recognized coming from Meiki calling him. He smiled before spun around to the elevator. He found himself staring at a group of half-undressed girls. With a blushing kid, he spun around once again to hide the blush that greatly visible on his face. Where were your clothes? He asked before noticing something was missing. Where's the book? We had to take it off, Ku Fei said. Come on, hurry up. Do I have to? His sweat dropped. Somehow, the girls managed to persuade him. He got into the elevator as his eyes were looking to somewhere else as they ascended to the ground. When the elevator's door opened, he was the first one to get out from the elevator and keep at the distance from the girls. They're now finally made it to the ground. Wah, it's bright. Meiki blocked her eyes with her hand. It sure was Dagozuru. Kaide agreed. Finally, Negi let out a long sigh. It's sad we had to let the book go, but I'm sure we can get through if we study. He said. Let's hurry. Negi-sensei is so uptight, Ku Fei scowled. For now, let's be happy that we made it. They cheered. Yeah, but first we have to deal with your uniform. Without looking back, he ran to Haruna and Nodoka, who was waiting not so far from them. He explained to them before went to the girls and bringing their uniforms. Damn it, I'm being late again. Naruto cursed as he ran to the school entrance. After returning from the library, they went into studying in the whole day to prepare for the exams tomorrow until he was asleep. When woke up, he found himself alone in the room. He prepared himself before went to the school hastily. Wait, he stopped suddenly upon realizing something. Why am I running if I can use that? His sweat dropped. But I don't have the equipment. He resumed walking and head to the class. Still, I wonder how's the thing is inside that place. He wondered. Then, he saw Negi standing outside the special classroom. Oi, Negi, he called. Ah, Ni-san, good morning. Negi greeted with a smile. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in your class right now? Naruto asked as he came closer to Negi. He saw Asuna and the others taking the exam in that classroom. Oh, where are the others? We're late, so they have to take the exam on different classroom. Negi explained as Naruto nodded. I hope they're doing fine. It was then Naruto's stomach let out a growl. Arg, I'm hungry, he whined as he rubbed his stomach. Well, let's go to the cafeteria. Negi suggested. Let's hope everyone doing their best. The days went as usual until the day the result was about to reveal to everyone. I'm so nervous. Maki said as her body trembled. Sheesh, this school gets so noisy over little thing. Asuna commented. They sure are. Konoka giggled as Asuna sighed. Where's Naruto-sensei? Whoa, there are so many people. Naruto glanced at the hallways that were full of students. He was now on his way to Negi as he passed by the hallways. As he arrived, he saw there already, revealing the result to everyone. However, he did not know his student's result. So he decided to ask someone. Excuse me, he called a random student. Why yes, sensei. The girl blushed. Do you know class 23A's result? He asked as she shook her head. No, I didn't saw 23A's class result, she explained. I think they're last. Quote, what? He shouted. They're last. I think so. I see. Thanks. After saying thank you, he went to search the others. It was then he noticed Negi walked to the main door and got out. Where is he going? He wondered as he went to chase him. When chasing Negi, he heard a bit of conversation from the students as he passed along. Negi-sensei exams is getting fired. At that, he stopped running suddenly. Fired. Negi's getting fired, he shouted as he realizing something. I get it now. No wonder he was trying so hard on this. He continued walking but in different direction. That old man, isn't this a little too over? He got slightly annoyed. He then saw the principal ahead from him. The principal appears to be in hurry. Oi, old man, Naruto called loudly, causing the principal jumped slightly and dropped something. Naruto-kun. That's rude, especially when you calling someone older than you, the principal, Kanemon's sweat dropped. How can I help you? As you see, I'm in hurry right now, he told. I want to talk about Negi. Naruto explained as he collected the principal's thing, which appeared to be exam papers. What's this? He glanced at the paper. Hey, this is 23A's exam paper, right? He asked, wanting. Ho, it seems like we have a mistake on the girl's result. Kanemon laughed. You see, when they're revealing the result, I've forgotten to add the other 8 girls' result with the rest of 23A's, he explained. Such a simple mistake. Ho, he stopped laughing and sweats dropped when he glanced at Naruto's condition. His sweats dropped even more when he noticed wrinkles on the paper around Naruto's finger. Ho, Negi-kun, let's go talk it over with the principal one more time. Okay, Konoka and the other persuaded. They are now in the train station. They came here immediately when they noticed Negi's suddenly departed. I'm sure he might reconsider about this, Nodoka shyly added, increasing their confidence. Yeah, this is too harsh for a kid like Negi-kun. Maki supported the suggestion. But the final task was too difficult for me. Negi refused to take on their suggestion. So, ho, you called for me. They turned sideways and saw the principal along with Naruto. Naruto ran to Negi's side. What the hell are you doing, Negi? He scolded Negi. Did you forget about your dream? It doesn't mean anything to you. But Ni-san. Negi spoke hesitantly. Dream? What dream? Maki asked. It's a secret between us. Naruto winked as she pouted. But first, listen to what that old man got to say. Kanemon's sweats dropped when Naruto calling him by that. Also, he still could see a small hint of darkness in Naruto's eyes. Ho, it looks like I have to explain about it. So, the principal went to explain the whole thing to the others. Then the marks for the 8 people haven't been entered yet. Kanoka asked as the principal nodded. Well then, I'll announce the grades now. As the principal read each student's score loudly, the score for each of them seemed to have improved. And finally, Kagarazaka Asuna. He stopped before smiling. You got 71. Well done, Asuna-chan. Asuna's score was surprising everyone including herself. Wa, Asuna gasped. Then, if you sum it up, then the total mark for 23A would be, the average seems to be 0.1/81 inches. Kaneman explained as the information merged inside Negi and the girl's mind. Yeah, it seems 23A is the top class. Naruto told as he chuckled. This made the girls cheered in happiness and went to hug him except Asuna. Naruto blushed at the contact and closeness. Ah, help me Negi. He begged but the girl kept doing so. However he decided to just shrug it off. Well done, everyone. I'm proud with you. Yeah. The girls cheered as Naruto escaped from their grip and walked to Negi, Asuna and the principal. You did well to avoid all those traps in Library Island. That also goes for you, Naruto-kun. The principal told. I'm not surprised to see you make it to the top class of the year. He nodded happily. You're qualified, Negi-kun. I hope to see you do. Yes. Negi bowed happily as the principal left. Good for you, Negi. Asuna chuckled. Well, she and Naruto ruffled Negi's hair. Anyway, I'll be looking forward to having you teaching the next term. Right, sensei. Naruto winked. Why yes, me too. They laughed happily. It seems like their hard work finally paid off. Warg, finally chapter 5 is completed. Firstly, I want to thank everyone who's been reading and supporting my humble fiction. This is the longest chapter I ever wrote. Anyway, I left some question in this chapter to Naruto. What exactly did he found in Library Island? Also, it looks like his students have noticed something different about him. What's going to happen to him? That's all you have to wait until the next. Anyway, regarding about the pairing, I'm going to let you vote until few. Magister Naruto Negi Magi. Cheers from 23A class Oraredo. On to the next chapter Vampire meets Werewolf. Miham, I smell blood here. Naruto watch out. Question mark. Hee kya. Vampire meets werewolf. It was a cold and windy night. He whined passes by as the leaves from the trees flew away along with it. The sky was dark but clearer without clouds as the only light was coming from the full moon. The moonlight shone greatly as it lit up the surrounding. Also, the stars add more beauty to this scenery. It would be perfect night for everyone. But it's not for this particular person. Naruto was hugging himself as he walked along the Sakura lanes. The moonlight reflected his shadow on the road. He stopped before sneezing suddenly. He wiped his nose with his jacket sleeve and sweat dropped. Damn, how much colder this night can get. He complained. Sneezing once more, he inwardly cursed and continued on his way. He was now patrolling around Mahora. It was going smoothly until the full moon rose and the wind blew stronger than before, much to his surprise. Little he knows that he was about to involve in something important. Kya, just as he was about to turn around a corner of the road, he heard a high-pitched scream coming from somewhere. He knew that scream well as he searching the direction of that girl's voice. That search somehow has led him to another Sakura lanes but the surrounding is slightly darker, probably because of the tree leaves. Also, the wind seemed stronger than before while the Sakura petal wildly flew around him. But that's not worries him at all. What disturbed him was he saw a girl Ying on the ground and a black figure on top of her. His eyes burned in anger as he approached the figure. What the hell are you doing? He shouted as he was about to grab the figure's shoulder. Despite the dark surrounding, he noticed that person has a small figure. Unluckily, that person noticed him earlier. Much to Naruto's surprise, that person suddenly floated above him and flew away. However, he caught a glimpse of that person's blonde hair before completely disappeared. He cursed at his failure to catch that person. Deciding that person has completely gone, he hurriedly went to the lying figure. That figure turned out to be someone he knew, Maki. He went closer to Maki to check her condition. Surely, she was in weak state. Without further ado, he carried her on his arms and went to treat her in the infirmary. Outside the infirmary, Naruto let out a long sigh before glancing around the surrounding. The bright sunlight shone through the windows. The slightly darkened sky means that it's still early in the morning. The wind seemed to have calmed down and flew slowly. Also, he could see a few students walking along the hallways. I hope she's going to be okay. He tried to remember his encounter with that blonde-haired figure. What did you do to her? He thought as he lost into his world, thinking all the possibilities. That until the school announcement stopped his daydream. He scowled as he ruffling his hair. There's no use thinking about it right now. I don't have a slightest clue about what has happened. He decided to let it go for a while and hope for Maki to recover quickly. Naruto made his way to his class. Along the way, he noticed a few girls he never met before. Although he still hasn't fully adopted to this school, he can proudly claim that he recognized almost of the girls in this Mahora middle girls' school. Then again, the students in here were many rather than any normal school would have. There's highest possibility that you met a new faces every day. In conclusion, he decided to ignore it and makes his way to 2A's class. Upon arriving in front of the class, he opened the door and entered the class before closing the door. Ori, I'm late again, he laughed, and he was replied back with quietness. It was then he noticed a female teacher and a group of unknown girls staring at him weirdly. He slowly finally realized that he was entering a wrong class. Within a second, he got out from the class. He closed the door quickly as he heard laughter coming from inside. He shook his head as he trying to lessen the blush that rose on his cheek. What happened? I'm positive I've entered the right class. He looked up and saw the 2A's class signboard. It was then he realized something important that he seemed has forgotten. He continued his way to a class hopefully the right class, 3A. He gulped as he went to open the door. Once the door was half opened, he entered head first to make sure it was the right class. Hey, it's Naruto-sensei. Upon hearing that well-known voice, he entered the class. In front of him was the bespectacled teacher, Negi, and all of his students. There's not much change in the SARDA arrangement and all except that Negi was now their official teacher. Good morning, Ni-san. Negi greeted. Good morning. It's surprising to see you're already in third years, Naruto said as the girls nodded. Then, the girls somehow managed to persuade him to give a speech on starting of their new year together just like Negi did. His sweat dropped as he scratched his left cheek with his index finger. Obviously thinking about what to say to them. Well, I'm now the substitute class teacher for your third year, he started. I'll be your substitute teacher from here until the next year, he continued with a smile. Anyway, it'll be pleasure to teach you all. He ended his short speech with a wink. Please take care of us. The girls cheered. Naruto smiled as he went to Negi, who was confused by his sudden approach. What is it, Ni-san? Negi asked before Naruto spoke. Listen, there's something I want to tell you about Ma. He stopped talking suddenly as Negi waiting for him to continue talking. The truth is he felt someone gazed upon him. He glanced around the class and somehow has led his sight to a girl. He recognized that girl from the class register as Evangeline A.K. McDowell. No, that he minds someone staring at him or gazing at him. What really disturbed him was he felt something weird and strange within her gaze as he looked at her. A familiar gaze indeed. That gaze only held for a while before she looked away. However, he decided to ignore that. He turned his sight back to the still waiting Negi. I have something to tell about Maki, he whispered. I was wondering about that too. She still hasn't come to school. I was worried, Negi told worriedly as Naruto nodded. As soon as he wanted to explain, the door opened suddenly, revealed Shizuna. She greeted them before went inside the class. I'm sorry for disturbing your class. Today is the school health checkup, so please give me cooperation, she requested. Negi nodded and went to explain his students. As he explained it to the girls, Shizuna walked to Naruto. I need your help for a while. That if you don't mind, she requested. Sure. Naruto nodded as they went ahead to the infirmary. Along the way, he decided to ask her about Maki's condition. Shizuna told him that Maki's condition seemed to have improved much to his relief. After a while, they finally arrived in front of the infirmary. They went inside as Shizuna going to prepare for the checkup while Naruto checking Maki's condition. It seems she was all right now. He nodded as Shizuna called him suddenly. Shizuna asked him to bring back some equipment from the sport club who was using it earlier. And so, he managed to bring that equipment back after. Where are they? He wondered as he went to his class. As he arrived, he saw Negi standing in front of the door. Hey, what are you doing here? He asked. They're having checkup right now. Negi explained before noticing the equipment Naruto was carrying. What are you going to do with that? He pointed at the equipment. Shizuna-san asked me to bring this to her. He explained as his hand reached the doorknob. That is when Negi went into panic, but he did not notice it. He turned the knob and opened the door as Negi closed his eyes with his hand. In front of them now was a group of half-undressed girls, causing Naruto to blush. Sorry. Just as the girls started to react, he's already closed the door. He cursed as he felt his cheeks still burning in embarrassment. Negi smiled and sweat dropped as well. Then, the door opened suddenly, revealed Shizuna. I'm sorry about that, Naruto-kun. She apologized as Naruto scratched the back of his head, nodding awkwardly. Thank you for bringing that equipment back. Could you bring that inside? She requested. Naruto nodded and entered the class head first to make sure that didn't happen again. It seems that the girls was already wore their school uniform and now talking to each other. Also it seems that they didn't mad at all as he entered the infirmary. He placed the equipment near the desk. Now, Shizuna spoke and pointed her finger at the paper on the desk. Can you record the girl's measurement here? She finished. As soon as she finished saying that, Naruto and almost all of the girls immediately blushed. Shizuna noticed their looks, laughed. You only have to record their weight and height measurements of course, she said as they let out a sigh. With that, Shizuna took her leave for something urgent. So, the girls hesitantly told Naruto especially their weight as Naruto recorded it down on the paper. Those who have finished talked with each other about something as Naruto continued doing his work. Hey, what do you guys think? Misa started. About that rumor that's been spreading around the dorms. What kind of rumor, Kakizaki? Asuna asked. Do you mean the rumor about the vampire in Sakura Lane? The brown short-haired girl from seat 9, Masora Kasuga said. The top. I see somehow interested Naruto slightly who was just finished recording their information. He placed the paper on the teacher's desk before leaning against the wall and crossed his arms over his chest. What kind of rumor is that? Sakurado and the others asked. Don't you guys know? It's a rumor from a while ago. Misa's sweat dropped. They say that when the moon is full, it appears amongst the row of sakura trees near the dorms. She stopped and did a scary face. Wrapped in dark cloth a blood-sucking vampire, she continuously made a scary faces as the Narutaki twins cried, feeling fear for the rumor. That's interesting, Naruto thought as he remembered his encounter with the black figure as same as it's described in the rumor. Maybe he can find something to help him to understand the situation and find the culprit. He nodded and continued listening to their conversation. I wonder if that monster got Maki-chan. Sakurado took a wild guess. Her blood looks pretty tasty. Maki does look pretty tasty, Kanoka added. Naruto's sweat dropped when he heard this. He put the tasty part aside and took the monster part. But then again, maybe monster does not exist at all. So, he took off the monster part from his list. You people, there's no way that rumor can be true. Asuna's sweat dropped. Naruto nodded, thinking the same. Stop discussing stupid things. Admit it, you're a bit of afraid too, aren't you, Asuna? Sakurado pointed as Asuna defended herself. There's no way something like that exists in Japan. She said. Naruto nodded, thinking exactly the same. Then again, I have seen strange things in this world. There's a possibility that this thing might be exist. His sweats dropped as he looked down and massaging his forehead. That's right, Kagarazaka Asuna. He looked up and saw the most quiet girl in the class. Evangeline talked suddenly, much to everyone's surprise. They say that the vampires in the rumors love energetic and cheerful girls like you, she told. You should be careful. Naruto wondered about the legendary vampire they kept telling about. Is it really exist since there are so many rumors about it? Nodding to himself, he decided to find out about it more tonight. As he got off from the wall, he felt another gaze fall upon him. He saw Evangeline once again stoically gaze at him before looked away. However, he decided to once again ignore it since he has something more important to deal with. With that, he left the class and met with Negi. Are they done already? Negi asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah, listen, I have something I want to talk about. Maki. The infirmary that was always desolated and quiet suddenly got full of visitors from 3A's class. When Naruto explained the whole circumstances to Negi, the girls seemed to have eardropped their conversation. When Naruto and Negi was about to go to the infirmary, the girls emerged from the class and persistently followed them to the infirmary. So here they are now. Naruto crossed his arm over his chest and waited for the others to check on Maki's condition along with Shizuna. What happened to Maki-san? Negi asked. Naruto-kun found her sleeping in Sakura Lane. Shizuna explained as he continued watching her. Well, it doesn't seem like a big deal after all. The older sister of the twins, Fuka, laughed. Scaring us like that? Maybe she drank too much amasake. Sakurado wondered. Yesterday was hot. Maybe she collapsed after being exposed to the cold. Kanoka simply guessed as they jumped into conclusion. Naruto noticed that Negi has been awfully quiet since he entered the infirmary. It looked like he's not the only person noticed Negi's strange behavior since Asuna decided to ask him about it. What's the problem, Negi? Why did you go all quiet all of a sudden? She asked. Negi jumped slightly and laughed awkwardly. Sorry about that, Asuna-san. He apologized. There's no need to worry about Maki-san. She's just a bit anemic. He assured her and the others. Although he told them so, Naruto knew that Negi has noticed something wrong about Maki. By the way, Asuna-san, I will be home late tonight. So I won't be eating dinner. He told her. Okay. Although Asuna got curious, she still nodded. Just don't do something stupid over yourselves, okay? She advised as she took last glance at Maki before got out from the infirmary. Bye, Naruto-sensei, Negi-sensei. We're going to prepare for the next class. The twins, who seemed to be the last girls, waved their hand before got out, leaving Naruto, Negi and Shizuna alone in the room. Shizuna went to cleaning the infirmary, leaving the other two talking to each other. Ni-san, there's something bothering me. Negi began as he got Naruto's attention. Yeah, what is it? Naruto asked. Well, it's very weak, but I can feel the magical energy. Negi explained, much to Naruto's surprise. Then, could this mean that there's another person here other than me who can use magic? He guessed. Do you saw anything when you found Maki-san? He asked. It's very dark that night, but I did saw someone else, Naruto explained, surprising Negi. Did you hear about the rumor something called vampire? He asked. It even said to be legendary. I guess that rumor has been going around the school for a long time ago. So you mean that thing attacked Maki-san last night? Negi shocked. I don't know about that. Whatever it is, we're going to find out. Naruto told him. After convincing Negi, they went out from the infirmary to prepare for tonight. It is cold and windy night. The sky is full of stars as the full moon shone brightly, as same as the past nights. The sakura trees shook slightly as the wind passed by along with the leaves. Between the sakura trees were Naruto and Negi, who was waiting patiently. Waiting for something they've learned only from the rumor. Naruto leaned against the tree as he glancing the surrounding. While Negi, clad in his casual clothes, sat beside Naruto with cautious. Are you sure this going to work, Ni-san? Negi asked as he sweat dropped. I don't know, Naruto said as he began to move. I'm going to walk around. Give me a signal if anything shows up, alright? Without letting Negi to comment, he emerged from among the Sakura lane and starting to walk. Along the way, he kept looking around as he kept his eyes cautious. After a while, he suddenly felt a sudden change to his surroundings. The wind seemed to have become stronger for a second before returned to normal. Within the darkness of the surrounding, he managed to see a black figure flew in different direction among the Sakura lane fastly. He turned around and began to chase the figure, but which is much faster than him. However, he stopped suddenly when he heard a loud scream. He recognized that voice coming from Negi's place. He continued running while increasing his speed, hoping to prevent the black figure from targeting any victim. Upon his arriving at the exact place, he saw smokes already covered the surrounding. In the middle, Negi was holding Nodoka, and standing in front of him was the culprit. The culprit seemed to wear a cloak and big pointed hat and a high-heeled shoe. Also, the blonde hair covered half of the culprit's small body. From that, Naruto knew the culprit was a girl. Luckily, they didn't saw him since the smoke's hiding him from their sight. So he went to hide himself against the sakura tree. Who? The girl snickered. That was surprising. Such strong magical power, she said, much to his surprise. That girl knew about Negi's magic. He said, who exactly are you? He wondered as the big and pointed hat that the girl wore came off from her head, revealing her face to Negi. You're from my class, Negi said as his expression changed. Evangeline-san. What the hell? Naruto moved closer to look closer at the girl's face to confirm Negi's word. Surely, Negi's was right as soon as he saw her face. Seat 26, Evangeline. He wondered, what's going on here? To have such power despite only being 10 inches, Evangeline said as she licked the blood at her finger. Just as one would expect from that man's son. Just after she said that, Negi's face changed suddenly. Just who are you? Negi asked. You're a mage just like me. Why are you doing this? He asked, causing the girl to laugh. Behind the tree, Naruto gritted his teeth while looking at Evangeline weirdly. So she's a mage too. He wondered as she took out some kind of glass vials with some sort of liquid in it and thrown it at Negi. Instantly, Naruto picked up a random small-sized tree branches and throw it at the same way. The branches collided with the glass vials as it falls into pieces right in front of Negi. The effect from that stripped off Nodoka's clothes, causing Negi to blush. On the other hand, looking at the broken glass, Evangeline began to smirk. I knew it. Did you block it? She spun around and faces the sakura tree. Naruto-sensei, she exclaimed as she threw out another glass bottles. She laughed as the tree exploded in frozen pieces. When the smoke from that explosion cleared, she noticed there's no one behind the tree. What was that sound just now? A voice came out from the smoke suddenly. Evangeline smirked as she ran away between the smokes. Upon hearing that voice, Negi went into panic as he trying to cover Nodoka's body. Suddenly, Naruto appeared beside him and quickly covered her body with his jacket. Soon, Asuna and Kanoka emerged from the smokes. They blushed at what they saw in front of them. What happened? Asuna asked. Naruto-kun and Negi-kun were the vampires. Kanoka wildly guessed as Negi went panicked. We heard a scream a while ago. Then when we came here, we found her like this. Naruto calmly lied, much to Negi's relief. Why yes, exactly. He added as he passed Nodoka to them. Asuna-san, Kanoka-san, I'm leaving Miyazaki-san to you. With that, he ran ahead fastly as Asuna and Kanoka sweat dropped. Where are you going, Negi brat? Asuna shouted. We're going to after the person who's been causing these incidents. Naruto smiled and winked at them. There's no need to worry, so please head home first. Good night. With that he took off while running fastly than Negi, leaving 2 confused girls. Wait, you said you have just found her here. How did you know the culprit already? Asuna shouted to the already far away Naruto. Wait Negi, Naruto. After leaving those 2 alone with Nodoka, Naruto went to chase Negi. After a while, he finally saw Negi and Evangeline. Negi was currently chasing her in the air using his broom. Naruto wondered how she was able to fly with ease, rather than Negi. He decided to ask her as he jumped onto the one of the building. With enough force, he jumped highly and landed on another rooftop and so on until he was a few buildings away from them. Hold it, Evangeline-san. He heard Negi spoke. Why are you doing this? This is unforgivable, even if I'm your teacher. Haha sensei, you're looking for him, aren't you? Evangeline said knowingly to him. Don't you want to hear what he has to say? She instigated. If you hit me, I'll tell you. She continued instigated. Naruto raised his eyebrows as he was now right under them. Luckily they didn't notice him. He saw Negi started to attack Evangeline as he jumped to another rooftop. Masuduru Sukaitaru Magisteru, Negi recited. Evocatio Valsiriarum Contubernalia Gladiaria. Suddenly, clones of him appeared and surrounding him, each with different type of sword. Each of them air riding broom as their body glowed marked the difference between the original and clone. Catch her, he ordered as his clones rushed to Evangeline. She threw bottles of liquid at the clones, causing a few of them to explode while the other managed to evade. Naruto looked at them, waiting for a moment to interfere. He noticed how serious Negi was fighting this time. He wondered to himself whether to interfere or not. Stopping, he made his decision and made a set of hand seal. Undecim spiritus aerials, vinculum fact iamicum captant. Sagita magica, air capture. Negi declared, shooting the arrows toward her. She threw a bottle of vial and recited, Refectio. The force created managed to deflect the attack. Negi gasped as he went to prepare another spell. On the other hand, Naruto SM irked as he watched them from down there. Well, I guess a little help couldn't hurt. In his both hand right now was two Fuma shuriken. Choosing the right moment, he jumped and spun around in the air. I hope this might helping you. While still in the air, he released both Fuma shuriken hardly as it went to Evangeline's direction in high speed. Evangeline was busy avoiding attacks from Negi before. Ri finally noticed something coming in her way. She gritted her teeth as she tried to avoid the incoming attacks. She managed to deflect one of the shuriken while the other just went past her. Negi saw this opportunity and ordered his remaining clones to attack her while he went to her exposed side. I caught you. It ends here. He stretched out his hand at her and recited, France excalmadio. The vampire barely dodged the spell as her cloak shredded, leaving her only wearing her undergarment. With no way to fly, she landed nimbly on the rooftop of a nearby building. Not bad, sensei, she complimented him. Just like I expected from your father, or should I say, the Thousand Master, she laughed as another figure landed on the roof. Negi stowed his wand and pointed his staff at the newcomer and began incanted. However, the newcomer rushed toward him and hit his forehead, causing him to lose concentration. Massaging his hurting forehead, he stared in shock the attacker's face. Two antenna-like ears stood out from long green hair, her equally green eyes devoid of any emotion from seat 10. Bowing in politeness, she said, Good evening, sensei. Evangeline smirked as she stared at the still shocked Negi. HMPH, let me introduce you. This is my partner. Negi shouted, his brain finally processing the information. Chachimaru-san is your partner. He sweat dropped and pointed his staff at her. Even so, I still can defeat you. Undecim spiritus aerials, vinculum fact. Chachimaru once again rushed toward him but this time pinched his cheeks. He massaged his painful cheeks before incanted but was stopped once again with a flick on his forehead. Evangeline laughed and ordered Chachimaru to seize him. The robot responded with a monotonous voice and grabbed Negi in a headlock before he could move. The vampire began to chuckle darkly, walking slowly and methodically toward the struggling figure. He, the day has finally come. I waited here at this academy this day since you arrived at the academy. Baring her fangs, the vampire continued. With the amount of blood I needed, you're going to die. She began to lean in toward his neck when something coming to their way. She simply avoided the projectile that appeared to be a big shuriken before continue lean in and bit into his neck. Not that she knows that the shuriken appeared to be more than she expected. The shuriken suddenly transformed and revealed Naruto with his right hand extended at her head. Before they started to react, he winked and flicked her forehead quiet hardly. The contact mad. Her released Negi and falling back while holding her forehead in pain. Chachimaru rushed to Evangeline's back to prevent her from falling down. Get away you freaks. A voice came out suddenly. Asen appeared out of nowhere and does a flying kick. Somehow, she accidentally planted the kick at Naruto's back causing him to drag Evangeline and Chachimaru along with him and fall down a few meters away. Naruto quickly recovered and prevent Chachimaru then Evangeline from falling down from the roof. After that he fall head first beside Evangeline because of the pain. Evangeline got up on her knees and rubbing her now pained head. Don't tell me you guys are behind these attacks. Asuna asked as she got to Negi's side. And you even go as far as to torment a child. I won't let you go without. Evangeline teared up and gritted her teeth as she tried to get up. However her attempt was failed as she falls down on the other side of the roof to Naruto who was just recovered. She fall head first on Naruto's lap. Naruto caught by surprise but then he noticed the tears in her eyes as his eyes softened. He wiped off her tears causing her to blush before stroking her hair. There, you can cry on Naruto-sensei's lap, he said, gaining a punch from the red-faced vampire. Somehow, one of her nail managed to scratch his cheek, causing him to bleed. She quickly recovered to her feet and moved away from them to the edge of the roof. How dare you to insult me, the Lord of Darkness, the undead magi? She growled in embarrassment. I won't forget this. After saying that, she and Chachimaru jumped down from the rooftop before vanished. As Asuna glancing at Negi's condition, he cried and hugging her suddenly because of the fear. After calming him down, she decided to return the dorm. Hey, get up, we're going back, she told Naruto, who was continuously rubbed his back. Naruto let out a long sigh as he got up and followed them, currently not noticing his bleeding cheek until they were arrived. In the room were Kanoka and Nodoka, who has fully awaked. Kanoka cleaned up and bandaged his bleeding cheeks. Without changing his uniform, he lying on Kanoka's bed before went to sleep. His pain is too much to deal with rather than to think about what have just happened. Naruto let out a sigh, both of his hands on his cheeks. He was now sitting in the teacher's table in class 3A as he watched Negi teaching. He noticed Negi was a bit different today. In the early of the morning, he was forced to wake up by Asuna. Although his pain still remained, he woke up and found Negi sleeping next to him, having the same problem as him. His eyes softened as he watched Asuna drag Negi out from the bed. Well, Negi was still a child, and having him facing the problem yesterday surely is hard. Naruto let out a sigh as he glanced at his students. Then he noticed Maki. She was already recovered, although she didn't remember anything about what happened to her. I guess it's a good thing she didn't remember, he thought. Then he glancing once again until his sight was set at the empty seat at the back. The seat belongs to Evangeline A.K. McDowell. A lot of question flashed through his mind. Their encounter had changed his perception toward her identity. Making a decision, he decided to ask her about that. But the problem is she was nowhere to be found. According to Chachimaru, who was strangely came to school much to Negi's fear, Evangeline did came to the school, but she will not attending the class. So he decided to ask her later. The school bell rang suddenly, marked the end of the class, interrupting his daydream. See you later, everyone. He smiled and waved his hand before got out from the class. Meh, it's no use thinking about it right now. He smiled as he rubbed his growling stomach. He laughed as he made his way to the cafeteria. Using the money Negi gave him a few days ago, he bought 2 burgers and went to search for the best spot to eat and release his tension. Where to go? He wondered as a location came into his mind. Smiling, he made his way and climbing the stairs before finally reaching the rooftop. He opened the door and took a deep breath. This is the perfect spot. He closed the door. Then, he noticed a girl leaning against the wall not so far from him. Raising his eyebrows, he came closer to her. Evangeline, he quietly said since she was sleeping. She looks tired. His eyes softened as he noticed the wound on her forehead still hasn't healed. Putting his food aside, he reached his pocket and come closer to her. However, he didn't notice the girl's already woke up a little bit. She blinking her eyes and tries to adjust to her surroundings and finally noticing the person in front of her. What the hell are you doing at me? She gritted her teeth as she felt something soft on her forehead. Naruto back away as she reached the bandage Naruto just put. What is this? She hissed. That's bandage. Your wound still hasn't recovered. He pointed his finger at the bandage on his cheek. See, you caused this. As soon as she saw that, she laughed. That's what you get when you're messing with the undead mage. She laughed, pride overwhelming herself. Naruto smiled as he extended his finger and flicked her forehead softly. We're even, remember, he chuckled. The vampire glared at him and crossed her arms over her chest. It was then they were interrupted by the sound of her stomach growling. Naruto laughed as she looked away, her face went red. Here, Naruto offered Evangeline his food. I bet it was delicious. He offered once again. Evangeline glared at him before let out a sigh. She grabbed the food in his hand, opened the cover and munched it. Naruto laughed as he sat in front of her and did the same. So, tell me about it. He spoke. Tell you what, Whiskers? Evangeline asked and continued munched her food. Is that thing even real? She pointed at his whiskers-like mark. Naruto raised his eyebrows and continued. leaving her question remained unanswered. Tell me the reason behind your attacks. Why did you attack the students? He asked. That's none of your concern. She simply replied as Naruto pouted. Oh come on, tell me. You've promised, right? He said as the vampire raised her eyebrows. Naruto nodded as he smiled mischievously. If you hit me, I'll tell you. He mocked at what she said earlier, making her blush. In addition, he pointed at the bandage at her forehead and smiled knowingly. So, tells me. He laughed over her defeat. Fine. She finally accepted her defeat. In order to defeat a mage like that brat, I had to build up some sort of power myself, she explained as he listened intently. So that I can remove the curse he put on me. Naruto noticed a slight change in her expression. That's all. She continued eating her food. Now you tell me how you did that transforming spell. She asked with her mouth full of food. That's none of your concern. Naruto replied as he took last bit of his food and crumpled the cover. I demand you to tell me right now, she said with her mouth still full of food, causing her to choke on the food. Naruto laughed as she desperately swallowed the food. She glared at him and blushed as she done. She got up and kicked him on the legs. Naruto laughed as he held his legs in pain. Imbeciles. She looked away and eating her food and finally finished it. Alright, as a reward for being a very good girl, I will tell you. He got up as she delivered a kick to his leg but he avoided it. That spell I use called Henge no Jutsu. He explained as he made a set of hand seal before transforming himself into Evangeline herself. This is one of the basic jutsu taught at my place. He stopped. Ever heard of Konohagakure? He asked as she merely shook her head. I see. He let out a sigh and transforming to himself. So there it is. HMPH, it seems useless. She commented. As useless as it seems, I managed to lay a finger on the so-called the undead mage. Evangeline was about to hit him but stopped suddenly as she felt something wrong. What's wrong? He asked as he noticed her sudden change. Something is coming. Someone who has broken the barrier and entered the school district. With that said, she walked to the door and went downstairs. Naruto got curious by that and decided to follow her around. She went to meet Chachimaru and talked about something he didn't know about. As they kept talking, Naruto kept glancing at them. Evangeline caught and asked him out of annoyance. Now that I looked at you too, he stroked his chin before continued. You're really short, Eva-chan. He said, gaining a punch from the annoyed vampire and leaving him. Chachimaru simply bowed at him before following Evangeline. Naruto watched them slowly disappeared from his sight. He decided not to disturb them for now as he made his way to the dorms since the school time is over. On the way as he passed the dorm's bathhouse, he heard girls scream and sound of something crashed. Quickly he made his way to the bathhouse. As he arrived in front of the door, he saw Asuna who was heading the same way as he is. Hey, what are you doing here? She asked. I don't know. I heard screams coming from this place. He explained as they both made their way into the bathhouse. As soon as they entered, they saw none other than Negi in the water looking panicked. The steams almost fully covered the surroundings. Oi, Negi, what happened? He asked, glancing around. Then, he noticed something running past him. As the steams seemed to have cleared a bit, he looked forward. He found almost all of 3A girls there while not wearing any single clothes. His face went immediately red because of that. What the hell are you guys all doing in here? He turned around and exited the bathhouse. Outside, he took a deep breath as he felt his heartbeat slowed down. It was then he noticed a slight movement in one of the baskets lining in the shelf. He slowly made his way to the basket as the movement became obvious. In the right moment, he grabbed whatever it is in the basket and held it tightly and brought it to his face. It turned out to be a white ermine holding. Yo! Naruto's sweat dropped as he watched the white ermine called Albert Chimama walking in front of him along with Negi. He still hasn't quite used to the ermine prez. And since every time he was with that ermine, he always involved with. However, that ermine claimed to be Negi's helper on his quest to looking for a partner. So, he decided to let that ermine to do a NY thing as he please except for perverted things. Right now, they're on the quest to find Negi's partner and they have chosen the right candidate, that is Nodoka. The plan has been made but the action is still yet to be carried out. So what's the provisional contract again? Naruto asked. You see, the contract is for the one who becomes a minister magi to protect and assist the mage. The ermine explained. In exchange, the minister magi receive magical power from the mage that increases the circulation of life energy. They both get powered up, mentally and physically, it explained. Naruto no. DDED as he tried to process the long information in his brain. I prefer being. Saw the vampire and her partner not so far from them. He smiled and waved his hand at them. Good morning, Negi-sensei, Whiskers. Evangeline greeted. I guess you're just going to let me skip class again today, she chuckled. Hee, it has been fun since you became a teacher, Negi-sensei. She finished as Negi got to his stance and holding his staff. She chuckled darkly at his sudden reaction. Kukuku, do you really think you stand a chance against me? I think it'd better if for both of us if you just behave yourselves when we're in school. She turned around and smirked. Oh, one more thing. I wouldn't ask Takamichi or the principal for the help if I were you. You don't want to have more students attacked, do you? She left after saying that. Chachimaru bowed her head and followed her master. Negi stared at them before ran away and cried. At that time, Naruto looked at the ermine. That ermine moved his hand and made hand signals. Execute Naruto plan. Naruto nodded as he went to chase Evangeline and Chachimaru. Naruto plan was made during their secret meeting. The plan was named using the combination of their names. The plan was divided into several phases and will be executed at the right moment. The main purpose was to investigate and collect information, mainly the enemy's weaknesses. He recalled as he reached Evangeline and Chachimaru's side. The ermine face came into his mind. Phase 1 follow them regardless of where they go. Naruto smiled as walked side by side with Evangeline while Chachimaru walking. Behind them. Hey Eva-chan, Cha-cha-chan. Where are you going? He asked innocently. That's none of your business, Whiskers. Evangeline simply replied, causing him to pout. Naruto unconsciously rubbed his cheeks before finally realizing something. He walked closer to her and looked at her forehead, making her blush out of embarrassment and annoyance. What the hell are you looking at, Whiskers? She glared at him as he smiled and backed away. It seems like your wound have gone. Naruto pointed his finger at her forehead. Yeah, so, she raised her eyebrows. Having me, he undead mage been defeated with such small injury is, she tripped over her feet as she fall face first on the floor. Naruto's sweat dropped as he and Chachimaru helped her back on her feet. She cried, because of the pain and kicked Naruto on the leg, causing him to fall. Chachimaru bowed and followed her master that seemed started to leave him. He quickly got up to his feet and chased them. Naruto took a deep breath while glancing at the surroundings. He was now standing in front of the tea house. The tea house features shoji windows and sliding doors made of wooden lattice covered in translucent papers. He fixed his position as he read the board hanging in the upper wall. It wrote, Tea Club. The image of the ermine came into his mind. Phase 2, do whatever it takes to get information, he recalled as he went to the entrance. In the tea house, he saw several students including the one he was searching for, Evangeline and Chachimaru, who was wearing a kimono. She was now currently brewing the tea in the furo. One of the students who were drinking a tea noticed his presence. Ah, welcome, please come in, she offered. Naruto scratched the back of his head and removed his shoe. You're Naruto-sensei. Right, she asked as he nodded. Please make yourself comfortable. Naruto sat the end of the line. Chachimaru brought the tea to him as they bowed simultaneously before she returned to her place. As he drank the tea, which is surprisingly good, he kept glancing at Evangeline. He noticed she's a lot calmer this time, much to his surprise. They stayed like that until all of the students left the tea house, leaving the three people alone. Evangeline got up from her seat and exited the tea house, Naruto following pursuit. Outside, he found himself facing. What the hell are you doing here? She asked. Forget that. Is it true that Negi Springfield's advisor have finally arrived? She grabbed his jacket and pulled him closer. As the undead mage, I demand you to answer me immediately. I don't know what you're talking about. His sweat dropped. She stared at him for a while before finally letting him go. Fine, whatever. Don't leave my side for the time being, okay? She requested. Naruto nodded and avoiding a punch from the blushing girl. I'm not talking to you, idiot. I'm talking to Chachimaru here. He spun around and saw Chachimaru right behind him, already clad in her school uniform. She looked at Naruto, then moving her sight to her master. Yes, master, she said in monotone. Then they saw Takemichi heading toward them. He told them that the principal wished to see Evangeline right away. After instructed Chachimaru and punching Naruto, which she missed, she went to follow Takemichi. Chachimaru and Naruto stared at them as they disappeared from their sight. Take care, master, she said. Naruto smiled at this chance to execute another phase of the plan. The Ermin's face came into his mind. Phase 3, using the third person to retrieve information, he recalled. So, he began. What are you going to do now? He asked. The girl stared at him for a while before replied. Walking. Her monotone replied as Naruto nodded. So, you'll need a company then. He happily said. The girls looked at him and replied. Unnecessary. She declined. Naruto, however, decided to ignore that as he pushed her softly from behind, made her walking. And so, Naruto followed her walking around the town. But before that, she stopped by at the convenience store and bought something. As they finally arrived in the town, he gaped at the newly surroundings. They're now walking along the riverbed. Smiling as he breathed in the fragrant and refreshing air, he turned his head at Chachimaru. You did this every day, Cha-Cha-chan? He asked as she nodded in response. He smiled. Since he was finally able to communicate with her, even though she was only nodded. It was then they spotted a crying girl. He quickly ran to the girl. Hey, what happened? He asked as the girl pointed her finger at the tree. He followed the direction of her finger and saw a balloon stuck between the tree branches. Before he knew it, he saw Chachimaru suddenly flying up the tree and grabbed the balloon. Chachimaru gave it to the crying girl, which the kid thanked Chachimaru as she held her balloon once more. Turning around, Chachimaru saw Naruto, who was still shocked by her action. Naruto-sen, say, she called as Naruto shook his head. Shall we? She suggested as Naruto nodded. And so, they continued their travel. Suddenly 2 boys surrounded them and cheering her. When they arrived at the big road, they saw. Thank you as always, Chachimaru-chan. That old woman thanked, noticing Naruto, who was still stalling. Is this your boyfriend, Chachimaru-chan? She came closer and tapped his shoulder with her cane, interrupting his daydream. You're very lucky, mister. Make sure take a good care of her, she instructed. Naruto, who was trying to process the information in his head, dumbly nodded. After the old woman has disappeared from their sight, Naruto noticed Chachimaru was staring at him. What? He asked. She shook her head and resumed walking while the boys kept enchanting her name. After a while, they arrived near the bridge. Naruto noticed there's a group of people on the bridge pointed into the nearby storm drain. A small kitten is being pulled by the current inside a small box. Before the group could do anything, Chachimaru planning to jump into the water but stopped when she felt a hold on her shoulder. Turning sideways, she saw Naruto already jumped into the water, much to her surprise. He was wading towards the kitten before bringing it to shore. He smiled in embarrassment as the people praised his action. After the group of people dispersed, they took a sit on the meadow. Naruto took off his wet jacket and slung it over his shoulder as Chachimaru kneeling. The kitten sat on her lap licking its slightly wet fur. Suddenly, the kitten ran toward him and to his surprise, climbing his shirt before take a spot on his hair. He noticed her slightly smiled at that. Then the nearby clock tower rang. Chachimaru got up and continued walking with him following pursuit. She began heading to a secluded part of town, leading him to a small area behind. She's too kind to be a bad person, he thought as the kitten on his hair climbed down and went to join with the others. After finished eating, the kittens decided to play around him. He putted one of the kittens on his lap and patted it. You know, Cha-Cha-chan. She stared at him as he brought the kitten to her. Maybe you, not so bad after all. He smiled. She stared at him for a while before took the kitten from his hand and pet it. The clock tower rang once again as she finished picking the empty food cans while Naruto dropped the kitten on his hair. It was then he noticed figures standing near them. Turning around, he saw Negi and Asuna. Hey Negi, Asuna. Hello Negi-sensei, Asuna-sensei. Chachimaru greeted, turning around to face them. I let my guard down there, but I will be your opponent. Naruto stared in shock at them. Wait, you're not going to fight, aren't you? He asked. I'm sorry, Naruto-sensei, but my master orders are absolute. She bowed her head at him. Chachimaru-san, would you mind not targeting anymore? Negi asked. I don't really want to do this, he said hesitantly. Naruto noticed his difficulty and finally realized the cause of this problem. That idiot Ermin. A vein started to form on his forehead as he came closer to Negi and Asuna. Let me guess, this is all part of that Ermin plan, aren't they? He asked as they nodded. How about that partner problem? You won't stand a chance handling her alone, he asked as Asuna's sweat dropped. Haha, so you made her your partner, huh? His sweat dropped as he looked at Asuna knowingly. He already told her that he knew about Negi's magic and all, much to her surprise. Right now, they're teaming up to help Negi handle this problem. However, she still did not know about his. He let out a sigh and massaged his forehead. That Ermin really messed up my head right now. He let out another sigh and glancing at them Our last time before went to lean against the wall. Well then, Chachimaru-san. Negi took his stance and chanted. Quote, Sis mea pars per decem secundas ministra Negi Kagurazaka. Asuna began glowing. For a moment before she charged forwards. Naruto noticed she was moving quite a bit faster than usual. Ross telephone ma sure magister. She attacked Chachimaru with a punch, but it was blocked. However, Asuna quickly moved her other hand and managed to touch Chachimaru's forehead. Asuna continuously attacked Chachimaru as Negi followed them from side and incanted. Undecim spiritus lucis, cunces. Adjutant animicum. He stopped before continued. Sagitta magica series lucis. He shouted, the beams of light flying towards Chachimaru, who was currently off balance. Naruto noted that spell is too strong to handle. He looked at Chachimaru, who was still standing in the middle and not moving, while Negi trying to somehow deflect his attacks. Chachimaru calculated the damage she would receive and the possibilities. Finding she would be most likely destroyed. I'm sorry, master, if I cease to function. Please remember to feed the cats. The beam came in contact and exploded. Negi and Asuna watched in concern as the smoke started to clear. They stared in shock when they saw nothing happen to Chachimaru, much to their surprise. Why am I still not destroyed? Looking in front of her, she immediately knew the reason. In front of her was Naruto, who was standing before fall down to his knee. His face is slightly wounded and dirty. Also, it seemed that his shirt was torn around the sleeve and slightly burned. Why? She unconsciously asked as he smiled. Cha-Cha-chan was one of my students. There's no way I let anyone hurt her. He coughed and sweat dropped. But damn, that spell sure was stronger than Asuna's kick. He scowled. Chachimaru stared at him before taking off in the air, both Negi and Asuna and surprisingly Chamo rushing to his side worriedly. Why did you do that, idiot? Asuna scolded. I'm sorry, Ni-san. I didn't mean to hit you. Negi cried. Naruto smiled and patted Negi's head. Then Chamo came up and blaming him for the failure. Naruto caught the Ermin as it was bouncing around. You don't have the right to criticize us. This is your entire fault to begin with. Naruto's plan, my butt. He glared at Chamo as its sweats dropped horribly. Then Naruto smirked darkly. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten yet this day. He grinned. Maybe I can eat Ermin meat today, he thought, making the white Ermin crying. Please, Ni-san. Ermin meat is not good for health. There's virus and all. Chamo shook his head and struggled in his grip. Naruto let Chamo go as he hurriedly hid behind Negi. But this is bad, Ni-san. Why did you show mercy to that robot Chachimaru like that? Chamo asked as Naruto got up. If you have let Aniki taken her down, we would have been out of this mess for sure. It would have been our victory right now. Anyway, we're in trouble. Naruto ignored that Ermin and inspected his attire. Sighing, he began to walk as Asuna and Negi following pursuit, while the Ermin kept babbled about their failure. Not that he knows that someone was watching him from far before taking off. The next day is going on quietly without any trouble. At the dorm, Naruto was listening to the others while eating his breakfast. There's no school for that day, so they're free to do anything. They're now currently discussing about their failure at their last operation. Scowling, he watched Chamo continued to babble. We're in trouble now that Chachimaru has gotten away. We have gone easy on her up to yesterday. He bouncing around much to Naruto annoyance. Once they find out that Aniki has a partner, they're going to gang up and beat the crap out of us. He noted as Naruto's sweat dropped. Then the door opened and revealed Kanoka clad in her casual clothes. Nay, Naruto-sensei. Grandfather wished to see you. She instructed as Naruto nodded. Wearing only black shirt and long black pant, he made his way to the principal office. Without wasting any time, he opened the door and saw the principal sitting in his usual place. Yo, old man, what do you want? He asked directly as Kanaman laughed. Good morning, Naruto-kun. I have something I want to talk to you. The principal stated, but before that, someone gave you this. He handed Naruto to ENV. Elope one was small while the other one was large and heavy. He opened the small envelope which contained a letter. He glanced through the letter and read it aloud in his mind. I, on behalf of my dear daughter, would like to thank you. I'm grateful for your help on that misfortune day. I hope that something that I include along with this letter can repay your kindness. Also, Naruto's sweat dropped, as he does not understand what it means. Putting the letter aside, he opened another envelope. That envelope contains from what he recognized in this world as money. Somehow, the money was too much and overflowing out. What the hell? He closed the envelope. Who give this anyway? He asked the principal. However, the principal just chuckled. Ho ho ho, I don't know either. These envelopes have been delivered to my desk early in the morning, he explained. Perhaps this person wants to repay you somehow. Repay. Naruto's sweat dropped and scratched his cheeks with his index finger. Even so, isn't this too much? He asked. It is, but looking at your condition, that amount of money might be useful. The principal glanced at Naruto's condition. Since you're still new in this world, you're going to need it. Naruto wondered about it before realizing something. Oh yeah, what was the thing you want to talk about? He asked. Ho, I think it's better if I tell you next time. The principal suggested. Nodding his head and sigh, Naruto walked out from the office with his hands slung over his head. He didn't have anything important to do so he decided to go back to his room. Along the way, he kept thinking about who gave him the money. More importantly, what he was going to do with that amount of money. Suddenly, what are you doing here? Yada. Finally chapter 6 is completed. Although I want to continue writing demo, I think this quite enough for now. Anyway, I left some question in this chapter. Who's the writer of the letter? Why is that person gave him a low T of money and who was the person Naruto just crashed? Come on, take a guess. Evil laughs. More importantly, I decided to make Asuna know about Naruto's secret earlier and she accepted it with normal reaction. Demo. As the story continues, she will ask about that. But that's going to be later. For now, the main focus is the main storyline. There's maybe a lot of thing you don't understand in this chapter, but your question going to be answered as the story continues. So I hope for your patience and continue support this fanfic. Cheers from 3A class. Okay Dazu. March into the next chapter Fate and Destiny. Miso what's up with Fate and Destiny? Naruto I don't know. Mood change yo old man, you better have a good explanation about this. Kanaemen hohaho. Question mark. This is insane. Question mark. Fate and Destiny. What are you doing here? Naruto extended his right hand at the girl who was gladly took his hand. He pulled the girl slowly off the ground as she slowly balancing herself. Once done, Naruto finding himself. Sweat dropped as he scratched his cheek with his finger. Glancing at the girl's condition which was slightly dirty with dust, Naruto found himself laughing slightly as he decided to talk with the girl. Well I'm sorry for that. Satomi-chan. He laughed slightly as he bowed his head. Turn out that girl was the two-braided medium-length black-haired girl from C24, Satomi Hakase. Clearly that girl was in dizzy as she slowly trying to recover herself to normal state. Satomi began, still trying to recover. Once recover, she starting to see the image of the person standing in front of her. As she slowly got better image of the person which turned out to be her assistant teacher who was laughing. Naruto-sensei. Good morning. She bowed quickly, not noticing her condition. Sorry to meet you in weird circumstances. She continued. Naruto waved his hands as he asked her to relax. It's my fault to begin with. Naruto chuckled as he glanced at her clothes. I hope I didn't make your lab coat too dirty. Upon saying that, Satomi checked her condition and found her lab coat was slightly dirty. It's okay, Naruto-sensei. It was not your fault anyway. She laughed, brushing her lab coat with her hand. Actually, I was in hurry to someone place right now, she stated as Naruto nodded. I was on the way to get a few things from then suddenly I happened to bump into you. She waved her hand. It's not your fault though. I see. Naruto nodded, feeling bad about it. It was only lasted for a while as a laptop and few accessories, she stated as Naruto nodded. There's also a toolbox. Why did you ask? Naruto-sensei. Well, Naruto begins. Even though this is not entirely my fault, but surely this is somewhat slightly my fault too, he continued. So, to make up my mistake, surely there's something I can do. He smiled. Therefore, how about I get those things you said for you? He asked. Please, you don't have to, Naruto-sensei. I don't want to trouble you. Satomi said. Naruto waved his hand. Disagreed with that. Meh, it's the least I can do. He laughed as he began to walk ahead with Satomi following him from behind. But then he stooped suddenly, causing her to stop walking. She raised her eyebrows as she saw Naruto laughed awkwardly before spoke up. Which lab do you talk about? He laughed as he scratched his cheek with his left index finger. Satomi laughed as she walked ahead with Naruto following her from behind. After a few minutes of walking, they finally arrived at their desired location. Satomi gesturing her hand at Naruto to enter the robotics lab. Naruto nodded and entered the lab. He found himself gaping at his surroundings. Of course he knew about this lab, but he never stopped admiring it. All the machines, gadgets and others are unknowledgeable to him. Not he has seen anywhere. This is proving that he was in whole different world right now. As he busy asking the other students about the machines and their function and purpose. He was not noticing Satomi had already got her belongings. She interrupted him with a cough. Realizing her action and noticing the stuff she carried, Naruto offered himself to carry her belongings. Satomi defeated by his persistency. Let him carry her belongings. After saying goodbyes to the other students, they got out from the robotics lab and headed to the next location. I didn't know you were interested in technology, Naruto-sensei, Satomi said, laughing slightly as Naruto nodded. Yeah, kind of, he continued. It was amazing to see your technology. I never find any of that in my place, he said as they turned around the corner. Where are you going anyway? He asked. I'm going to meet up with someone. Satomi stopped walking. I take it from here, she said as Naruto nodded, handing over her belongings. Thank you for everything. I see you later, Naruto-sensei. She bowed as she ran ahead, leaving the blonde teacher alone wondering about what to do next. He decided to take a seat at the nearest bench. The weather was surprisingly calm. The sky was clear blue, only a few clouds could be seen. It was not too hot either. The slightly cold wind blew past him, swaying his hair slightly. He stretched his both hands as he looked at his surroundings. It was then he noticed he was now sitting near the big fountain. A few of people sat not so far from him. Not so far from him was. Hey, no wonder it was lively in here. He smiled to himself before remembering something. Ah, I remember now. I'm going to the city to buy something. He got up and stretched his hands once again. Then again, I'm in the city right now, so I just have to find some shops now. He smiled as he walked forward, out from the square. Along the way, he thought to himself. Somehow, my encounter with her seemed to have brought me to the city. He laughed. It must be fate. He continued laughing even though the people around him starting to look at him weirdly at the teenager who was laughing out of no reason. And so began his journey in the busiest of a city. Upon entering the busiest part of the city, he found himself gaping at the number of moving mechanical transportation known as car and other transports in this world as far as his eyes can see. There were tall buildings around his surroundings. The street was crowded and full of people since it was public holiday today. Every face was new to him every second. Whoa, there's so many of them, he thought to himself. To avoid himself being suspicious, he decided to walk with a group of teenagers which appeared to be a girls' group. Naruto makes sure to take a safe distance from them to make sure they did not going to accuse him for being a pervert. As they were turning around the corner to the alley, one of the girls at the back of the group accidentally dropped her purse. Unconsciously, Naruto ran toward the purse before took it. He caught up with the owner before calling her while extending his hand. "Excuse me, it seemed you have dropped your purse," he said as the girls stopped. The owner, who was right in front of him, turned around suddenly. Out of sudden he knew something was about to happen, since he was extending his hand and the girl was turning around. His hand accidentally touched her chest. Realizing that, the color of bright red rose to her and the other girl's cheeks. The girl automatically covered her body with her hand to prevent the beast from tearing down his prey and screaming, of course. "Kya, AP pervert," she cried, her voice echoing the alley until it could be heard on the road. The nearby singers, upon hearing that, quickly come to the poor girl's side. Some of them even brought weapon along with him. Where did they got all kind of weapon is still a question. All of the heroes' eyes burn in anger and passion to beat the crap out of the beast. Only that the beast called Naruto was at great loss and unable to talk because of the encounter. As the heroes charged forward, the beast Finn ally able to muster all the strength to talk and defend. Wait, I was just trying to return this girl's purse. The beast defended himself, but it was too late. The heroes with all their strength charged forward, causing the beast to back away quickly. As the conflict and tension rises, a miracle happened. A voice of sisters walked past them straight to the beast, who were at great loss of word. One of the angels came closer to the beast as if she was remembering something. "Get away from him," one of the heroes said, "unsheathe his weapon. This guy is dangerous, after what perverted thing he has done to your friend," he said. The angel, however, broke into smile. "I think you have mistaken," she said as she looked at the beast's face. "This is one of the teachers in my school. Surely I can't miss this whiskered-like mark," she said. The heroes broke their fighting stance into normal state. "Are you sure?" one of them asked. The angels nodded. "It seemed that we have mistaken him for a pervert. We are truly sorry for the harsh accused, boy." Suddenly the beast transformed into a man. His face radiated. This is weird," Naruto said as the girls bowed at him. "I'm really sorry for that, Naruto-sensei. Please forgive us," they said as Naruto waved his hands. "It's okay. Besides, it was my fault to begin with," Naruto said as he recalled the accident. "I wonder where did they get L kind of weapon like that," he sweat dropped. "Actually, recently there's been report about a perverted man walking around this town. Found walking alone in the alley, but he never make it," one of the girls said. "I guess that's what making the nearby people aware of the situation and sensitive about it." The girl continued, "And about those weapons, I didn't know where they got it." The girl wondered, maybe they were some sort of warrior, I don't know. "PFTT, that was funny, Akane." One of the girls giggled. "It was your fault that caused Naruto-sensei this trouble," the girl named Akane bonked the girl's head, yelling the word pervert out of sudden. "Surely that was." "Yeah, right." The girl named I nodded, scratching the back of her head. "I'm really sorry for troubling you, Naruto-sensei." She bowed her head. Naruto, however, laughing as he told them to be relaxed. "It's okay. Here, you dropped your purse while back." He passed her the purse. I gladly took it as she checked it to see if something is missing. Satisfied, she bowed once again at Naruto. "Anyway, I'm sorry to ask this, but did I know you?" he asked as the girls giggled. "Didn't you remember? We're the one teasing with UWH. And you are trying to get the weight balance back," one of the girls stated and giggled. Upon remembering that, Naruto found himself blushing slightly, quickly erased the blush with a cough and trying to change the subject. After a while, he and the girls finally out from the alley. As he was about to walk to different direction, one of the girls called suddenly. "What is it?" Naruto asked. "Where are you going, Naruto-sensei?" she asked. I guess finding a shop to buy something," he said as matter of fact. "Why did you ask?" he asked. He raised his eyebrows as the girls starting to talk and having a discussion with each other. Moment later, It looked like a decision was made as Akane came closer to him. What is it? He asked. Naruto-sensei, you're new to this city, right? She asked as Naruto nodded. Do you know where to find this shop of yours? She asked again. Naruto shook his head. It is true that he did not know anything about this city at all. Searching alone could be a pain in the butt. It could take hours to just find a shop if you don't know the exact location. That's what he thought to himself. However, it seemed that the girl managed to read through his mind as she giggled. My point is, she began, interrupting Naruto's daydream. Wouldn't it be better if you have us as your traveler guide? She said. Come on, it's the least we can do to repay for what you did for I, she suggested. We're expert about this city. You can ask about anything you want. Well, Naruto thought to himself before glancing at the girls. Finally, he found himself defeated by them. All right then, lead the way. He gestured as the girls cheered in happiness. Hence, his journey in the big city with the girls begins. Having the girls to show him the way was proving useful and save him a lot of time. First of all, they show him the big shopping mall that served to sell all kind of clothes only. What should I buy? He wondered to himself. He was now in one of the shop in the shopping mall. What are you looking for, Naruto-sensei? One of the girls asked. Meh, some working clothes. That's all, he said as the girls making a weird face. What is it? He asked. Is it going to be long shirt and a jacket? I asked as Naruto nodded. That makes the girls to continue making a weird face, much to Naruto's curiousness. Sheesh, Naruto-sensei. I pointed her index finger and waved it in front of Naruto's face. Where are your senses of fashion? She asked. You look just like my father and brother who didn't know fashion at all, she said as the other girls nodded. Naruto's sweat dropped as she continued. To have a pretty face, it's obviously just a waste. With that, the girl managed to drag him to the nearest otaku and cosplay shop. After a while, they drag him to buy a long pant. Make sure it was straight cut, Akane said. After a dozen times of testing, they're finally agreed with the chosen long pant. Those are the routines Naruto has to follow every time EY entered a shop to buy something or just looking. After a while, they're finally finished shopping. Naruto glanced at the white wristwatch he just bought. Surprisingly, it only took 2 hours from the moment they entered the shopping mall until now. I noticed that and said, that's called fast shopping. She giggled. I think that's all, right? Yeah, I've got all of my stuff right now. Naruto showed them the bags he carried. I can't thank you enough, he said. It's okay. It was fun hanging out with you, Naruto-sensei. Akane giggled. We'll be meeting you later, Naruto-sensei. With that the girls took their leave. Naruto smiled and waved his hand at them. After making sure they were out from his sight, he walked away from the shopping mall and walked along the roadside. After a few minutes of walking, the people around his surroundings heard the most important sound in Naruto's life. That is the sound of his little stomach asking for delicious food. Naruto holding his stomach as it continued to produce sound. Ignoring or obliviously noticed the weird looks the people around delivered at him. His main mission right now was to find a decent restaurant to feed his poor stomach. As the effort of searching a restaurant is still going on, he managed to find a place where he may not be able to fill his stomach but able to fill it temporary. As he came closer, he noticed figures that he well known. I spoke with the old man yesterday. A long blonde-haired and short-height girl, Evangeline said as she made her way to the table before settled down on the chair. I think someone is fishing for information about the Sakura Lane incident, she said to the emotionless girl, Chachimaru in front of her. Also, there's the two-braided girl, Satomi, who was doing something at Chachimaru. It seemed that we won't be able to take any public action until the next full moon after all, Evangeline finished as she took a bottle of coffee in front of her. Anyway, she took a sip of the coffee. What's wrong with you? You've been acting odd since yesterday, she asked Chachimaru as she took another sip. Did something happen? She asked as she put the coffee at the table. Her question, however, remained unanswered. That's look tasty. Can I have a bit? Whatever. She shrugged. Anyway, if that Brad takes action, we shall respond as well, she suggested, not noticing Chachimaru's eyes. moving slightly before returned to its normal position. A sound of cup being put at the table could be heard. Hi, Satomi said as she quickly cleaned up whatever she was doing. Thank you. What kind of respond you will give anyway? I will tell you later. But it will bring victory to us. She laughed, pride overwhelming herself. But before that we have to figure a way to erase that whisker. Now I have to deal with this new problem. She took the coffee and took a sip. Stupid whiskers. She took another sip. Having a problem with your cat? You can tell me about it, Eva-chan. Upon hearing that suffix added to her name, causing her choke, eyes burned glaring dagger as she was trying to find the source of the voice she suspected as a voice of this particular man. Eyes setting on the target as her cheek rose slightly. Without getting up, she planted a harsh kick on the Naruto's shin. What the hell are you doing here, Whiskers? She shouted as Naruto gripped his shin in pain. That's a harsh way to say hi, Eva-chan. He let his grip of his shin and let out a sigh. He looked at Eva and found himself smirking. Even if you miss me so much, you don't have to do that you. No, he laughed as he avoided another kick coming from Eva, causing her to blush angrily. She sure you angry or something? He asked, even though the answer was clearly written in Evangeline's face. A few attempt of kicking him and always end up fail, she finally decided to give up. Not because she is easily to give up without a reason, but it is because she has. Good morning, Cha-Cha-chan. He greeted with a smile. Chachimaru however returned with a nod, although he could see her lips moving slightly as if she was trying to say something. Of course, Naruto easily and obviously ignored that. He was more concerned about his pupil's condition. It is about her fight with Negi yesterday. He was about to ask but he was afraid anyone would hear their conversation. Especially, since Satomi was with them right now. So, he can only ask a simple question in this condition. How are you today, Cha-Cha-chan? He began. I hope you're feeling well, he said. She still only responded with a nod. This however made Naruto even worried. He came closer and placed his hand at her forehead. It's useless, Whiskers. She is a robot after all, Evangeline said, already finished drinking. This however mad the bespectacled student to look at her surprisingly. Don't worry, Hakase. He knew about it. She let out a sigh. Satomi looked at Naruto who was smiling and nodding before backing his hand away from Chachimaru's forehead. I see. Satomi nodded, accepting that another person knew Chachimaru was a robot. However, she raised her eyebrows as she saw Naruto talking to himself before placing his hand back at Chachimaru's forehead. What is it, Naruto-sensei? She asked. Naruto smiled and shook his head. No, it's nothing, he laughed before continued. Cha-Cha-chan's body temperature was normal, right? He asked as Satomi nodded. Yeah, her body temperature was the same as normal human, she stated as Naruto nodded. Why did you ask, Naruto-sensei? She asked. Naruto found himself at loss of words as he scratched his cheek with his right index finger. Did you notice any difference in her? She asked. Well, he began. I'm maybe smarter than Eva-chan. But I'm not as smart as you, he said. Asali avoided a kick from Evangeline before continued. Well, how am I going to say this? He was clearly trying to arrange the word to make it doesn't sound weird or stupid. Evangeline however got interested in this matter as well as Satomi. He began as the other two got more interested. Can she catch a fever? As soon as he said that, Evangeline laughed as hard as possible. Naruto however looked at her weirdly. That was a stupid question, Whiskers. Clearly my intelligence was far greater than you so-called, sensei. She laughed, pride overwhelming herself. You just disgraced the teacher's name itself. Rather than me, the undead magi, the Lord of Darkness. She continued to praise herself not knowing everyone was ignoring her. On the hand, Satomi somehow did take what he was saying seriously. She placed her hand on Chachimaru's forehead. Surely, it was slightly hot than her usual temperature. My, this is unusual. She makes sure to double check and surely the result is still the same. Maybe her temperature's controller got changed slightly, she said much to Naruto's confusing. I'm sorry Evangeline, but I have to take Chachimaru to the labs, she requested. Whatever, just don't be late, Evangeline strangely looked at the other way. And so, Satomi and Chachimaru took their leave to the labs, leaving the two alone. Suddenly, Naruto came closer to Evangeline and patted her head. There, I'm used to being left alone too, you know. He comforted her, which she gladly returned with a hard kick at the shin. After his pain was gone, he took a seat not so far from her. Clearly looking boring. Hey Eva-chan, let's go back, shall we? I have to get ready for tomorrow. He got up. Then Evangeline said something suddenly. Sit. A simple word brought few questions in his head. Did she just giving me? Show me what was inside those bags. She crossed her arms over her chest, her smirk greatly visible to Naruto. The confused look that blonde teenager gave almost make her laughing evilly. Now, Eva-chan. Naruto pointed his left index finger and waved it. It's not nice to say like that to your teacher. You could ask nicely. All right. He crossed his arms over his chest. If you want to see it that bad, go ahead. But I'm warning you, it was just bags full of clothes and other things though, he told her and smiled. Now, why did you telling me to sit back all of sudden? His happy face into serious. Do you want to talk about Negi? He guessed. Surely, he was right as Evangeline nodded. Listen here, Eva-chan, he began. I may not yet grasp about whatever happened between you two. Also, I may live with Negi right now, but as you can see, I'm neither on his side nor your side either, he explained. Then why you decided to interfere? Surely, you know better to stay out from this problem. Evangeline asked as Naruto let out a sigh. I'm just doing my job as chair and picked up his bags. If we've done here, I'll have to go back right now. He nodded once to her before turning around. If you interfere once again, I will surely consider you as a threat. Evangeline spoke out of sudden. She raised her eyebrows as she heard the blonde teacher chuckled suddenly. I'll rather be considered as a threat if it was very important. Naruto said. Besides, I was just doing my job. After saying that, he walked away, leaving the vampire alone. To look at him weirdly while gritted her teeth. After a while, Naruto arrived at another square in the city. It was just the square he's been in the morning, except that he could see only a few people. Taking a sit at the nearest bench, he let out a long sigh while thinking about what happened this day. The sky was orange and slightly blue, means that it almost nighttime. Looking around, turned out that he was alone in the square. Well then, I should go right now, he said. After making sure it was safe, he walked to the nearest bush. If I just remembering the location. With that he disappeared in a smoke. On the other hand, in the robotics labs in Mahora middle grade girls' school, the bespectacled girl, Satomi, kept thinking about something as she finished Chachimaru's maintenance. The robotic girl bowed at her before got out from the labs. As she arranged the equipment, she wondered to herself. As Satomi examined Chachimaru earlier, it seemed that her temperature was normal after all. And there's no problem going on her body. Taking a simple guess, she guessed the reason was because of the hot weather. Satisfied with that, after finished arranging the equipment, she got out from the labs and went straight to her room. I'm back, Naruto greeted as he opened the door of Asuna, Konoka and Negi's room. Upon entering that room, he was greeted by the long-haired girl, Konoka herself. Naruto happily greeted back as he placed his bags near the couch. Strangely, it was quiet as he felt really empty. It was then he realized Asuna and Negi was nowhere to be seen. Even that white ermine called Chamo too. He took a sit at the couch as Konoka brought a cup of tea and gave it to him. After saying thank you, he decided to ask about them. Konoka-chan, where are the others? He asked. I didn't see them anywhere. I don't know either. Konoka let out a sigh. When I returned to this room, they're already gone, she explained as Naruto nodded. I waited all day and they still haven't returned, she said. Causing Naruto to choke. Seriously? He asked as Konoka nodded. Naruto thought about might actually happen to them. A various guess and speculation flashed through his mind. Taking a final sip of the tea, he got up suddenly and walked to the couch. He rummaged one of the bags. Few seconds later, he pulled out a medium-sized bag and slung it over his head and shoulder. Wearing the same clothes he wore earlier, he walked to the front door. Hey, I'm going out for a walk for a while. Take care, alright, he said to Kanoka, who was standing behind him. She nodded, blushed slightly. After wearing his shoes, Naruto got out from the room and headed straight to the rooftop. He looked around his surroundings, trying to figure where Asuna and Negi are. Feeling his effort was useless, he decided to do something about it. He made a hand seal as the surrounding covered with white smoke. The white smoke cleared out and revealed a dozen of Naruto's clone. Listen, I want you to find Asuna and Negi, he instructed at his clone before they dispatched in other direction. I suppose I should start searching for them too, he nodded before disappearing. Naruto was now in the city, currently in effort to search for Asuna and Negi, who has been missing since morning. He has looked into every corner of the road in the big city. Also, there's not even a word from his clones. It seemed they're also failing to search for them. Decided not to give up, he began searching once again. That has led him near the living district that was full of houses. As he walked along the road, he encountered a ramen stall. A few drunken costumers could be seen eating on the table. As much as he was hungry right now, he has a job to do right now. As he walked past that ramen stall, he heard one of the costumers' conversation. You know, I met something weird today, one of the drunken costumers who were bald began. I think I saw a kid flying in the air this morning, he said, having a hiccup. This made Naruto stop suddenly. Whoa, one of the drunken costumers who wore a round spectacles said. Maybe it was a UFO, he said, getting his own imagination. I heard there's human abduction going on lately, he said, causing his friend to smack him in the head. Meh, don't get comically, you idiot, the bald man said. I saw it with my very two eyes. That kid was flying with a broom, like this. He got up and trying to imitate what he has saw. Naruto sweat dropped as he waited the bald man to continue. It went straight to the mountain, maybe there was his secret ba. In there. He took a sit before finally slept on the counter as the ramen stall owner sweat dropped. Meh, you don't know about me, the bespectacled man said. Today I've met a girl with two different eyes color. He pointed at his eyes before continued. Then, I saw a talking ermine. It was bouncing around like crazy, he pointed his finger at the nearest mountain. They were all the way to that mountain, he giggled. Maybe they're having a Halloween party right now, he said, causing the owner to snort. It was spring now, you idiot. He sweat dropped as the bespectacled man slowly got into sleeping. He sweat dropped even more. Then he finally noticed Naruto, who was watching them from far away. As you can see, this is what happened when you take alcohol too much, he chuckled as Naruto came closer. Can I help you with something, boy, he asked. Is it true about what they said? Naruto asked, causing the owner to laugh. You should ignore them. They are just spouting nonsense, he said. Besides, in this area there's not only just one mountain, but as far as your eyes can see. He pointed his finger at one of the mountain. Once you were lost, there's little chance to find yourself a way out, he stated. Naruto nodded and bowed before walked away from the stall. The owner watched him until he was out from his sight, leaving the owner to wonder to himself. Now I just saw a boy with a whisker. He sweat dropped. Maybe they really did have a Halloween party. Naruto made his way to the nearest mountain before calling all of his clones. Few seconds later, his clones arrived. Listen, I'm pretty sure they were around here in one of these mountains, he said as his clones nodded. If that's all, let's go. They nodded, each of them headed in different ways. Naruto made his way to another mountain. He walked past the thick forest while shouting Asuna and Negi's name. Of course it was pointless. So he decided to climb the tree before jumping to another tree and another, and so on while shouting their name. The orange-haired girl who has two ponytails tied by bell, Asuna, is having the bad day of her life. Not that her holiday was interrupted, now she was trapped in the thick forest along with the perverted white ermine, Chamo. Not just she is hungry, she's also have to endure the white ermine's mouth that seemed couldn't stop talking. Moreover, she was now being led by him to find Negi. The worst of luck, it's nighttime right now and it was as dark as it can be since her sight is limited. Hey you damn perverted ermine, she called out of annoyance at the bouncing white ermine. Is he really here in the mountains? She asked, her leg shaken horribly. Damn it, this is such a stupid way to die. I'm pretty sure this is the right way. We'll be there any time now. Chamo's sweat dropped as he bounced ahead, not letting Asuna know they are lost right now. Yeah right, we've been walking since morning, you stupid ermine. Asuna said, although she wanted to strangle that ermine but her energy left prevent her from doing that. That is when suddenly they heard a sound of bushes as if someone was walking through it. This caused them to stop walking. Hey, did you hear that? Asuna said, not noticing the ermine was already on top of her shoulder. Few moments of silence later, a sound of tree branches as if someone was shaking it could be heard as the sound kept getting louder. What the hell is that sound? She asked, sweat starting to form at her forehead. Chamo sweats horribly, feeling someone was watching them. Deciding to hide, he slipped in Asuna's shirt, causing the girl to blush slightly before pulled him out with a feeling of wanting to grill him. He looked up as if he saw something, even though Asuna held him harshly. She noticed that in doing the same, it was then she saw a black figure, only pair of eyes could be seen standing on one of the branches. It was only for a while before disappearing. This caused the white ermine went into state of panic. It's a Bigfoot, he screamed, finding. What the hell are you getting yourself fainted right now, you stupid ermine? She shook him. Damn it, I know this is a bad idea to follow you all of sudden. She cried angrily. It was then another figure appeared in front of her. This time it turned out to be someone she knew. Naruto, she asked. Yo. He waved his hand. Asuna felt on her knee, feeling relieved. It was then the white ermine finally regained consciousness from being faint. Even it was Bigfoot. Naruto asked, what the hell is that? He raised his eyebrows, causing the ermine to sweat. Never mind, are you doing here? He asked once he came closer to Asuna, only to receive a hard punch from her at his left arm. Sheesh, what is that for? Why, oh you idiotic pervert, she gritted her teeth. Getting the idea to scare me like that. She blew another punch but Naruto easily avoided it. It was then he noticed the bespectacled teacher was nowhere to be found. Hey, where is Negi? He asked, causing the others to sweat dropped. Hence, Asuna finally decided to tell him about what have happened and the reason why they are here. Naruto nodded as he was trying to understand the problem here. So they're now sitting in circle around the fire using firewood Naruto just made. I see, he was now sitting near Asuna. He added more firewood before spoke. But still, he just a kid, you can't blame it all on him, he said as Asuna lowered her head. Sorry, she said. Naruto however broke into smile and patted her head, causing her to blush slightly. Don't worry about it, it's not your fault anyway. He backed away his hand and placed his hand at the bag he brought. For now you have to get a rest, tomorrow we find him together. He pulled out several foods and drinks. Much to Asuna and Chamo delight. As Chamo coming closer to get the food, a hand was stopping him immediately. That hand was Naruto. As for you, he spoke. Chamo could see hint of darkness in his eyes. Little he know that he was about to get grill on the fire if he's not promised to be good for a week. That was his promise when he was tied at the tree stick before Naruto let go and gave him a couple bags of food. The night goes on without any problem. The next day in the morning, they begin to search for him. The team consists of Naruto who was walking at the back, Asuna who was in the middle and Chamo was being a guide. Chamo is a guide. Naruto wondered about that to himself. At first he preferred to be a guide, but that white ermine insisted that he could smell Negi's scent from miles away. Naruto's sweat dropped as he looked at Asuna who just shrugged. And so began Chamo's career as a temporary guide. Chance of him led them astray was higher than the chance of them to find Negi, which is ultimately low. Are sure we going to walk this way? He asked. Chamo bounced and turned around, nodded confirmedly. Don't worry, trust me about it, Ni-san, he said. Naruto nodded as Chamo continued leading the way. Naruto walked closer to Asuna. We're lost, huh? He asked. Obviously sweat dropped. Asuna was the same as him. No doubt about it. She let out a sigh. That perverted ermine making us lost every second. They nodded simultaneously and sweat dropped even more. But they still followed him. After a while, Naruto decided to talk to her. You know, he began as he got Asuna's attention. I don't know how you and Negi are going to solve this problem about Eva-chan and Cha-Cha-chan. He placed his both hand at the back of his head. Now that you're his partner, I felt like he should be safe having you around. He closed his eyes, slowly taking the fresh air. My point is I don't feel like interfering at this matter. I felt that they should solve whatever their problem is without involving anyone else. He explained. I don't feel like taking sides here. He let out a sigh. Asuna, who was watching him, broke into smile. Because it was your responsibility, right? She continued as Naruto nodded. Listen, you don't have to interfere if you don't want to. Leave this to Negi. I'm sure he can sort this thing out. HMPH, it seemed that you put a lot of faith in him, huh, Asuna-chan? Naruto smiled. Asuna raised her eyebrows, her cheeks colored slightly. It was then his smile slowly turned into smirk. So tell me, he began. How does it feel smooching a kid? This made the orange-haired girl blush brightly as she delivered a punch at Naruto's face. He easily avoided it as he jumped off the ground to the tree branches, then the top of the tree. Come down here, you idiotic pervert. Asuna called from below. He replied back with a laugh as he looking around his surroundings. It was then he noticed a figure not so far from him. Oi, Negi, he called, waving his hand rapidly. This made the others too looked around and finally spotted what Naruto just saw in the air, of course. The only one who can fly on the broom is none other than Negi himself. Turning around, Negi saw Naruto, who was standing on top of the tree, and then spotting Asuna and Chamo at the ground. Naruto watched as Asuna and Chamo scolded him as Negi clearly sweat horribly. Laughing, Naruto thought to himself, damn, what a fate finding him here. Smiling, he came down to the ground just right after Negi did so. Negi, you idiot. Asuna and Naruto bonked Negi's head with their fist. It's all your fault that we got lost in the mountains for a whole night. She scolded as Negi stroked his head because of the pain. Just flying like that without even contacting us. Sheesh, you made us worry. Negi lowered his face and cried slightly. Asuna let out a sigh and crossed her arms over her chest. Just let's go back, alright, she suggested. Sorry to make you worried. Asuna-san. Negi wiped out his tears and smiled. Next time, you don't have to worry about me anymore, he said. Naruto slightly smiled as he noticed some kind of determination Negi displayed in his eyes. After a few moments of letting Chamo to advise Negi, they finally decided to go back to Mahora. Asuna was riding with Negi on the broom with Chamo on his shoulder while Naruto just running and jumping. Once arrived, Naruto sat on the couch, leaving Asuna and Negi how to explain to Konoka. His eyes became heavy and slowly he got into sleep. It was silence. He ignored that, only to find himself greeted with silence again. Turning aside and crossed his arms over his chest, he has once again felt silence. As much as he hesitated, he forced himself to open his eyes slowly. Surely, the room is empty. He let out a sigh and got up from the couch. He stretched his body before let out another sigh and scratched the back of his body with his left hand. The room was bright because of sunlight that coming through the windows. Looking at his wristwatch, he found himself already late for work. He rummaged one of the bags he bought days ago and pulled out a set of clothes. After taking a shower and wore his clothes, he hung his bag on his shoulder. He took a piece of bread before finally got out from the room and rushing to 3A's class. When he was about to enter the academy's ground, the bell rang, marked the end of recess. I don't know I'm this late. He sweat dropped, rushing to his class. On the way there, he bumped into Akko, Yuna and Fuka that were also on their way back to their class. Sorry, I'm late, he greeted and waved his hand. The students greeted back. Nay, Naruto-sensei, you're late today. The older sister of the twin, Fuka said. Hee, I'm kinda overslept. He scratched his cheek with his right index finger. Oh yeah, did Negi come this morning? He asked. He did, Yuna said. He was brimming with energy today. Did something happen to him lately? She laughed as Naruto raised his eyebrows. I see. He crossed his arms over his chest. Do you know where he is right now? He asked as Akko raised her hand. This morning he asked if Evangeline-san was here. She explained. Naruto looked at her in surprise. Actually, She seemed to be taking off today because of the flu. So I gave him her contact details. She handed Naruto a piece of card. You can have 2 if you want. She giggled. Naruto smiled while glancing at the card. Ah, we're going to be late for the next class. Fuka shouted. Bye Naruto-sensei. She waved her hand as he add to her classroom along with the others. Naruto let out a sigh as he made his way to the teacher's lounge. He waited half day hoping that Negi will return, but it seemed hopeless. Looking around the lounge, he only found a few teachers left. He got out from the lounge since the classes have ended a few hours ago. Once outside the building, he took a sit at the nearest bench. A question kept playing in his mind. Should I bring anything for her? Sakura Gaoka, 4th District 29 inches. Naruto read the address at the card given to him by Akko. He was now on the way to Evangeline's house. After a few minutes of walking, he finally arrived in front of the cottage. He recognized that cottage was the similar as the one he found before, when he decided to walk around the academy. Is this the right place? He wondered as he glanced at the mailbox nearby before looking at the cottage. That cottage was fully made of wood with a modern and classic architecture. There's also wooden stairs that led to the doors. When I look back, this place isn't scary at all. He smiled as he made his way to the front door. He knocked the door 3 times before backing away. He waited for a while but no one is opening the door. Is anyone home? He looked through one of the windows. The window, however, was tinted and it's not easy to look inside the house. Good morning, Naruto-sensei. A voice came out suddenly, caught him by surprise. The door seemed to have opened and revealed Chachimaru, who wore a maid dress. Naruto's sweat dropped as he came closer and greeted back. Do you any business with master? Said her monotone voice. Master? He asked as Chachimaru nodded. He let out a cough before spoke. Ah yes, Cha-Cha-chan. I heard Eva-chan was not healthy today, so I decided to visit her. He explained with a smile. Chachimaru nodded before closing the door, making Naruto's sweat dropped. He waited for a while before the door opened once again. Please come inside. Chachimaru gestured her hand to come inside. Once inside, his eyes was filled with a huge collection of dolls from various type and size. They're not so many furniture but made in classic style. There are few chandeliers hanging on the roof. In other words, it was elegant and fancy. Admiring the interior design, he looked up and only to find himself staring at someone's feet. His sweat dropped as he walked further inside to have a good view. It turned out that Evangeline was sitting at the edge of the stairs of the 2nd floor of the house. Did you have a good view of my beautiful leg? Evangeline smirking. The weird face Naruto was King before looking at the other side while chuckling made her blushed slightly. Don't insult me, the undead mage, Whiskers. She growled, moving slightly causing her to fell face first to the floor. Naruto and Chachimaru quickly to her side and helped her standing. There are tears at her eyes and clearly blushing. Once regain her balance, she delivered a kick to him but he easily avoided it. Result in her feet landed at the wall instead. She screamed in pain, eyes tearing even more as she held her feet in pain. Naruto's sweat dropped at her antic. Minutes later, she'd finally calmed down and now sitting on the couch. As for Naruto, he took a sit the end of the couch. Why did you come here anyway? She crossed her arms over her chest and glared at him. Didn't I tell you not to interfere? I'll gladly end your life right here right now. Naruto, however, obviously didn't notice the threat. Actually, I heard that you caught a flu. That's why I'm here, to make sure about that, he remembering her antic earlier. But it seemed that you have just recovered. He let out a sigh. You're making me worried, you know that. He laughed as the vampire blushed slightly. Please, having me the undead mage to be defeated by this is unbelievable. She laughed, pride overwhelming herself. It was then Chachimaru came out and brought along a tray of cups of tea. As she placed the tray on the table, Naruto spoke suddenly. How about your health condition, Cha-Cha-chan? He asked. You should take care of yourself, alright? I'm fine, Naruto-sensei. Thank you for your concern. She bowed before taking her leave. Naruto smiled before returning his sight at the blonde vampire who was still laughing. He let out a yawn, his hand rummaging his bag. He pulled out a bar of chocolate and ate it. It was then he noticed the blonde vampire was looking at him. "You want some?" he offered as Evangeline blushed. Don't mistaken me, I do not eat such lower commoner food." She crossed her arms over her chest. Her stomach grumbled suddenly, causing Naruto to laugh. Shut up, Whiskers." She blushed brightly as she grabbed the bar of chocolate at Naruto's hand and ate it. Naruto just shook his head and pulled out a bag of chips. "Tell me," he began. "When are you going to school?" he asked as they continued to eat. "Mind your own business, Whiskers." Evangeline smirked. "Besides, I've been cursed. It's not like I can graduate even if I attend class." She bit the chocolate. "It'll be no difference." Naruto nodded slightly, obviously thinking about something. Living in a life after being cursed must be hard. You can't move anywhere you like, your action is limited. Life must be harsh. Even if this is her fate, this is a harsh fate indeed. Deep inside his mind, he knew that he's finally able to understand her even a bit. At least that's what Naruto thought. As he kept thinking and looking at her, he missed to see that blonde vampire who was watching him all the time. Feeling annoyed and somewhat embarrassed, she crossed her arms over her chest. "Are you done staring at me? I'm trying to eat here," she said, interrupting his daydream. Naruto looked at her weirdly before continued eating. After much talking and eating a dozen of snacks and chips, Naruto was getting sleepy and decided to go back to the dorm. Glancing at Evangeline, he saw that blonde vampire had already fallen asleep. Then he saw Chachimaru coming closer to her and going to carry her. "It's okay, Cha-Cha-chan," he said, much to her surprise. He got up and came closer to the blonde vampire. "Let me help you with that." He carried the blonde vampire on his arms. "Show me the way." He smiled as Chachimaru nodded and showed him the way. They made their way to the second floor and to Evangeline's bedroom. Naruto slowly placed her on the bed as Chachimaru slipped a blanket on top her. Naruto looked at her sleeping face and smiled. "To think that this fierce vampire looks like," grimaced slightly. He got out from the bedroom and headed back to the couch to clean up the mess he and Evangeline did. "It's okay, Naruto-sensei. I can do this," Chachimaru interrupted in monotone voice. "Are you sure?" he asked as she nodded. "Well then, I have to go back now." He walked to the front door with Chachimaru following him from behind. He got out as Chachimaru stands in front of the door. Turning around, Naruto spoke. "If you can, try to persuade her to go to school tomorrow," he said. "I will." She bowed. "I'm sorry about that day, Naruto-sensei." Naruto waved his hand and smiled. "You didn't do anything wrong. Why you should apologize?" He smiled as she looked at him in silence. "Anyway, take care of Eva-chan, alright?" He waved his hand as he made his way to the mailbox. "Take care of yourself. I'll see you tomorrow, alright?" Chachimaru waved her hand back. She waits until he was out from her sight before moving into the house and closed the door. On the way back, Naruto stopped suddenly as if he was remembering something. "Damn, I forgot to ask about Negi." Naruto's sweet dropped, but he quickly brushed it away. "Meh, I'm sure he's with Asuna and Kanoka right now." He nodded as he increased his pace. "Ni-san, wake up." Naruto opened his left eyes as he felt something bouncing up and down on his body. He got up and grabbed that thing as he brought it to his face. That thing turned to be Chamo, who was sweating horribly. "Ah, you," he noticed something Chamo was holding. "Is that?" His sweat dropped at that thing called undergarment. He swore that the white ermine was just a pervert. Brushing that thought aside, he let go of Chamo and glancing at his wristwatch he placed on the table. Turn out, he was not too late this time. He rummaged one of the bags before pulled out a new set of clothes. It was the same suit he wore when working, except it has different colors. The shirt was in black as the tie and the jacket was in white. The shirt's sleeve was a little longer than before and reached his knuckles. After taking a shower, wore his clothes and sweat dropped at the pile of undergarments while the white ermine was nowhere to be found. He made his way to the 3A's class. Once arrived, he makes sure to knock first before entering the class. "Good morning," he greeted as the others looked at him. Negi, who was teaching, greeted him back as his students did so. Negi smiled as he continued teaching while the students focusing their sight at the blackboard. Smiling, He glanced at his students and finally spotted familiar blonde and green-haired figures. His smile grew wider as he came closer, not noticing the blush on the blonde's cheeks. "I see that you're finally decided to come back to school," he chuckled as Evangeline crossed her arms over her chest. Didn't do it for you, Whiskers." She blushed as she saw Naruto making a weird faces. Besides, it's not like I have anything better to do." She defended herself. "Seeing I'm stuck here anyway." "Yeah, whatever you says, princess," he chuckled, avoiding a punch delivered to him. He took a sit at the back of the class until the class was over. The bell rang, marked the end of the class for today. He saw Evangeline and Chachimaru got out from the class hastily. Naruto, however, decided to ignore that. He got up and walked past his students who were bowing at him before leaving the class toward Negi, Asuna and surprisingly, Chamo. "Yo, Ni-san." That white ermine raised one of his paws at Naruto. "Yo," Naruto greeted back. "I thought you were at the dorm." He asked Chamo, who was sitting on Asuna's shoulder. "I left as you're having a shower," Chamo explained as they got out from the class and start walking. Naruto nodded, moving his sight at the bespectacled teacher who was amazingly happy. "You seemed happy today, Negi." He chuckled as Negi nodded. "I guessed that you've already solved your problem with Eva-chan," he asked. Negi nodded his head and smiled happily. "Yeah, I'm just glad that Evangeline-san came back to class. This is all thanks to Nagase-san, Chamo-kun and of course, Ni-san and Asuna-san." He giggled. "Huh, what did Kaide do?" Asuna asked when he spoke Kaide's name suddenly. His sweat dropped as Asuna shook her head. "Well, whatever. I guess this means that I won't have to hang out with you because of that stupid partner and contract thing, right?" she said, suddenly pointing her finger at Naruto. Don't think something pervert, you idiotic pervert," she said. Naruto looked at her, obviously confused. "Why, yes, sorry about asking you to do that, Asuna-san," Negi apologized. "You too. Oni-san, sorry for causing you a lot of trouble." Naruto waved his hand and smiled. "But it's all right now. No matter what happens from now on, I won't cause trouble for you and anyone else anymore. Please don't worry." They stopped suddenly as they saw a commotion in front of them that turned out because of the blackout sale. Fortunately, some of the costumers are 3A's students. "What's going on?" Naruto asked them. They smiled once they noticed them. "Ah, Naruto-sensei," Haruna said. "Didn't you know? There is going to be a complete blackout tonight from 8 to 12. It's done for maintenance purposes twice in every year here in the Academy District." You continued as the others nodded. Naruto looked around and amazed by the number of students that came to this blackout sale, and bought numbers of candles, torchlights and other things, even blankets to cover yourself in case you're seeing a ghost. They were chattering and talking about tonight's blackout. Some are excited, scared and annoyed. As he got out from the building with other students, he met with Shizuna, who tell Negi and him to look over the dorms tonight. Somehow, he felt like he was the only one feeling uncomfortable about it. After saying goodbyes to the others, he and Negi decided to take a look around the academy for a while. "Hey Negi, I'll take this direction. It's going to save us some time." Naruto ran ahead, leaving the bespectacled kid to walk in other direction. As he walked along the corridor of one of the building, he happened to bump into Evangeline and Chachimaru. He waved his hand at them. As he walked closer to them, he slightly heard Evangeline saying something about blackout and plan. But as they walked past him, he heard Evangeline saying something at him. "Stay away." Naruto turned around to look at them. He raised his eyebrows but continued walking instead. Hours spent by looking around the academy to see if someone was still wandering around the academy district. Looking up, he saw His sky already darkened and the moon could be seen slightly. "Whoa, it's already this late." He continued walking until a voice interrupting him suddenly. "This is the broadcasting club. The electricity will now be turned off within academy students. Please do not force your way outside." The message was cut short as the surroundings suddenly fall in darkness. The whole area suddenly fall into silence. Only a sound of wind and insects could be heard. Naruto glanced at his wristwatch to see the pointer was sharp on 8. Letting out a sigh and brushing away all thoughts about his chance of encountering any ghost, he made his way to the girls' dorm. Somehow he did not notice the black figure standing on top of one of the highest building not so far from him. He shivered from cold as he holds his arms around his chest. Damn it, why did I get a bad feeling tonight? He sneezed, wiping out his nose with his shirt sleeve. This weather isn't going to get any better soon. He let out a sigh as he entered the dorm area and walked straight to Asuna, Negi and Kanoka's room. When arrived, he saw the door was opened slightly. Once inside, he saw Asuna and Chamo was talking with each other silently. Looking at their faces, he guessed that something has happened. He coughed as they finally noticed his presence. "What are you two talking about?" he whispered, carefully not to wake Kanoka, who has been sleeping. Chamo jumped straight to Naruto's shoulder while Asuna silently slid down the bed. Chamo leaned in and whispered at Naruto's ear. "What?" he shouted, making that white ermine panicked. He got out from the room and spoke. "You're saying that Negi was being attacked by Evangeline?" he asked as that white ermine nodded rapidly. "But how? I thought they've settled this already." Turn out that was one of their plans after all. Chamo explained as Naruto gritted his teeth. "Better yet, she's even possessed 4 of Aniki's students to attack him." He was outnumbered. Aniki was going to lose for sure. He looked at Asuna, who was just got out from the room, already clad in her school uniform. "Asuna, Chamo," he called, getting their attention. "You guys go on ahead. I'll follow you later," he instructed. Asuna looked at him before nodded. Chamo jumped off his shoulder and landed on Asuna's shoulder. Finally they left, leaving Naruto alone. That girl, why she did something stupid, he ca. Me inside the room and rummaged his belongings before pulled out a new set of clothes. Negi evaded the wind explosive before regaining his balance. Looking at his target, he recited. Ros telephone mar psi, ar magister air ed aqua facti nebula illis somnum brevum. He thrust his staff in the air and shouted. Nebula hypnotica. The water around his targets that turned out to be Akko, Maki, Yuna and Akira, who has been possessed, exploded. Yuna and Maki however managed to evade it. Slowly, the water around Akko and Akira turned into mist. Few seconds later, they fainted. Not so far from him, the blonde vampire. Evangeline along with her partner Chachimaru looked at him, slightly impressed. HMPH, not bad, Evangeline smirked. It's time for the real thing. She brushed her cloak aside. Chachimaru, she called and recited as the robot rushed forward. Chachimaru delivered a kick, but Negi managed to evade it as she hit the ground instead. Negi backing away as Maki and Yuna rushed to him. This is bad if they all attack me once. I'm finished. Negi's sweat dropped, backing away to the window. Sagitta Magica Series Glacials. Evangeline thrust her hand forward as arrows of ice fly toward Negi in amazing speed. Take this, brat, she shouted. Negi, who was ATUCK with nowhere to run, braced for the impact. Suddenly, a huge whirlwind came out of nowhere and interrupting them. The whirlwind collided with the ice arrows, causing it to explode and break into pieces as the surrounding filled with smoke. As the smoke slowly cleared, Negi saw someone who was standing and holding him with one hand right in front of him. That person was wearing a long black shirt that reached below his chin and knuckles, a white cloak with black flame stripes and long black pant. There's also a black hood earring half of his face that tied by belt loosely around his neck. That person drew back his hand before removing his hood that turned out to be someone they knew. Naruto. Yo. Naruto greeted at Negi without looking back. He looked at his surroundings and saw Evangeline, Chachimaru, Maki and Yuna. He gritted his teeth as he walked closer to them. What did you do to them, Evangeline? He asked. Evangeline staggered a bit at the way he called her but quickly recovered. What the hell are you doing here? She gritted her teeth. I told you to stay the hell out of my way. I'm not going to interfere your fight with Negi. I'm just here to save my students. He calmly said and took a fighting stance. Even if you label me as your threat, he continued. Evangeline gritted, her teeth and balling her fist. Smirking, he turned his head aside toward Negi. I'm trust that you know what to do next. He asked. Thank you, Ni-san. Negi nodded as he got out from the broken window. TCH, Evangeline gritted her teeth. Finish him at once, she ordered at the possessed girls before flying past him along with Chachimaru. Smiling, He focused his sight to Maki and Yuna, who was clad in maid uniform and ready to fight him. Ignoring the sound of gun, he got into his fighting stance. Yuna-chan, Maki-chan, wake up, he shouted, hoping that they might listen to him, but it was hopeless. Damn it, the effect was too strong. He backed away as Maki and Yuna flew around him. Let's play Naruto-sensei, Maki said in somewhat affectionate voice, causing Naruto to sweat dropped. Then suddenly Maki landed a kick on Naruto's back, only to find herself kicking a log. Looking around, they saw Naruto crossing his arms over his chest while standing beside a pole. Well, you want to play, huh? He smiled, pointing his finger at them. How about we play hide and seek instead? He stuck out his tongue at them before disappeared. Maki and Yuna were flying in different direction. Maki was flying around the pool, obviously searching for Naruto. Suddenly, he appeared behind her in the air. But she saw that earlier as she turned around and kicked him in the elbow. He held her leg as he came closer and flicked her forehead hardly. Caught her off balance. Suddenly, she pulled out her gymnastic ribbon and launched it and caught Naruto's feet. She pulled him closer and punched him in the face. She launched a barrage of punches and kicks which Naruto managed to avoid. Naruto caught her hand, but she managed to twist his arm and planted a round kick at his stomach hardly. She watched him as Naruto fell into the pool. Her victory was cut short when the person in the pool disappeared in a smoke. There you are. Looking up, she saw Naruto was standing on the roof and watching her all along. Giggling as if that was funny, she launched her gymnastic ribbon at him. Naruto get off the roof and managed to catch the ribbon. While holding the ribbon, he spun around Maki, tying her body and dragged her into the pool along with him. Few minutes later, he rose to the surface along with a fainted girl at his arms. One more to go. Yuna was floating around the courtyard while bouncing her basketball, looking for a certain blonde teacher. Hearing someone cough, she turned around and saw Naruto. Naruto-sensei, it's not fair. You keep playing with Maki. You don't want to play with me. She pouted as Naruto's sweat dropped. Sure. He decided to play along. What do you want to play? He smiled. Yuna fall to the ground and show him her basketball. If you manage to seize this ball from me, I'll give you a special prize. She giggled. If you don't, I will kill you. It's simple as that. Naruto's sweat dropped even more but quickly brushed it away. Alright, let's go. He disappeared. E4 reappeared behind Yuna, who was holding the ball over her head. Yuna noticed that, turning around and threw the ball at his face, catching him off guard. He quickly recovered and jumped to catch the ball that was currently in the air. He, however, was stopped by Yuna by holding his leg before pulling him closer and delivered a punch to his face. Naruto quickly evaded her punch and flicked her forehead. Sliding to the ground, he kicked her at the back of her shin. Yuna fall to the ground hard because of that. Sorry about that, Yuna-chan. He backed away as the basketball fall on his left hand. It looks like I win after all. It was then he saw Yuna lowered her head and starting to cry. Hey, I'm sorry if I kicked your leg too hard. Don't cry. He came closer, placing his hand at her shoulder. She suddenly grabbed his hand and delivered a punch to his chest. He managed to evade it. She continued to attack while holding his hand. Waiting for the perfect opportunity, he twisted her arm before sliding behind her and hit her at the neck, causing her to faint. Naruto carried her in his arms to the place he encountered Negi and the others earlier. He placed her next to Maki. Had is when he remembering about something Chamo told him earlier. I thought there are 4 of them. Looking around, he saw 2 naked girls lying on the ground. Blushing greatly, he looked around to see if he can find something to cover them. He spotted a few towels not so far from them. While closing his eyes as he walked past them, he inwardly blamed himself for letting those 2 girls lying in a condition like that. He let out a long sigh, taking a deep breath after covering them with those towels with his eyes closed. After finishing his business here, he got out from one of the broken windows and landed on the rooftop one of the buildings. Now I just have to find Negi. He pulled over his hood and covering half of his face before jumping to another building rooftop and so on. He landed on the rooftop one of the buildings near the bridge that connected the Academy district to the other area. He whistled, looking at the length of the bridge before finally noticed the smoke and the sound of something exploded on the bridge. He disappeared and reappeared on top of the bridge and standing at the gateway. Looking down, he saw Asuna and Chachimaru fighting with each other. The explosions, ions and smokes came from Negi and Evangeline, who were furiously chanting spell and launched it at each other. He focused his sight at Chachimaru, who was launching at Asuna. Asuna evaded the punch from Chachimaru before backing a few meters away. She thrust her right hand forward as Chachimaru thrust her left hand, aiming at each other's face. Naruto appeared suddenly between them with his hands extended at them and flicked their forehead hardly. Asuna fell to her knee, rubbing her red forehead. Chachimaru only staggered a bit. "Ow, ow, ow," she cried. "Why the hell did you do, you idiotic pervert?" Well, maybe I used too much strength." Naruto's sweat dropped, lowering his hood. "What did you do, Ni-san?" Chamo bounced up and down madly. "You should beat the crap out of them instead." "Why I should beat my own students? I just want to stop my students from tearing each other apart." He raised his eyebrows, avoiding a piece of ice forward. He saw Negi readied himself as Evangeline's ice shard fall into pieces by a thunder. Negi backed away a few meters and recited as well as Evangeline. A barrage of light came out around Negi while a barrage of dark light formed around Evangeline. They both thrust their hand forward as the barrage of light and darkness collided, causing Master. Chachimaru was about to move, but Naruto prevented her. "Is that all, boy? I thought you were better than this." Evangeline flew away from the smoke and smirking before recited as Negi did the same. Lick lack lilac lilac venient spiritus glacials obscucrants. Negi staggered a bit but continued. Chamo bow, unced around worriedly, which Naruto noticed. Isn't that Aniki's strongest spell? That white ermine sweat dropped horribly. Is Evangeline trying to match him with the same type of spell? What do you mean by that, Chamo? Naruto asked, but interrupted by the bright light came from Evangeline and Negi. Damn it, it's so bright. I can't see a thing. He covered his eyes with his hand, hoping to slightly improve his sight. But it was hopeless. Haku. He heard Negi's voice and a sound of explosion later. Deciding to do something about his sight, he pulled over his hood just above his eyes. To hide his eyes' color that seemed to have changed to red slightly as his whiskers thickened a bit. As his sight enhanced, he saw Negi's white magic collided with Evangeline's dark magic. He saw Negi's magic managed to thrust through Evangeline's dark magic before exploded, brightening the whole area. Negi! Asuna shouted. The bright light slowly cleared, stopping from blinding their eyes. Once the smokes cleared, they saw Negi, who was falling to his knee, desperately taking a breath. But Evangeline, however, is still able to fly, except that she was full naked. Naruto looked away and sweat dropped, his cheeks colored slightly. It seemed that the others still haven't noticed his slight change. Her clothes came off. Negi blushed and sweat dropped as Chamo running to his side. You've done it, Aniki. I can't believe you managed to beat her. Chamo proudly stated. Evangeline shot them. You've really done it now, you little punk. She was shaking and gritting her teeth, clearly pissed off. Haha, just what I expected from the son of that man. She backed away, clearly starting to lose her balance. Gua, I'm done yet with you, boy. Suddenly, Chachimaru staggered as if she remembering something. It was then, they saw a bright light.